Welcome back, everyone. If you could take your seats, we're going to get started. Welcome to our online participants that are joining in. To those of you who are just coming in and joining us, welcome, welcome. We had our annual general meeting a bit earlier today, and so it's nice to see some of our sponsors and others come into the room and people who have arrived after as well. So good afternoon and welcome. Hopefully everyone had a lovely lunch and feels refueled and energized for the afternoon and for a very fun evening. Did everyone bring their costumes? Yes. Everyone brought their dancing shoes. Okay, we've been known to dance. We've been known to do a little karaoke, so get ready. Tonight's going to be fun. All right. Give everybody just another minute. I think we've got everybody back in. Well, welcome to Amsterdam. For those of you that I don't know, I'm Tanya Winders, and I'm the president and CEO of GAAPP, the Global Allergy and Airways Patient Platform. And this is our GAAPP Summit 2025. It's hard to believe that we have made it here. We've traveled from all corners of the globe to come together in Amsterdam for the next day and a half, 2 days of really elevating, raising the global patient voice for the 1 billion persons that are living with atopic and airways diseases. And so we come with that shared motto, with that shared aim and goal to learn from one another, to come together in peace and solidarity in a safe place where we can sort of shut the outside world out for a bit. And that's hard to do in this day and time. It definitely is interesting that we just so happen to be meeting on September 25th, World Lung Day. We couldn't have orchestrated it any better. I'm not sure if ERS thought of this when they were doing their planning, probably not. But it is nice to gather on World Lung Day here in Amsterdam with close to 200 of the most passionate patient advocates that I've ever had the pleasure of working alongside. I do consider you my extended family. Every time I come to a GAAPP event, it's just like coming home. And so thank you for the opportunity to be here, to lead, and to really walk through what's going to be a very eventful day and a half of exchange and learning. So again, welcome to our online guest as well. This is not advancing. Not sure. May need to run something? It's not going. Where did I point? What happened? That's crazy. I went through a lot of slides in a very short period of time. I was just punching away. You guys? Okay. Great. All right, let's try again. All right, so just a few housekeeping ideas. Again, hopefully, for those of you who've been here, you have realized that number one, we've got an attendee portal, so you can scan the QR code on your badge in order to access that. You've got programs, the translations. We want everyone to speak in their native host language, so feel comfortable speaking in any language, and the translation app will translate it into your preferred language. So this is a multicultural, multilingual meeting fully. Secondly, the toilets, always important to know. They are available on this floor and also one floor up. So if you go out just to your right are the facilities. There's also another set up one floor up. We do want this to be interactive, so feel free to ask questions, to speak up, to express your opinions and views, but it is a respectful zone, right? So everyone, even if we disagree, we can do so respectfully, right? That's the point of this forum, is to learn from each other, to share our ideas, and certainly to get inspiration to continue the great work that we're all doing as we leave here. And this is a green event, so we've made every effort to limit the amount of paper and materials and things like that, but we do have some. So those will be out on the tables in the foyer. I really appreciate those of you who have already presented your wonderful projects and posters. I loved seeing that interaction as I came into the hall here this afternoon. It's really inspiring, and that's how we learn, is by taking a look at what's working in other places and picking up on those things that we can go back and apply in our own work day in, day out. So we'll continue to do that throughout our time together. I shouldn't have to say it on World Lung Day, but no tobacco, no vaping, no smoking allowed on the premises. So we do have a notice and image release. We need to give this disclaimer that if you're in this room, you have given your consent by coming to the event, that you will be in collective group photos for the event. If you do not wish to have your photo taken at any point, if you will just let one of our team know. I'm going to ask the GAAPP team to stand because I should have done this at the very beginning. I have the most amazing people who make this work, and some of them are outside, but I'm going to ask them to stand up. See any of these individuals at any time for directions in the next day and a half, 2 days. They are the greatest people and team on earth. So, but if you don't feel comfortable having your picture, just please see one of us and we'll make sure that we accommodate that. As we said in our business meeting, in our annual general meeting earlier, this is a place that we believe, especially in these very tense geopolitical times, that it's necessary to establish a safe place of solidarity and common aims and goals. And so the GAAPP board and ultimately the membership adopted this GAAPP neutrality and political positioning statement before our event today. And we just want to reinforce that this is a community where we stand for peace, where we wish that our magic wand could be waved, and that, in fact, every country would have that right and ability to live freely in sovereignty and the right to live in peace and prosperity. That really is our aim and our goal here. And so, again, we aren't ignorant or turning a blind eye or a deaf ear to what's going on in the world, but we really feel importantly that over the next 36 hours, if we could just try to block that out and focus on the one thing that we all share in common, and that is our passion for patient care, our passion for changing the world for the 1 billion people we represent. Okay, so that's the aim that we have over the next day and a half together. So I wanted to kick off and start by sharing a bit about our member organization survey, because everything at this summit and everything that we're planning for 2026 really comes from your feedback of the member survey. We do this each year where we ask you to give input. And that is a bit unique, I think, as an umbrella, that we come to you and say from the grassroots, from the ground level up, what do we need to be doing as your umbrella organization, rather than sort of setting our agenda and asking you to get in line with it. We do the opposite. And so we did send out the survey, and we had 105 respondents, unique respondents from all over the world. And interestingly enough, half had joined GAAPP just in the last 3 years, which is not surprising given how this room has grown. I was laughing earlier and sharing that my very first AGM was 9 years ago, and there were 7 people in the room. 7. One of these tables. And now today, it's this beautiful, diverse group of advocates from all over the globe. It's really incredible. But 19% of the respondents actually joined in the last year. So we have a number of organizations that are brand new, feeding into the direction that GAAPP will take. When I talk about GAAPP anywhere in the world, on any stage, I tend to use this slide because it is the one sort of foundational point of who we are, what we're doing, the aim that we have. And so I think it's important as we come together for the GAAPP Summit to reinforce what is our mission. We are now close to 200 patient advocacy groups strong across the globe. That number has increased since this slide was first done. And our mission is to globally support and empower patients with allergies, airways, and atopic diseases. We do that by protecting their rights and insisting on the duties of governments, healthcare professionals, and the general public. So we have a lot of work to do. Ultimately, it's all for that same vision of seeing a world where the 1 billion people impacted by these diseases live better, and those that are their family and their loved ones live better. Because none of us want to be patients. At the end of the day, we want to be friends, daughters, sisters, wives, all of these other things, husbands, uncles, all of these fun things, not patients. And so we want to get about the business of creating that world where people live better. We do that through awareness, education, advocacy, and research, and by building a strong foundational organization to support our 200 member organizations. So in the survey, we asked you specifically, what diseases are you focused on? And what we found is that there is a strong propensity to the respiratory area, with 70% of respondents saying that they focus on asthma. And again, these were not mutually exclusive, so you could choose multiple things. Over half focusing on COPD, 58% on allergy, 35% on atopic dermatitis or eczema, a third on pulmonary hypertension. So a significant amount. And then you see some of the other conditions, which I thought was very interesting in looking at some of these smaller or rarer disease communities. And yet what we've seen, these numbers consistently rise. As our membership has grown, more of you are engaged in chronic cough activity, in chronic urticaria, bronchiectasis, NTM, chronic rhinosinusitis, food allergies. So these others were less than 20% in this area, but 20% or greater are involved in all of those different disease areas. So that shows the breadth and the depth of the work that you're doing, right? Some of you are hyper-focused on one single disease, but many of you are actually spreading your awareness and education and support efforts across this comorbid community, because we know that many people live with 2 or 3 of these conditions simultaneously. So in looking at the top 3 disease priorities, so this is where we made you narrow it down to the top 3. You see asthma at 65%, COPD at 53%, allergy 34%, pulmonary hypertension again at over 25%. And so again, just very interesting, because you even see themes of like lung cancer, that integrated lung health approach, alpha-1 as a rare disease, a community that's really galvanizing and coming together within the GAAPP family. So also, we asked, what was the information that you needed as you joined? Since we did have so many new organizations, we felt it was important to gauge kind of what they needed that maybe they weren't getting. And this has guided a lot of our work over the past 6 months and going into 2026. So membership and onboarding, like clear requirements and expectations of being a member of GAAPP, clear training and education, capacity building, the very core of the work that GAAPP has been dedicated to for the last 16 years. And then funding support, information sharing, collaboration and networks, and feedback, and having those feedback loops, and really striving for continuous improvement and becoming better skilled advocates. You know, when I think back over the last 5 or so years, there were certain places that we really weren't invited to. Regulatory processes. Very rarely were we engaged in HTA or in approval processes or research design. Very rarely did you have patients actively involved in research or developing patient-reported outcomes. And yet today, most of us in this room are engaging in all of those pillars and all of that work. And so seeing the rise in advocacy efforts, in research efforts, not just the sole core of disease awareness and disease education, still very important. We will never neglect patient support. That's at the heart of what we do as patient advocates. But definitely, I think that broadening that is very evident through the responses. Some of the key factors, both positive and negative, that are impacting your organization, you can see listed here, both the growth and expansion highlights, but also some of the key challenges. We know these are hard times. We know that finances are limited. Everyone is trying to do more with less. We know that's a consistent theme that we hear from you, regardless of the country, regardless of the region of the world you're in. Times are tough and times are lean, and we have to be smarter about the work we're doing and sharing those capacity building skills. So what was your favorite thing about being a GAAPP member? I loved this question. I thought it was fun. And I was not surprised, because it is that community and that sense of belonging that it does feel like an extended family, and that we have a wonderful time together. The knowledge and growth, the global networking, leadership and trust, the events, actually being together, right? Remember 5 years ago when we couldn't be together? So it's nice that we can be back together in a room this size with like-minded and passionate people. And then advocacy and impact, and the way that we're driving those things forward. So in looking again at the membership and the way it breaks out, we said this at the annual general meeting, but you'll see here from the respondents of the member survey, the way it breaks out across the world, with Western Europe, Eastern Europe, in totality, Europe being about 26%, LATAM being 36%, North America 6%, global organizations representing 4%, and then Africa, Middle East at 12%, and Asia Pacific at 14%. So LATAM has surpassed Europe in the GAAPP family as far as percentage. A little family sibling rivalry maybe at times. No. So one of the things we decided in planning this year's GAAPP Summit is to provide greater opportunity and forum to hear from successful organizations that are doing really amazing work. And that's why we have the poster sessions at all of the breaks, but why now you're actually going to get to hear from a few of our members that we chose to highlight in each of the 4 pillars. And so I'm going to ask Victor to come and to share with us as each of these take the stage.
Okay. Thank you, Tonya. So, well, before we go to the member exhibits, just a reminder for the new people who just joined, if you need, some of the speakers are going to speak their own language. So if you want, we have a translation app. You just need to scan this QR code. Make sure that now you choose the session for the GAAPP Summit. There is 3 sections on this page. One is for the Alpha 1 event, one is for the AGM, and one is for the GAAPP Summit. So you scroll all the way down, and you will see the button that will bring you directly to the translation. In the AGM? Okay, I will check, but it should be in the GAAPP Summit.
It's
okay,
both.
it's double,
It's
okay. So you can choose any both now. Okay, so before, I think we move. What's this move? Okay, so now I'm going to bring you to traveling around the world. We're going to make a journey across the planet. So we are going to have presentations. We're going to start with Latin America, then we're going to Colombia specifically, but this is for the Sarial group, so let's say the whole continent is ours. Then we're going to go to 2 organizations in Europe. Then we're going to go to Ghana, and there we're going to go to Nepal. So I'm going to invite to the stage the first exhibitors, which is Dina Grajales and Marta Herrera, that they're going to talk to us. So they're going to speak in Spanish, so please use your translation app.
Victor, just one quick thing I forgot to mention. You guys see here this beautiful screen. We have Nifty Fox, who's our caricature note taker for the meeting. And Lauren has joined us again. She is a friend that has been with GAAPP at some of our events in the past. So she'll be giving us the summary at each of the ends of the days. And then we'll share this with you after. So our very talented illustrator.
Thank you, Tonya. So Dina and Marta two of my favorite people in this planet. They're going to present something that everyone is my favorite. They're going to present some initiative that we started with the SAREAL group, which is the mentorship program. The SAREAL Regional Alliance is the first alliance that has a mentorship program where members from the alliance are mentoring other members in one of the 4 pillars of GAAPP: awareness, education, research, and advocacy. So we have 2 mentors there.
Thank you. No te preocupes que lo estamos moviendo desde allá para que se vea más grande. Buenas y bendecidas tardes para cada uno de ustedes. Feliz, solamente feliz desde Colombia de poder compartir con cada uno de los países. Contarles que Dina y yo hacemos parte de SAREAL con nuestra gran líder Migdalia, que nos encantaría que estuvieras acá con nosotras, por favor. Claro que sí, debes estar aquí con nosotras. Porque ella es una de nuestras sensei, de nuestras mentoras. Contarles que tuvimos la oportunidad con Migdalia. Ven, sigue, por favor, acá las 3. Tuvimos la oportunidad de poder generar unas mentorías en awareness y en advocacy. Y lo que nosotros hicimos fue más como llegar a hablar con nuestras amigas, con nuestros países, y simplemente fue dar un pequeño clic porque toda la información la tenían ellas. A mí me correspondió solo mujeres. Yo estuve con Guatemala, con Argentina, con Ecuador, con España, y lo único fue dar clic para que las cosas cambiaran y se reorganizaran, porque toda la información la tenemos. Porque fue entender, a mí me correspondió la parte de advocacy, y fue entender que una advocacy no es una campaña, una advocacy no es entregar un folleto. El advocacy es hacer política pública con los tomadores de decisiones. Y eso es lo que están haciendo nuestras bellas mujeres en cada uno de esos países, entendiendo qué es el advocacy y cómo tiene que ser, cómo vinculo yo a un tomador de decisiones para que trabaje conmigo, cómo logro que esos objetivos y esas acciones que yo hago cambien vidas, cambien panoramas, cambien políticas públicas. Es algo que tenemos que entender todos, y es que cada vez que hacemos una política pública es para un país completo que ni siquiera nos conoce. Y eso fue lo que logramos entender en muchas de las mentorías. Aprendí muchísimo también de cada una de las personas que me dieron la oportunidad a través de esa pantalla de hablar, de sonreír, de ver otras cosas diferentes, y tenemos otros planes para esta segunda parte. Pero ahorita fue entender qué es el advocacy y qué no es el advocacy. Y algo muy importante para todos que lo hemos venido haciendo desde SAREAL, desde Latinoamérica, acompañados también en España, que nos acompañaron en la mentoría, fue compartir y no competir. Eso es muy importante. Si queremos hacer un cambio en el mundo, tenemos que aprender a compartir y a entender que somos líderes, y que de estos líderes dependen muchas vidas, y que todas esas cifras que ustedes tienen en sus países son una vida y una familia atrás. Mi awareness.
Bueno, primero que todo, muchísimas gracias a GAAPP por esta oportunidad de poder ser multiplicadoras y compartir lo que en el camino, desde ser sobrevivientes con un diagnóstico y después convertirnos en líderes y en advocates, nos permite multiplicar a otras personas. Soy Dina Grajales, para quienes no me conocen. Yo vivo en Colombia y estoy en GAAPP ya hace aproximadamente unos 7 años, y con SAREAL desde el inicio. Entonces es un gusto poder ser parte de este proyecto. Nosotros, con todo lo que ha sido awareness, también hemos tenido un grupo muy dinámico, muy cumplido, muy comprometido, de personas que también son sobrevivientes de la condición y también han decidido desde sus organizaciones incorporar las otras enfermedades con las cuales estamos trabajando, como alergias y atopías. Nosotros tenemos en este momento, empezamos juntos un camino de formación en Awareness que nos permite ver cómo las organizaciones de pacientes pueden convertirse en motores de cambio en sus países y en la región, siempre pensando en que la awareness debe decantar y debe dirigirse hacia la advocacy con Marta. Esto es un tema transversal que puede alinearse en los 4 pilares como lo presenta GAAPP. Todo va relacionado y nada va independiente. Como organizaciones tenemos que tener siempre esa visión que con el awareness, con el advocacy, con la educación, con investigación, todas estas son herramientas fundamentales para que nuestro impacto sea mayor. Bueno, el valor del proceso, hemos trabajado con líderes de 9 países en 3 pilares claves, como diseñar campañas creativas, abrir nuestra mente a campañas de impacto comprensibles para la comunidad, transformar la visibilidad en incidencia, que es el objetivo, el mundo lo exige, nuestra comunidad lo exige, cerrando las brechas de información y empoderando a pacientes y familia que antes no tenían voz o eran invisibles para la sociedad. Gracias a este proceso, hoy tenemos líderes que han tenido nueva formulación de proyectos en áreas que ellos no imaginaban, alianzas con sociedades científicas, sociedades médicas, pacientes que ya no se sienten solos, y cada iniciativa ha demostrado que cuando formamos líderes multiplicamos el impacto. Y lo más inspirador es lo que viene para este 2026 y para lo cual comprometemos a la región y comprometemos a GAAPP y esperamos poder seguir teniendo su apoyo, y es crear un mapa regional con campañas en awareness y en advocacy que sean un modelo para que se pueda replicar. Creo que tenemos ya líderes formados, líderes que han tenido grandes iniciativas, y que se pueda replicar esto y trabajar en ese impulso para 2026 sería trascender y dar un paso más adelante. Junto a Marta, yo creo que reafirmamos que Latinoamérica está lista para ser protagonista en este movimiento donde la equidad en salud sea un hecho y no simplemente sea una buena intención. Y gracias por creer en la fuerza de que los pacientes, en el liderazgo y de nuestra red en GAAPP. Gracias.
Bueno, se supone que yo no iba a hablar, pero solo dar las gracias por el trabajo que han realizado, y esto fue una idea que salió de Latinoamérica, porque particularmente creemos y estamos convencidos de que aunque somos países emergentes, podemos dar el ejemplo para el mundo, y este programa de mentoría fue un ejemplo de eso. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you, Latin American family. So we are going to go to another region of the world. Now we are on the way to Europe with the IFA, the European Federation of Allergies. So Suzanne is going to introduce us to advocacy projects. She's also one of my favorite persons.
Thank you, Victor. Okay, so I'm delighted to introduce to you the European Federation of Allergy and Airways Diseases Patients Association, or as we are known as IFA. So IFA is a European alliance that brings together patient organizations. We represent people living with allergies and asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and atopic eczema. Together, we amplify the voices at the European level, making sure that patients' experiences and priorities are at the heart of health policies and research. Our vision is a Europe where everyone with these conditions can live freely, fully, and equally. And our mission is to unite patient organizations and advocate for better policies and care, and to empower patients with the knowledge and support that they need. So our work on respiratory health and our priorities for 2025 and beyond is the COPD standards of care across Europe, European Lung Health Group and the Keep Breathing campaign, the European Respiratory Patient Academy, the WHA resolution on lung health, and the advocacy work at European level. And throughout this, it's a focus with prevention, care, and research. So you will see here on the screen IFA's report on raising the bar for better standards of care for COPD. So as you can see from some of the figures, COPD affects 36 million people in Europe. And it's the third cause of death globally. It accounts for 6% of total healthcare spending. So it's around 38 billion euros annually. But nevertheless, it's still a very neglected area. So 12 years ago, IFA published a report outlining the minimum standards of care for COPD based on 10 countries that were identified by our patients community. And we've now explored the evolution of care in the past decade. And last year, in 2024, we published the new report, the Raising the Bar for COPD Care in Europe. And thanks to our members, we identified best practices, we identified gaps in care for COPD patients, and this was working with 19 countries across Europe. We've created a website where you can access the data, but also the recommendations at both European and national level that we have co-developed with our members. The recommendations are to improve early COPD detection and diagnosis, ensure equitable access to COPD care in Europe, national lung health plans and strategies, including diagnosis, vaccination, comorbidities, including mental health, to tackle the stigma and misconception of COPD, prioritize funding and research for lung health, and please feel free to scan the QR code that you see on the screen in the slide to access the full report. And the website is automatically translated into several languages. So the report was launched at the European Parliament last February, and it has raised great interest and awareness amongst MEPs, finally putting COPD and lung health on the EU agenda. This one? Okay, thank you. So the European Lung Health Group, Keep Breathing. So this is a collective initiative that was created in 2020, connecting European-level lung disease patients and healthcare professionals, consisting of 9 organizations gathering 179 member associations across 34 European countries. And you can see the logos of the organizations on the slide to the left of the screen. This initiative gathers the respiratory community together to put lung health in the spotlight in what we see as a very scattered landscape, to make the respiratory community voice stronger. We are working together for better prevention and respiratory care and research and patient participation in lung health. Our lungs are at the core of everything that we do and an indicator of cardiovascular, immune and cognitive health, and so much more. Still, 87 million of Europeans currently live with a lung condition and the burden of this disease, but yet it's still not acknowledged fully by policymakers. And that's why we launched the Keep Breathing campaign, an advocacy effort to reduce the fragmentation of knowledge and policies around lung health at the European level. So our policy is to keep breathing. I ask you, what's yours? Scan the QR code so that you can join our campaign. And then last but not least, the European Respiratory Patient Academy. So this is a collaboration that was initiated in 2020 to unify the voice of European respiratory community, but it won't stay only at the EU level. We want to strengthen the whole European respiratory community through a new initiative that was launched this year. So the European Respiratory Patient Academy is led by IFA, but it's co-developed with our steering committee of European patient organizations, Alpha One Europe Alliance, Cystic Fibrosis Europe, European Pulmonary Fibrosis Federation, Pulmonary Hypertension Association Europe, Tuberculosis Coalition Europe, and Lung Cancer Europe. The aim is to strengthen patient advocacy across respiratory diseases. It is an investment in a growing cross-border movement that's led by and for our patients to build sustainable advocacy and leadership within the respiratory community. The respiratory community has common barriers and challenges, and this requires a unified approach. The European Respiratory Academy offers in-person training and tools to equip the respiratory patient advocates to lead change in respiratory health. For this first edition, we will have 45 trainees per 9 disease areas, and the training will be held in Prague in November. And we want to continue this initiative into future years so we can build on the learnings from the first edition and to close the remaining gaps and build a stronger community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going to continue in the old continent. We're going to stay in Europe. We're going to go to a specific country. So IFA is the main global umbrella for European organizations in allergy and respiratory diseases. But now we're going to go to a specific country in Europe. So it's time for Serbia to shine. This, I really recommend everyone always to check what Alergia IJA is doing. They are very advanced in awareness and advocacy. They have a lot of creative solutions for allergies, education. They did a gluten-free festival. They do so many things. So everyone who is working in allergy, I really recommend you to go and check their website, translate it, because they have incredible resources. And now she's going to show some of you. You have it there.
Yeah, but
Oh,
sorry. Thank you, Victor, for these nice words about our association. Everyone, I'm Ivan Karendulic from Association Allergy and Me. It is National Patient Association from Serbia. Today, I will, as fast as I can, show you one specific report for specific project. It is called Check Your Lung Function. And it was national-wide campaign for free spirometry examinations. Something about us. This is our team. More than 2,000 members of association, 20,000 plus patients and families supported, 2,500 kilometers traveled through the region, but mainly in Serbia, and so on and so on. But I would like to go to the project of this for today. Yes, our goals for this project was to raise public awareness about the importance of lung health, but also early detection of chronic respiratory diseases. Main goal, I would say, was to help potential patients in the parts of Serbia that have lack or not at all medical experts in this field. Prevention also was one of the key elements of this campaign. And this is maybe the most important and interesting part of this presentation, how we did it. Yes. We visited several cities across Serbia. Actually, it was 7 different cities. We organized press conferences for the media and wider public. We introduced psychological workshops and raised awareness through media campaigns about COPD, asthma, and lung health in general. This is very specific. One example how we did it, for example, in one of the cities we visited, in Niš. We organize, together with our doctors that we cooperate with, we organize over 40 spirometry tests, screenings. It was free, and it was, of course, very important but for the people that don't have availability of experts in this field. Also, we did it in Smederevo, Obrenovac, Valjevo, Belgrade, and different cities.
Did you bring up the smoking of Serbia at that time? Because the smoking of Serbia is horrible. Yes, and also the second factor is pollution. It is one of the biggest polluted cities, Belgrade and other cities in Europe. So, two big factors. Yeah. Also, after visiting the cities, we had institutional outcome. We signed 2 memorandums with Clinic of Pulmonology of a Clinical Center in Serbia and also Institute for Pulmonary Diseases, ATD Zvezdara. We also started cooperation with another association. You mentioned it, smokers. This is National Initiative for Non-Smokers of Serbia. These are, some of you know, Snežana, our president. She's here signing cooperation with Dr. Nikola. Very important part of this problem are psychological workshops that we organize together with experts institution in Serbia. We managed to organize 3 offline sessions. And I think we just started this process, and we will continue to do this. Also, nothing will be possible if we don't communicate what we did and to communicate to the wider audience what is important and to invite them to come to the city, every of these 7 cities we did with free spirometry screenings. So we gained over 100 mentions in media, numerous TV appearances in local and national media outlets. Also, through the course of this campaign, because it was a whole year of campaign, we did 2 press conferences for World Asthma Day and World Tobacco Day. It was organized with institutions and experts from this area. So, just to be quick, these are the summary of results. Let's remind you that Serbia is a very small country of 6 million people, so these results are really good start in this area, so we are very satisfied and surprised by outcome, and we will for sure continue to do this. And it will not be possible without support of our dear partners. On the first place, it is GAAPP, of course, but also our commercial and non-commercial partners, other partners, local partners like Benu, AstraZeneca, and a local health care institution. Thank you.
Great work.
You were perfect. Thank you very much.
Great work.
You see, we are with the timekeeping. Everyone is so scared, like, oh, I did it on time. Thank you very much. So now we leave my continent, and we go to one of our newest, not newest members. So I'm going to introduce you to the Community and Family Aid Foundation from Ghana. So Florence, is it Florence here? Oh, there you go. So before we start, I just want to say, when people say like, oh, you can, to do awareness, you need a lot of resources. So now you will learn from Florence that you can make awareness all over our country, in cities and in rural places with so little resources, and educate people on asthma, on allergies with volunteers. So up to you. And sorry? Oh, of course, she's one of my favorite persons as well.
The running guy. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Florence Ajimai. I'm a Ghanaian, but I'm fair in complexion. Don't be deceived. I'm the country director for Community and Family Aid Foundation. And it's an organization in Ghana, and we've been in existence for over 17 years. Yes, so we are actively working in 10 regions in Ghana. We have 16 regions, and our main project that is under asthma is fully focused in Greater Accra and the Ashanti region. So yes, so Community and Family Aid Foundation is a non-governmental organization in Ghana and West Africa. Yeah. So we are into health, environment, and adolescent reproductive health rights and programs. So how we do our work, or how we did it, we've been doing outreaches in communities, creating awareness, collecting data in the community. Yes, so, and you can see some pictures of a data collector, that's a volunteer, collecting data in the community. Yes. So, let me jump. I have 5 minutes, right? Okay. 6 minutes, okay, thank you. Okay, so we, in Ghana, asthma, the cases of asthma in Ghana is serious. So since 2020, the country has witnessed 2,772,157 NCD cases, and with asthma ranking third. So in 2020, you know, this is the numbers are increasing. It's alarming. You know, in 2020, we had 239,036 cases of asthma. In 2021, 84,700, and in 2022, 36,780, and 79,355. 2023, it's serious, you know. And if you look at Ghana, you should know the I don't even know what to say. So yes, so in our awareness creation, we focus on the symptoms, the triggers, and the management. And then how do we do our work? We have recruited volunteers, educated them. We've also formed groups. So these groups are groups formed in schools. So when we do the school outreach, we form groups in school where they would be doing their extracurriculum activities. Usually it's on Fridays. They get to go into these groups and then learn more about asthma. And then also community debates. We've had a lot of community debates, one-on-one meeting and counseling, house-to-house awareness. So the volunteers do this in all the regions. Workplaces awareness. We issued leaflets or handouts. Yes, so when Pastor Ugo came to Ghana, he gave us some handouts. Yes, oh, please clap for him. Yes. Okay, so these are some of the things that triggers asthma. We have cigarettes, we have quail, we have perfume. Yes, and you'll be so shocked that in Ghana, asthma is treated as a curse. If you have asthma, it means you've been cursed, or it's a taboo, you are not supposed to, you know, so there is discrimination. When they can't really come out to tell you, oh, I have asthma, because they are scared of what they are going to tell them. And when you go down the communities, you realize that traditionalists and herbalists are using these leaves. Some example is mango leaves. They boil them. They call it concoction, and then they give it to them directly. This thing also, it's not good because it also affects your liver. And this is something they claim is curing asthma, which is not. And I understand very well that, yes, there is lack of resource, there's lack of medication. Yes, you don't have the money to purchase those medications and all, inhalers and all that. So they fall on this. When Pastor Ugo came to Ghana, I wouldn't If I say this, you might think, but he witnessed some. Some people showed us what they take. They claim it cures asthma. I don't know, but mixing honey and brufen, they mix it and then they drink it. Some also taking, like the concoction. Some also taking garlic mixed with onion and then inhale it. When their crisis starts coming, and I don't know, but these are the findings we got. Yes, and then so upon our awareness creation, we came up with slogans. I'm just hoping GAAPP would adopt this. Yes. So find the asthma cases and cure, and then support the person with asthma with health needs, and refer asthma victims on time to the hospital. And I love the fourth one. If your education goes on well, you will get the asthma cases. That is what we are doing. We upon doing the community debate, school education, that is where, after that engagement, you get them, you get the people coming to you and telling you, oh, then this is what I feel, or the symptoms I see. Yes, then it is asthma. I thought I was having heart attack. I thought I was convulsing, Yeah, so all these things helps. And then keep inhalers on you as asthma emergency weapon. With this, once upon a time, I lost my senior brother due to this. He had the inhalers, and he went to work. He came back with his kids, and the children took the inhaler. They thought it was a gun. So they were playing with it outside. They took it and they went out to play with it. And my brother had his crisis. He was looking for his inhaler. He didn't get it, and within 5 minutes, he died. So, yes. So you always have to keep your inhalers on you as an emergency weapon. So these are some pictures of the engagements we've been having with asthma patients. This is also with health workers in the community. And yes, this is this fair girl in front of students, senior high school students. Yes, so you can see the students asking questions. These are community engagements. Yes, and then also we also partner with community leaders. Without them, you can't do it. If they don't give you the permission to come do this in their community, you can never ever do it. So we partner with the community leaders, the chiefs, the assemblymen, the community health workers, and to create awareness. Yes. Yes, so you could see, before you could do this, you officially go to them. In Africa, what we do is you go with a schnapp and probably a token of, money, and then you officially ask for permission to do this. And yes, God be so good. Most of the community leaders have officially accepted to be a part of this project. They are willing to support us whenever we want to educate the people. Yes. Okay, so I want to go back.
The red one.
The red one, this? Yes. Okay, so we use flip charts. You could see in the previous pictures, we use flip charts, handouts, drama film, yes. So we are coming out with a short film on asthma, where it's going to be a 5-minute short film. When we are done, we would officially give it to GAAPP to validate it before we officially segregate it. Yes, it's going to talk about asthma, and we believe actions speaks louder than words. People understand actions more than you standing talking. Sometimes you talk and then they start sleeping and yawning. So the short film would help because when we go down to the community with your projector, you can project, and then after watching, they would even start giving you answers, telling you things. Yes, so we are coming out with that. And then also we will be also going to the local media, that's the radio stations, the TV stations, in Africa. You can't do that, it's not free. Some might give you the platform for free, but most of them will not. You have to pay something before you are given the opportunity to go on air and talk. So we are working on that. So our constraints, slow funding process. We don't have money, but we are doing it. It's not easy. Yes, so GAAPP, please, we yes. So we competition with Ghana Health Service. I hope I'm still on track.
1 minute.
No, 2 minutes. Okay, so competition with Ghana Health Service. They are trained health professionals. They have gone to school to be trained. And you, as an organization coming to do this, they think you want to take their job from them. So there is, this banter, they don't support this idea. But we are praying. We are praying. This thing, we are not being paid. We are helping them. We are easing their work, but they think we are trying to take their work from them. Long distance to outreach to educate. Pastor Hugo can testify. He almost fought me because I took him to a community. Yes. Some victims will be asking for food, for inhalers, and yes, I spoke about the traditionalists and herbalists. They are informing the people on asthma, yes. So these are some of the handouts. These are some of the things we use in educating when we go out. We have a cardboard we've drawn, shaped, that's how we, yes. And then, let me talk about mind hygiene practices during asthma crisis. So yes, people say you contract or how do I put this? Okay, so dust. When you get into contact with dust, you are prone to getting asthma, or you are prone to getting it. But then I also believe that if you are able to maintain or keep your own hygiene well, you won't contract this, because sometimes we say when you go out and you get into contact with dust, blah, blah, blah. But then what of your own house? What of your own room? Have you cleaned your room? Your room is dusty, and you are saying you got it when you went out. They say high-scented things. Sometimes you wear clothes for 2, 3, 4 days, and it's smelling. It comes out with bad odor, So we teach the people to mind their hygiene practices. Yes. And these are some of the core cards we use, the volunteers use when they go on ground to collect data from asthma patients. So these are engagements we had when Pastor Hugo came around.
Oh. Medical. I'm gonna. Okay. Everyone, if we could just have kind of a moment of silence while they attend to him for a moment, give him some space. They have called, so the front desk, Pablo, they have called for emergency services. So let's definitely just have a quick moment of silence, hoping that he recovers well. Okay. Thank you all. Thanks for responding so quickly. Okay. Right. Thank you, Florence. Yeah.
Okay. On behalf of Community and Family Aid Foundation, I extend an invitation for collaboration with all GAAPP members here, both Africa, Asia, everyone here. It's very important to jointly unite to fight this cause globally. We are ready. Even if there's no support and we have to even walk all the way from Ghana to Nigeria to support Nigeria, we are ready, yes. So, together we can. Thank you so much. Yes, I want to use this opportunity to thank GAAPP for the support. Thank Amia. Yes. Obi is doing marvelously well. Pastor Ugo. Yes, without them, we won't get in touch with GAAPP. We won't get in touch with Tonya, Yes. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Florence, for your presentation and for sharing your personal story. We know that's not something that is easy to share with so many people you didn't know before, so thank you very much. And thank you for everything that you do in Africa. As I was saying, in Ghana specifically, everything that you do it with so little, and we want to help you, and we will. And so thank you for doing everything that you do for your country. So now we go to the last part of our trip around the world. Now we go to Asia, my favorite continent. It's truly, I like it so much that I marry one of them. So now we have my colleague from Nepal, Dr. Ashok, Dr. Gupta. Well, before you start, we always like to work with Nepal, with the 3 organizations that we have, because Nepal is a very complex, it's a beautiful country with an incredible culture, but they have earthquakes, they have problems, they have conflict. Just now, they overthrew their government just last week. And people like my colleague here is working to make sure that everything that they have accomplished in the country, and for COPD, for asthma, for all of that, it doesn't get lost when a disaster happens. So now he's going to talk to us about one of those projects. And again, their government was overthrown last week. And he's here to make sure that the people with COPD don't lose any rights just because there is a new government. So, your turn.
Thank you, Victor. Good evening, everybody, once again. Thank you, GAAPP, and the team for providing me this opportunity to showcase my work in front of these incredible people. Let's start. So, disclaimer, NHFN is an independent and a political organization in Tahiti, and it's based in Nepal and operates in full compliance with the Constitution of Nepal. NHFN is not affiliated with any organization except GAAPP, and we are very proud of that. Green? How do I change slides?
This one, but you need to point to that side. So this is forward and this is going back.
Okay. So there are three foundation pillars that we works in and around that. One being advocate, educate, and then transform. Talking about the progress report, we have collaborated with GAAPP for our work, and we have developed 13 chapters across the nations of 885 kilometers with the incredible work, volunteers of 90 plus Nepal Medical Council registered doctors. And through that teamwork, we have reached 2.5 million people across the country through directly or indirectly via webinars, internet, and in person, with 25 plus school visits for advocacy in chronic respiratory disease, and 2 health camp, comprehensive health camp in rural areas. So talking about the problem statement, Nepal is, urban Nepal faces a source of NCD with 71% of the deaths accounting from the NCD, and out of that, 21% accounts for chronic respiratory disease. The data is older, 6 years old, because we don't have data, latest data available, so we have to draw inferences from that only. COPD prevalence is quite alarming, with about 1 in every 8 person have COPD in Nepal, and asthma is also quite alarming, with rough 4 to 5% of the adult and 7 to 10% of the children lives with asthma. And mortality is also very fatal, with 9 to 10% of the death nationally accounting from the chronic respiratory disease, which is the third leading cause after cardiovascular disease and the cancer. And the risk factor being obviously the smoking rate is high in Nepal, and indoor air pollution from biomass fuels and worsening urban air quality is another risk factor for the respiratory disease in Nepal. This is the bar graph of the number I have presented, and we have launched a campaign called Speak Out Nepal, an initiative for Speak Out Nepal, an initiative for tobacco and smoking, against tobacco and smoking. So let me talk about my project. It's called Project Chetna and Urban Health and NCD Orientation Programs, with special focus on chronic respiratory disease in phase first. So now what we do is, we visit schools and we visit various schools with our colleagues, and we advocate about the chronic respiratory disease in all across Nepal. And we have got 2 grants from GAAPP, one being World COPD Day and one for Asthma Day. And with that funds, we have organized an competition for World COPD Day and World Asthma Day with a prize cap of 2,000, 1,000, and 500. And another is also World Lungs Day, where we have organized this competition as well in nationwide, where prize cap is 5,000 to 2,500 and 1,000. And this is the poster and some of our works we have done so far. And for our upcoming project, we have launched Swasthya Saas Nepal, that is Breathe Life into the Nations, where we will travel across the country, visiting the 7 provinces in Nepal, and we will identify peak or rural locality, and we will be assessing their needs, need assessment. We will be doing need assessment through pre-assessment questionnaire, built-in questionnaire, and post-assessment work. And it will be a health camp, a comprehensive health camp in person, where we will be screening people and gathering the information for our research work and draw the inferences from that. We have secure funding from GAAPP, but since our government has been toppled recently, and through scrutiny, it's getting difficult for getting us fund in our accounts. So hopefully we will get that, and we will be resuming our work in November, hopefully. Thank you, and we'll definitely share with you people. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you guys so much for giving those member highlights and stories. And you can see the great work that's being done all across the world in, high resource settings and low resource settings, in schools, in communities, in churches. It's just so inspiring to see that regardless, where there's a will, there's a way, right? And you all find these opportunities every single day to get your programs implemented, even in the toughest of times, like what is being faced there in Nepal. So we're going to shift gears now and actually have our industry panel. And so I'll need 3 chairs up on the stage. And I'm going to invite our industry partners who are participating to join me. And I have to say, this panel is really pinch hit. So we had a couple of individuals that were planning to attend that are unable to be here. And so kind of at the last minute, we've got our opportunity for come, Sebastian, Kayla, Miguel, and Jess. I miscounted 4. My brain is now a little fried too. Okay. So thank them for coming. I should have said this actually at the outset of today. Things like GAAPP Summit don't happen without our industry support. And when I think about the members of GAAPP and the work that we're doing, I think these people are just as much a part of our family as I think our member organizations are a part of our family. For without the help of our industry partners, all of them, in support of this event and of GAAPP and our core mission work, we could not be here. You could not be here. So let's definitely give all of them a round of applause, and thank you guys for joining me here. All right, so the logos are wrong because we did a little shifting of last minute, given a couple of people who had travel woes and inability to join. But we're going to spend the balance of our time kind of coming up, getting feedback from industry experts on how to work best with patient advocacy organizations. And so we'll do a brief round of introductions, and then we'll get into our questions. Let's start on this. Jess, would you go first for us?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jess, or Jessica, if I'm in trouble. McCarthy. I work for Novartis on the Global Patient Engagement Team. That's my official title. My second title is also one of Victor's favorite people.
Every woman in the room would say. Yes.
Hey, everyone. Kayla Klein, Global Patient Advocacy at Takeda. I'm our point person for our Alpha-1 liver disease program. And I also have, and a few others, and I also have a son with a severe bleeding disorder, hemophilia. So I am a caregiver, and although I don't live with or care for someone with a lung or asthma, respiratory disease, I feel like I can empathize with you all and appreciate all the work that you're doing for your communities. So thank you. Oh, you have one.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sebastian Arias. I work for Roche. I'm in the Global Health Policy team. I'm working very closely with Susan, who is in the patient partnership team at Roche. You may know her very well. I'm originally from Colombia, but I'm based in Basel in Switzerland. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mikel Diaz. I am representing Sanofi. I am the Global Public Affairs Head for Respiratory, working in advocacy for 10 years, most of them 6 years in Spain, so I know many people here, and the other last 4 at a global with a global focus. My connection also with respiratory is that I am a child with asthma. I was a child with asthma, and my father has COPD, emphysema, and fibrosis. So very well connected with what means living with those diseases. And thank you for inviting me.
Yes, Thank you. All right. So again, these questions came from you. When we asked what you wanted to know in an opportunity to engage an industry panel, these are some of the things that came forth most commonly. And so I'm going to start with kind of something that I was surprised to learn and understand because it is different across every organization. So where does patient advocacy sit within your organization? And how does that fundamentally sort of shape your engagement with members of GAAPP, with organizations like GAAPP? Yeah, we'll start with Jess.
Sure. So we actually have a few patient-facing teams at Novartis. So I sit within patient engagement, which is focused on incorporating the patient perspective into research and development. So I actually sit in our global drug development team. And then we also have a patient advocacy team that comes on board when we're working on HTA submissions, regulatory submissions, and then all the way up and throughout launch.
I think that's such a great question, right? Because advocacy can look different depending on where you sit within the organization. So I sit globally, so I'm global patient advocacy, and I sit within our launch strategy team. So we take things on a little bit later in the pipeline and engage with patient organizations to help, gather insights and, help prepare for a potential launch. So that's where I sit.
Thank you. So from a Roche perspective, it's I would say it's quite complementary. So as I explained before, I work in the health policy team and I do a lot of advocacy, but everything that has to do with patient partnership, patient engagement, I have Susan on my side just to make sure that we're doing it the right way. And patient partnership sits under the medical affairs department, right? So making sure that that end-to-end commitment from early research to the actual launch and access to the treatment has that input from the patient partnership perspective. But when it comes to advocacy, we do it all together, of course.
So I think that's a relevant question, and we have given a lot of thoughts. So we have changed our role. So initially, our role was public patient advocacy, and then after 3 years, the name of the title changed to public affairs. So basically, our role is having two pillars. One is patient advocacy, and the other one is policy activation. And we think that both are so much connected. And it's important that we are, having the insights from the patients, but also understanding what are the key policy, frameworks, and how we can make together that things are moving the needle in the direction that for patients. So the role is public affairs, and we are working hand in hand with communication under the umbrella of corporate affairs. And as colleagues were commenting, we are also working together with R&D to put in place like patient panels to make the trials understanding the needs from the patients.
It is so important because it does completely shape the interaction, right? If the industry partner representative sits solely in government affairs or public policy, their lens is going to be more on the advocacy realm than perhaps on disease awareness or disease education. Whereas, again, if they sit in the medical team, then perhaps they're more focused on how to engage patients in research or insights from the patient community. So I think it really is a very fundamental question that as you're engaging with different industry partners, you begin to really understand where do they sit in the organization, how does that specific organization, what are the rules of the road for engagement? Because while it should be probably more streamlined and universal, it isn't, in my experience. It is quite dependent on the organization and even the individual and how they, see their role in the organization, right? In the framework and in the, again, depending on small organization, mid-sized organization, large organization. And we've got kind of all of those represented here at the panel today. So one of the most common questions we get is, what is the typical time frame that you begin to engage patient organizations in that life cycle management? And how does life cycle management shape the engagement? Are there windows of like golden opportunity? And are there windows where perhaps it closes and the resources sort of dry up? Who wants to start? That's not it. I told them these weren't going to be easy questions.
So in Sanofi, there is this magical number of 3 years before. I think 3 years is not enough. I think we should go earlier because we know how much time you need to change things. But it's true that budget-wise, we have some, let's say, we need some signals of positiveness that our trials are going positive. So phase 2B is a nice breaking point. And of course, phase 3, that's a big injection. But it's not only, the decision is not only on us, it's on the budget owners who give us the money. And then despite we know that this travel of research is complicated because you never know what will happen, at least phase 2B, it's a very positive. But I would say 3 years, we can start. I think 4 should be better by engaging with patient communities to understand the needs and probably making more impactful external campaigns, things like that. It will be closer to the launch when we have more positiveness in phase 3 results.
Yeah. Super helpful, Miguel. Anyone else? Different time frame or?
Yeah, so I think my peer just said it very, very well. So I would say at Novartis, we engage quite early as well. As soon as we come on board, which is around phase 2 as well, we are engaging with patients, caregivers, patient advocacy groups to really incorporate the patient and caregiver perspective into our pipeline. So what does that mean? We're incorporating, what concerns are we trying to address with a potential new therapy, right? What is that potential product going to look like? How can we make our clinical trials as patient-friendly as possible? And how are we also providing education while the clinical trials are ongoing? And then the idea behind that is to engage as early as possible. So we're building those relationships as early as possible so that we can maintain them throughout the product's development.
Yeah, and I know I'm going to be the voice of this group that I've heard so much, and that is the earlier the better. The sooner the better from our perspective. Even in like those stages of designing clinical trials and looking at inclusion and exclusion criteria, recruitment materials, the sooner we can be a part of those conversations, then again, it's more of a co-creation. It's more like we're doing this together instead of perhaps, coming in at the last minute. So it's a really important aspect. But understanding that, again, they work within systems, they work within organizations where there are policies and structures and things that they can and can't do, right? So those rules of the road, right? Okay, so the next one is, a lot of these questions have to do with money. I'm just going to be sorry. I'm going to sorry, not sorry, okay, guys? But these are the questions that they want to know. Can you fund core mission work? And if yes, how?
The answer is yes, the short one. We can definitely do it. It has to be through the compliance processes that are in place depending on the organization, but more or less they're similar. So grants and sponsorships, right? And making sure that the full business plan of the full proposal is clear, and in terms of what is it expected from the company that is supporting that engagement, right? If there's any benefits that we're gonna get, so that means that is that a sponsorship, and if there's nothing that we're gonna do and you're gonna do it independently, that's more a grant, and you have to, of course, do a due diligence and follow a compliance process. But yeah, the answer is yes.
Yes, so now technically we have been taught that we cannot talk about sponsorships. Now we should call it healthcare contributions. That's the term we use in Sanofi. And then, yes, so technically when we do healthcare contributions, we are hands out. So we give the money to the patient group, and they are completely independent to do it. What is true is that when we need to decide which projects we want to provide money with, it's very easier when it's very clear the purpose, and also if you show us what will be the deliverables that we'll have. This is all helping us to really, go forward. But those healthcare contributions are really, we give you the money and then we are hands out for, for the credibility and independence of your organization.
And I think this is honestly, one of the frustrations that we often have, right, is having that core work that we know is foundational, right? To be able to run the organization, to keep the lights on, to keep people paid, and to keep doing the outreach and support that we're doing. And so one of the things I would say, too, that I found with each of you is the importance of long-term strategy discussions, right? That we're not talking about just what we're doing in the next 3 months or 6 months. It's a longer runway, and we're thinking about 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And so to that note, what often comes up is, can you fund multi-year projects? And if so, how?
I can, yeah.
Well, so we normally do 1 year. And the reason why is the way we build our budgets is at a yearly base. If I can give you an example, so today, I don't even know yet what would be my budget for next year. And we are about to reach October. Yeah. There are so many processes, internal processes of back and forth, people approving. So what I cannot do is to commit of something that I cannot deliver, because I will not become a good partner. So we cannot overpromise and under-deliver. So we normally wanted to be in the safe zone, and that's why we do 1 year. It's true that that doesn't prevent us to continue the same project. For instance, we are supporting the GAAPP Summit, I don't know for how many years on a row. Yeah. So in the end, I don't know if it will change the outcomes, but that's how we work in terms of budget.
Just to add to that, yes, we can, and I think we have several examples. The Speak Up for COPD Coalition is a great one, and my partners are part of it, and Roche as well. From a transparency perspective, we need to follow those yearly commitments in terms of budget, also because we as an industry are very, as you know, people are waiting for us to report back and say, okay, how did you spend the money and what organization did you actually benefit?
Yeah, so to that point, Sebastian, you gave me the perfect segue around evaluation and like impact. And historically, 5 or 10 years ago, when we were doing these kinds of reports back, we could just report on activity. It was very activity-based. And I've seen a trend over the last, I would say, 3 to 5 years, where we're looking beyond just metrics of activity towards actually impact and driving change. So can you speak to kind of that shift? Anyone have insight into, and do you foresee that is going to continue to be more, with fewer resources often comes greater scrutiny and a little more tightening of the return on investment, if you will? Yeah?
I'll just speak, from an advocacy perspective. I think we always think, a lot of our colleagues are very scientific-minded, rightly so. So the qualitative versus the quantitative kind of details and metrics of things. And I think it's important, at least from my perspective in advocacy, to incorporate both, because I think both have meaningful impact, right? The qualitative impact as well as the quantitative, how many folks did we reach, et cetera. So I think it's important to do both, and I think it's important to do both as we look ahead to the future.
I think I can just add to that and say that, yes, we are always looking to measure impact and ensure that that's captured when we're reconciling our funds, to ensure that they were used appropriately and to ensure that they were, it helps us to as well for future years as well, saying, okay, this was a successful program. This is something we need to consider doing again in the future.
So we are building a very complicated indicators pyramid. So in the base, we have the execution. So if the projects are executed on time and we can deliver where we have committed to deliver, that's important. Then the second one is about, reach and how many people, the numbers that you said, how many likes, how many people attending to your events. So that's basically good enough. But then we have 2 more parts in that pyramid. The next one is commitment. How you can get external stakeholders to commit, members of parliament, to do something in the direction that you want. And then the most difficult is the top one in the pyramid that not always we reach it, which is outcomes, which really, something pragmatical that indeed will change the patient lives. But at least so the two in the base are good enough. But then we are ambitioning commitments and outcomes, which is more difficult.
Yeah. I think it is challenging, especially in short time frames of a year, right, to always demonstrate that impact, that you can say, okay, yes, we engaged this many people, we had this many, likes, follows, shares, whatever on the social side, and yet, did that change behavior? Did that actually get you further along the continuum that you were hoping to achieve, the behavior you were hoping to achieve? That's something that I think takes typically much longer and is much harder to assess, right? But it is important that we're doing that we're going back to the people that we engage, that we educate, that we say, is this making a difference? Do we have pre and post evaluations in some of our activities like we saw in some of the best practices presented here? It doesn't always have to be, I think, like a super shiny, flashy report. It's really giving some of those anecdotes of changes in individual behaviors that are important. Yeah.
If I may add, Tonya, that's a really good point, because that way you're making our life easier internally, right? Just for us to sell, because we have to sell it to our internal stakeholders, right? We have to convince, and we're fighting with other people for same budget for other specific projects that are equally important than the ones that we're trying to promote, right? So if we report back in terms of outcomes and real impact that you have done, it is making our life easier just to convince them for next year or the next project to come.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to frame this. One of the things that I personally have been criticized for is working too closely with you guys as our industry partners. And culturally, it is quite different. In certain regions of the world, it's very normal to engage with industry, and in others, it's not. And the line that we've drawn at GAAPP is unbranded disease awareness, education, and shaping of policy and research, right? So we don't do anything that's branded. And you don't really want to cross that line either, right? So speak to us a little bit about that, your need, your desire to operate in a transparent, ethical, compliant fashion, and why that's so important to you on that side of the fence as well as to us.
I mean, even just 20 minutes ago, I was out in the hallway calling our ethics and compliance person to make sure I could sit on this panel, because we want to be as transparent as possible and show up as partners, and we really look at, Takeda always uses this phrase PTRB, which is, I sound like a billboard, patients, trust, reputation, business, in that order. But it really is, and patients really are at the core of what we do. So, I don't know if that answers your question, but
Yeah, and it is. I mean, you have restrictions that you have to operate under. It's not like they have the flexibility as individuals to do certain things. They are operating within pretty stringent systems.
If I can add something, this is connected with the first question that you made us. Where are we positioned in the organigram of the company?
Yeah.
And the reason why our positions are not in the commercial side is because our performance is not measured for the sales of our products.
Yes.
And that's why we have a purpose to help patients. And I think I am happy that I do not need to do anything branded, and I don't have to do it. That helped me to have more credibility. That helps the reputation of the company, and that helps the two sides of the conversation to feel comfortable.
Yeah. Great.
Maybe I can just add as well that we're bound by every single compliance, legal, regulatory framework that you can imagine, and we work really hard to engage as early and as closely as possible within those frameworks. So as my peers have said as well, we're always going internally and negotiating with our internal teams with compliance, right, to work with you guys really in the best way possible. And I think that ensures trust as well. And all of us are also, we also share transfer of value reporting. All of that becomes publicly available to really ensure trust with the community.
Yeah, And it is fundamentally about trust, right? And that if there is a time wherever, thankfully it doesn't happen with our established long-term relationships, where someone sort of starts to teeter across the line of asking us to do something that is maybe a bit too industry or too branded, or then we have that ability to clearly say, like, no, sorry, we're not doing that, right? Or this doesn't feel right, or this is not somewhere that we can really support. And that's okay. And so speaking about kind of long-term trust in that regard, one of the things that we've seen dramatically changed, as I said earlier, is patient engagement in research and development, and helping to design clinical trials, helping to craft recruitment materials and inclusion and exclusion criteria, disseminating data after it reports out. And how has that role evolved in your own time in advocacy, and the kind of the skill set of advocates in that realm specifically?
I mean, I can speak. So personally, our family was on a phase 3 PUP study since birth, and so that firsthand experience really helped to shape and guide my perspective of what clinical studies and patient-centered clinical trials really looks like and feels like to the patient and caregiver. I think that being said, in my personal career in biotech, I was in really, really early stage, even pre-IND. But at Takeda, we do things a little bit. Where I sit, we do things a little bit later, but we do have a patient engagement team that helps to bring in that patient voice to the clinical study and ensure, early engagement, that we're incorporating that patient voice, because it really is important, no matter where you are in the life cycle of the product, to ensure that we're doing right by patients, right?
Yeah.
If I may add, and Susan, of course, is the expert on this topic, so I'm just representing our voice here, but just the fact that patient partnership sits in the core team of every decision within Roche, it's already sent the right message in terms of there's no commercial or business or regulatory decision that is going to be taken without that patient input that needs to be given beforehand.
Yeah, so in Sanofi, there is a team that is not in our function. It's in the R&D, that they are also engaging normally through us, so we are helping us to connect with patient groups to understand what are the needs. Also, even for a specific protocol, I mean, if that protocol is feasible, or if patients needs to go too often to the clinic, or they can do something more efficient. So in that side, we are working very, very, very early. But now connecting with what you commented, in terms of patient engagement, we are now really obsessed in public affairs to really organize scientific exchange with patient groups, to be able to also to not make them Google, but provide the right conversation, the right data, and interaction with the medical team. In Europe, this can only be reactive, and you know that very well. Yes. So we cannot proactively go to patient groups and share, but in Sanofi at least, it's only reactive. So we need patient groups to submit an email asking for information, and it's only when that email is in our inbox we can then provide those information. So that's what we are doing. I think you owe to have the newest data, and to have also the experts at your disposal to be able to have this exchange. And that's why we are changed in the last years. We have had a lot of conversations with legal, with compliance, to be able to go in that direction.
And it is so interesting, because I often say, as we've begun doing more and more of this work at GAAPP and working with you as our member organizations, if you talk to two lawyers about the same, it's so interesting the way the interpretation of the compliance regulatory of, what role we can play in what way, and how to do that ethically and transparently and in the right way. It's so, the interpretation is very different across organization, and the risk tolerance level. And, I think that most people are surprised to learn that it's like 10,000 to 1 as far as molecules that are investigated versus those that are approved, right? I don't know many industries or careers where you can fail 90% of the time and still stay in business. But we're so glad that you continue to push that envelope of science and innovation, because without that, we wouldn't have the hope. We wouldn't have the new treatments. Our space of atopic and airways diseases is very fortunate that in the last 5 to 10 years, we've seen, significant new novel treatments and approaches, and yet there's still a lot of unmet need. And so having that dialogue, continuing to work together, but also understanding there's gonna be disappointments along the way. And how do we navigate that together? It really is something that goes fundamentally to that trust of like, hey, we're in this space, we're doing the best we can, assuming that everyone are good people with good intentions, really working with patients at the heart of everything they do. And that when we do have those disappointments or missteps, that we have those candid conversations and keep moving forward, right? Because pretty much every industry partner in this room or that we've worked with, there's been those tense moments of like, this didn't exactly go like we wanted, or maybe we weren't able to deliver on something that we thought we could, and being candid and transparent and honest about that, and not fearful that that's like, it's so transactional that that's it. So it's about trust, not transaction. Yeah, and I'm so grateful for you guys for that, and for all of our partners. It truly has made my job a lot easier in working with our core partners. So we have about 10 minutes, and I'm always a little reluctant to do this, but I am gonna open the floor for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Be nice. Don't be ugly to them. They're our friends. No, I'm just kidding. But it's not your rich uncle that you've got to ask to open his wallet or anything like that. No, but one thing that does come up very often is about why does it take so long to move from US and the Big Five of the EU to the rest of the world? And what can we do as patient advocates to accelerate that curve of like getting more products to more people, especially in low resource spaces? So any thoughts or questions or comments about that, and then we'll go to Melanie as the first question from the floor.
Just to that point, I think historically the EU and the US have provided, let's say, a more robust regulatory framework that has allowed the companies to actually submit and make sure that the process is being followed as it should, and then ensure that there's going to be reimbursement for that product. And that is just how the business works, right? So
they have more defined pathways.
Exactly, more defined pathway. That say, it doesn't mean that other regions like Latin and Africa and so on are really getting into that point, right? So we see a lot of efforts from WHO and for other key organizations at a global level that are really looking forward to that harmonization to make sure that at least the basic components when it comes to HTA and reimbursement are in place. So that's yeah.
And some of it is sheer numbers, right? Population and the market opportunity. I mean, it is still a business. And so I think understanding that some of that is driven solely by who is the market, and where can we go to get the biggest impact and return on that investment, especially if 9 out of 10 plus are failing. Yeah, so good. Okay, Melanie?
Thanks. Melanie Funk from Eczema Support Australia. We're just about to launch a Working Together guide in Australia, an updated version that's been co-designed between patient organisations and industry on this topic. We've talked a lot about transactional versus relationship type of interaction between industry and patient organisations. How would you describe what you do, transactional or relational? And if it's relational, what does that look like? What does that mean to you to move from transaction to a relationship with a patient organisation?
Maybe start with Miguel and we'll work our way down. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I will answer what you're asking because it's complicated, your question. Eh? For me, relationship means about people. That's the first thing comes to me. So I think we need to connect with people as people to really understand what you need and have an open conversations and what you need, what we can do and how we can find the middle point of a win-win relationship. I think that relationships should never be transactional. I think we should be, based on trust, based on open communication, and being accepting when the other part cannot do what you're expecting because probably we are in different frameworks. But I think it should be based on honest conversations and transparent. I don't know if that's answering your question, but that's what comes first.
So I think it's basically understanding what are the objectives from both sides, right? Being fully transparent from the beginning of, okay, we are a business, we need to provide this as a result. Your organization, what are your objectives? And let's try to find that common space where we can both work together. And that's when you build that relationship.
Yeah, I was going to say bi-directional, consistent communication, right? So every single one of these partners, we meet on a monthly basis. We have set times. The full team is engaged. Like we're talking across all the different pillars and the work that GAAPP's doing, just as equally as they're talking to us at what they're doing or what they would like for us to partner with them on. So it is that mutual respect and bi-directional, consistent communication that I think moves us from transaction to strategic. Yeah. Karen?
Hi, thank you all for coming. I'm Karen Rance. I am the Chief Medical Officer here at GAAPP. And so just wanted to follow up on a point that Tanya made, that when I look into have my wish list where I would like to see our continued successful collaborations go, it's really, an area that has not been fully realized is utilizing the patient's voice in the recruitment of said studies. Now, I recognize no one's directly involved with R&D, but certainly you all have colleagues and you're a part of it. Now, the tricky part is, this is my hypothesis, the tricky part in really getting the patient's voice into that area of patient recruitment is, as pharma, you hand that over to the CRO, right, the contract research organization, and there's limitations, there's guardrails. So even though the best and most mature, patient thought process going on within pharma industry, regardless of the size, sometimes is still limited just because of lack of awareness, because the message didn't quite get to the CRO in time, right? Because we hand that off, and they make the materials, and then, then of course, we all know how that goes if anyone's been involved in that. So I would just, wanted to really emphasize Tanya's excellent point that I think that's a great future, because I think we would all agree that our kryptonite, our nemesis for future development is often just getting the patients in. So that might be something considering to take back to your teams. Thank you.
Yeah, Kayla?
Yeah, I think, where we sit in global patient advocacy, we work really closely with our patient recruitment and retention colleagues on the clinical and R&D side. And one thing that we're, really proud that we do is really truly incorporate the patient voice into the materials, right? And so we work really closely with patient organization leaders to ensure that wording, that language, that look and feel, and again, from the PR and R side, are really, really incorporated, because we want to make sure that it's it's co-created and in a way that looks and feels right to the community, right?
Yeah, it benefits us all, right? We certainly field trials faster. We get to better data and better outcomes, and then hopefully approval. So,
so hi, Karen. I have a lot of thoughts on this because I do sit in R&D, and our teams are always coming to us asking about how can patient organizations support recruitment. Of course, there is a compliance framework around this. So something that we do actually is we work with the clinical teams to actually create the patient-facing materials ourselves, and Ruth is looking at me because her and Kristen have actually worked with me to create patient-friendly resources. and Ruth very nicely provided, I think it was like 60 comments one time. So we are really...
Don't ask if you don't want to know.
No. We do want to know. We do want to know. And I mean, we definitely hear the pain point about the CROs, but we also have, vendors and different agencies, and we really work super hard to maintain that relationship directly with the patient community and not outsource that or send that elsewhere. What we find out
100%.
sometimes is that...
Yes. We can applaud that. That's a huge applause, actually. Yeah.
What sometimes happens is we don't know what everyone is doing at the company, so we find out after the fact that a CRO or a vendor has actually reached out to a patient organization we already have a relationship with, and that can sometimes create some friction, but we work really hard to avoid that. And we also work just really hard to have patients reviewing those patient-facing materials, and even when there is a vendor involved. And we've actually been able to kind of there's been situations where we've been able to stop patient-facing materials going out, even if they were going to be delayed, to make sure that we had the patient voice incorporated in that, and that has really helped in our recruitment and retention.
Yes, for sure.
Tonya,
for sure.
I was going to say we have 3 more questions.
We have 3 more questions.
I will
and
encourage
Yep.
short question and short
one answer.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
So
we've got 3 already identified. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
They're going to be here all day tomorrow, so you can still ask your questions one-on-one.
Sure, Tonya.
All right, yes.
I'll be very gentle with our friends, especially to our Takeda friends. All right, my name is Edmund. I'm from Singapore, a very small country. So thank you so much for your invitation. Now, I have a very good experience with Takeda. I went to your office in Marina Bay in Singapore to share my life experience. My question is about patient productivity and patient health span. So as patient advocates for psoriasis and other skin diseases with Global Skin, World Patient Alliance, and other psoriasis association, we often highlight that skin diseases not only impact on health, but also on productivity, employability, and overall quality of life. So my question, how are your companies working beyond drug development to support patient holistically? For example, through workplace initiative, because earlier I heard that you have a 1-year annual plan. So if I were to share with you some of these workplace initiative, digital tools or collaborative program, locally, regionally, and globally, to ensure that effective treatment translates into better daily functioning, productivity, and social inclusion for people living with skin diseases in order to experience longer patient health span. So how would you propose for us to work together with you, locally, regionally, and globally? Thank you.
I'm happy to start. I'll try to be really quick, but from a policy perspective, the first thing is to translate that data into something that a policymaker cares about and to put a face behind those numbers, right? So that's what we do not only at a global level with WHO. Tonya just came back from UNGA this morning. Thanks for being here, Tonya. But really, is how do we translate that into messages that those policymakers that are making those decisions at a national level are really caring about those topics? I would say that's one of the ways.
I think you started your question by productivity, and I think that's a very important topic. So when we are helping also to elevate the burden of the disease, we also need to tackle productivity. And I know that for some decision makers, productivity probably is even more relevant than the clinical burden of the disease, unfortunately. So we try to incorporate that. Then going beyond that, if we can do beyond the assets of the medicines, if we can put in place together with the patient community projects that can help productivity, the answer is yes. The answer is yes, and that could be one example of one sponsorship what we can do to put in place or to develop or co-develop different tools that will support, the daily life of patients. So the answer is yes.
Very brief, please.
Very brief. Thank you so much. Okay, I have understood that we have been talking about patient voices inclusion. And I want to, say, I have always, looked for opportunities like this to always say this, that in including the patient's voices, why is it difficult that up to now, that when they are talking about research and they are talking about patients who can volunteer for research, they don't extend it to Africa? We have said just like we know about GAAPP, that GAAPP represents so many organizations, including many patient organizations in Africa who are credible, to bring forward, patients who could volunteer, for research purposes. I want to know, when will it begin? Because GAAPP publishes a lot of, research, yes, calling for volunteers, but you never can see Africa and, calling from African countries. Because if we do, we have people who will want to volunteer. Thank you so much.
So I think this does speak to sort of equity, inclusion, and trials and design.
I'm happy to start. Of course, I can only speak about Roche. We have a big footprint in Africa, not only from an affiliate perspective, but from the work we do. There's a specific project that is called the African Genomics Project that is actually looking into the continent genomic profile to make sure that the medicines are fit for purpose for the patients in the African region. So happy to share more information about it offline if you want.
Sure, I'll just add that we also have a global health team and are conducting studies in Africa as well, and we work to engage with patients in that area as well.
Great.
So the last two questions, we have Guadalupe from Mexico and then Gundula, and after that, I think we reach our limit.
Great.
Yeah.
Me voy a hacer para acá para que me vean.
She's behind. She's been hiding back here so patiently.
Hola, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias, Tania, Víctor, Migdalia, a GAAPP por invitarnos. Y gracias a ustedes por estar aquí. Yo la pregunta que tengo es, hay una dificultad para enfermedades de baja prevalencia. Se supone que todo este apoyo que dan los laboratorios y que abren hacia el apoyo a organizaciones civiles no tendría que ver con la parte comercial. Sin embargo, en los hechos sí tiene que ver con la parte comercial. Entonces, en enfermedades raras se nos convierte esto en algo muy difícil, porque o llega un medicamento y se posiciona y entonces ya no hay, se cierran las puertas para la organización o las organizaciones civiles, o no está el laboratorio dentro de la parte que maneja cada uno de los laboratorios. En mi personal convicción, lo que hacemos las asociaciones civiles, y parte de todas ellas estamos aquí y ninguna de todos nosotros trabajamos para lo mismo, lo que hace uno impacta al otro. Hay un impacto muy grande en el compartir enseñanzas, compartir trabajo, compartir experiencias y compartir la vida misma que uno lleva haciendo todas estas cosas. Y la parte de cerrar las puertas a organizaciones que ya no te van a significar comercialmente algo, significa para nosotros el estancamiento o la dificultad mucho mayor para poder realizar situaciones que apoyen a todos los pacientes, no solo en nuestros países, en mi caso México, como en todos los países. Gracias.
Thank you. So the essence of the question, and maybe Sebastian, you understood enough in Spanish to respond first, but the essence of the question was about rare disease spaces and again, like how you balance where to go, what to invest in, where to engage. And even in, I would say, chronic conditions, sometimes smaller organizations feel this pinch, this bind of like, how do I get them to work with me? Right? And how do I get them to support what we're doing? Yeah.
Respondo en español. Should I answer in Spanish?
Yeah.
Muchas gracias por la pregunta. Creo yo que lo que primero tenemos que tener en claro es que evidentemente somos un negocio, ¿verdad? Nosotros como industria farmacéutica. Es un negocio en la salud, entonces tiene que ver con vida y es muy importante tenerlo en cuenta. Pero al final nos toca responder con números como compañía. Entonces, más allá de eso es entender cómo traducimos esos programas con los que estamos trabajando juntos y le encontramos un link dentro de ese negocio que tenemos nosotros, es decir, esto está respondiendo a esta necesidad que tienen ustedes como organización con enfermedades raras, pero con muchos otros programas y nosotros como compañía. Creo que cuando se encuentra ese link se puede hacer de manera sostenible independiente de la enfermedad de la que se esté hablando o tratando.
Yeah.
Okay, so last question is from Gundula.
Thank you. I really want to say thank you for the support that the pharmaceutical company companies does for patient organization all over the world. And even small countries, I'm from Austria, benefit from that, and we could not survive. And I guess 80% of all patient organizations could not, because we don't get public funding, and we are NGOs and MPOs. But what I wanted to say, or maybe give you to bring it home, is that sometimes I realize that big topics which we discuss in this circle are not known in the local affiliates. They don't even know what we have been talking about. And if we want to implement some resolutions or statements or positioning papers into our country's advocacy work, we don't get support, because they don't even know what's going on a global level. Maybe they know what's going on a European level, but there is little interest to support us. This is something I really want to give to you, to take it home maybe, and maybe.
Yeah, Gundula, actually, I could not have teed that up better, because my last comment was going to be to you guys. The thing that I hear universally that we want to come back to you is, as I said before, unprecedented time for our community. 3 World Health Assembly resolutions, skin, rare disease, and integrated lung health, all at one time. A social participation that says nothing for us without us resolution, that says these people in this room, civil organizations, should be in every single part of that process making, right, with governments. And then now coming out of the political declaration, and again, member states saying universally, this should happen. How do we get that really the momentum, and just really quick, maybe 1 or 2 sentences about how we can work collaboratively as a community, industry and patients at the local level, at the regional level, and we're doing it at the global level. I think it's really at that local level that is the heart of Gundula's question, and honestly the thing that's keeping me up at night as I traveled back even from the United Nations this morning. How do we do that at the local level together?
Well, I want to say first that I also come from New York. I have just landed, and if you see me a little bit blizzy, it's because I have just landed from there, and I know that I agree with your question. I totally agree. I think we have to do more. So at least for this big resolution of NCDs, where asthma and COPD has been included for the first time, we have seen that gap, and then we are preparing a very strong toolkit for our affiliates to be able to engage with you at a country level, and to together also with other stakeholders like medical societies, and to really take that big hook for the implementation part, and that has been translated in something factual. But I agree there's much more to do. We have seen it, and we have put hands to take action on that direction.
Just really quick, I think the answer is, let's make it relevant for our local teams, right? A lot of our companies have affiliates, and we can create that connection. At the beginning, it could be that it's not a priority from a national perspective, depending of their other priorities that they have. But if we push it together, we can make it turn it into a priority. So I think it's to work with those local chapters.
Sorry.
Victor's giving us coffee. Yes.
Just super quick, I think one of the things, we talked at the beginning about, where advocacy sits within different organizations. And I think the one good thing about where I sit at Takeda is that we really help to create materials and help to support our country and local levels. And so I take that truly to heart to make sure that our local affiliates have understand the patient voice, understand the patient needs, understand the unmet needs in the disease community, so that when it does get to the local level, that they are fully equipped to best work with you all. Exactly.
Yeah. And encouraging that. I often say it's that top down, bottom up, and we meet in the middle, right? If we're that push and pull strategy, ultimately we'll get much closer to working together in a real impactful way. So thank you to my industry friends and GAAPP family. We are going to go to a coffee break now. We do have another round of the posters. And so let me do this. Oh, for those that are online, we are going to sign off and say, see you tomorrow, because the rest of this time after the coffee break is in breakout sessions. So goodbye to our online audience, and we'll see you tomorrow. And then again, 30-minute coffee break. We have the following organizations will be presenting their posters. And so we see kind of a mix of US as well as Australia and India, and so many different groups to learn from as we go through this coffee break. So we will be back in this room at 4:40 on the nose. 4:40 on the nose. Okay?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, guys. See you. Between you and happy hour. So come on in. Stephanie's going to give the instructions in just a moment. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So Stephanie is going to set up this last session for us. I was just trying to get the rest of the group back in as everybody's still lingering out. Yes. Too many great posters to see in that breakout for sure. Again, hopefully you are taking advantage of the poster time and engaging with different people and seeing what's working in their countries and getting ideas and learning from one another. That's the point of this whole exercise and of the 2 days. But this next breakout is really important because it is the basis for much of the 2026 planning we do at the regional level. So we talked about how important it is to have both global, regional, and local implementation of the strategies and of the various pillar work that we do. And so this session, Stephanie's going to set up for us on how we begin to work in our regions more effectively.
Okay, thank you. You see this QR code up here on the screen. If I could just get you to capture that, please. This is going to take you to a Miro board. But don't be fooled. That's not all you have to do. So if you do not have Miro installed on your phone, this will take you to that page, but you'll have to install the Miro app on your phone. And then you'll have to come back to this QR code to go directly to the page we want to go to. So I'm going to leave this up for just a minute until everybody gets it captured the second time. And while that is happening, I'm going to do a little surprise assignment of roles here. I know people love that. But we will need Vildana. You're going to lead a group. You're going to lead the European group. Okay? Tanya's going to lead the North American group.
Yeah.
Ashok, you're going to lead your group. Let's see. I think it was Migdalia is going to lead Latin America. And I'm missing someone, but I'll see it on the next screen. All right, have we all captured this twice?
Africa.
You go, Africa. But I don't see him. You go.
What did you come into?
Right.
Okay, so
I have to be
are
bad
we in?
cop and go arrest the people that are still outside.
All right.
I'm coming for you people. The bad cop has got to come into play here. Guys, if we could get back in the room, we're going to finish up with this last breakout. Ugo.
Okay. Would you be able to activate this screen for me? Bless you. This is where I sing? Yeah. I have a song about regional work.
Line dancing.
It doesn't move, so I can't see. Look at it. I don't know what's wrong.
At any rate, can I show the QR code again? In a moment, I can. I think they're trying to activate this screen for me.
Let me call you.
It's coming. Anyway, when you activate that QR code and you log in and you get your, you're able to get in, are you seeing a page that has like a whole bunch of sticky notes on it? Okay, good. All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have, Vildana, I'm gonna have you move just a little bit that way in the room. And she's going to represent the European groups. It should be a couple of tables, right? So maybe that table, the table's in that row.
I think she's fine. She just turned.
Mm-hmm. And so then this section here, I think we'll have as North America. And then if we could have Latin America here. It's coming, it's coming. And then Africa and Asia here, yes?
Asia, Africa, and what was next?
Asia, Africa, North America, Latam. It's going to have to be that big section back there.
And Europe.
And Europe over here. So, yeah.
So Europe is over there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Europe is to this side, North America here.
And for today,
Latam there, Africa here. Yep. Hello, my. Good to see you. You too. Thank you. Yes, I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. Great question earlier.
Stephanie, they need to log in.
I'll come back there.
North America. Oh, the QR code is what you're asking for. Yeah, just put the QR code back up because several people are asking for that. All right, Riley, you're at ours. My North America. Hi, Miss Jean. I didn't see you yet. You made it. Oh, hectic. Crazy. Crazy but good. Yes.
Are you going
There's another one of my North Americans. We're a small group. As far as people here. Yeah.
Okay,
well,
Europe is over here. North America. Latam. We have Africa. Asia. Yes? Okay.
Okay, you joining us? Yes?
Yes. Well,
I'm sorry. Yes, with us. Yeah. Well, you can go, if you prefer Spanish speaking, you can go to the central. Yeah, usually they go with Latam. Yeah, yeah. But you're welcome to join us in the U.S. It's just our health systems are so screwed up. So. Okay.
wow. Amazing. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for moving. Now then, for today, your assignment is to find the commonalities between your organizations. So, common goals that you have, common struggles that you have, what we're looking for. And you can build, you feel free to build on work that you have done at other summits, work that you have done in other regional meetings. But I'm asking you today to kind of follow those sticky notes that are written down the side of the Miro board. And we're going to do the first two. You're going to do the top 2 rows.
Okay.
Okay? So common themes.
Common priorities and common
that you have.
barriers are our top 2.
And I will circulate. I'm coming around.
Join us.
Okay, in about 2 minutes, I'm going to come around with the microphone, and your group leaders are going to do a little reporting out of your common themes. Okay? That's fine. You'll be able to read your notes. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? All right, you go. I'm going to start with you. You're going to report out from your group. Yeah.
Where is that? Where is that table date? Somebody should give me. Is that on the board? Okay, but it's too tiny. Can they? Like,
small. You can have this one. You use this one.
is it bigger? Oh, okay.
Yes. When you finish, you scroll down.
I'll continue from here for. No, give me. No, start from the first one. Okay. Many are brightened. What the too dark? All right. Now maybe use the more glasses. Okay. Okay. Please, can we have the attention of... Can we have your attention, please? You picked on Africa again, so that's it. Because it starts with an A and an F. Maybe Asia would have been there too. Okay, so talking about our, priorities, areas of priorities. We are talking about empowering our patients, for informed decisions. And then generally awareness and education. We're talking for the AMEA region, that's Africa and the Middle East. And then accessibility, prevention, diagnosis management, and treatment, especially in rural areas, because most of the activities, not that there are no activities, but in most of African countries, the activities are skeletal at the cities. There is not much attention, at the rural areas. Yes. And again, influencing government and public health policies that prioritize patients' voice and welfare. So policy, influencing policies, especially government policies and other public health care organizations. Most of their decisions and their policies seem broad, but most of the times they are restricted in terms of implementation at the city centers, in the towns. So that's one of the barriers we have. Yes, we experience in the broad spectrum of Africa, Middle East, areas. And then we are talking about the challenges. We talk about inadequate healthcare infrastructure. We have just talked about now. We have a structure. They have a structure. If you ask for documents, they give you the documentations of the structures, but they are not in existence. They are there, but at the level. Let's say you came to an African country to conduct a survey. They take you around the cities, and you'll find the structures right there. But from there to the bottom, they are not existing. Even where they have hospitals, you go there, you can't even have a nurse. It is prevalent. It's prevalent. But the structure may have been built there, they may launch it, but there are no personnel. There are no personnel. So the healthcare structure is not, is insufficient. Yes. Then we talk about insufficient funding and poor resource allocation. Right, when you come to their budgets, the government budgets, and even other organizations, public health organizations, they have budgets which they can present to you. But when they implement it, most of the times when it comes to the area of health, it may not be up to 10% implementation. So the funds, where do they go? But if you come to budget presentation, that's implementation, you will find out that the money was used, But what was it used for? And so, yes, not for programs, not for healthcare programs. Yes, not to talk about, there are we have some very strong organizations in some African countries and even Middle East countries. We have very strong organizations that can put pressure on the government, and that's what we are trying to, one of the take-homes for us here, that we'll try to put pressure on some of them so that it could really trickle down, and we'll have to hold them responsible to show, the work that they are doing, especially with the budgeting. Then we talk about shortage of skilled healthcare professionals and, the brain drain. Yes. We have professionals. We have universities bringing out nursing schools, medical schools in African countries that bring out top class, yes. But the truth about it is that because they don't have adequate compensation for them, as they graduate, many of them, that's what we call GAAPP. That's they run to the, to the developed countries. And the developed countries willingly accept them. They don't tell them to go home and develop your country. So many of them, it's amazing that when you go to the developed countries, some of the professionals who are doing well are from this area, Africa and the Middle East. Yeah, yes, it's always reported in the news. So that's one of the things. And then you talk about socioeconomic barriers, poverty, conflict, and instability. Most of these countries, you're hearing war here and there. You're talking about Rwanda, you're talking about Congo, you're talking about Burkina Faso, you're talking about Niger, Sudan, conflict areas, Nigeria, insecurity everywhere. In fact, at a point, there were some patients that couldn't even have access to, to medications. And I would like to mention here that it was one of these things that have even caused some of the companies that invested in these African regions to withdraw their investment, like JSK. And when they left, they didn't know the trauma that respiratory patients were going to go through, because that was when the inhaler was costing 30,000 naira, just for one. So that's that thing. We have limited awareness and public education. Well, we have mentioned that, so limited awareness and public education. That's what many of us who are here are doing, yes. Then we have environmental and lifestyle factors. When you talk about environmental, many of these states are oil producing. If you go, they have gas flaring up to today. So those regions like Nigeria, Niger Delta, they flare gas in the air. And you have human beings who are living there. So the environment is polluted. And they breed it. These people are made to breed them. And then you have funding constraints. Yes, I'm rounding up. This is the last one. Funding constraints. And that's exactly where we will never stop talking about what GAAPP is doing. But we're thinking that there could be more, especially with some other organizations. Thank you so much.
Okay. So my timekeeper just told me, that we're running out of time. So what I would like to do is, I can see Vildana's still populating, or Fanny's still populating in Western Europe here. But what we have spent time today talking about the common priorities, common barriers, which could be the same thing, right? Common priorities. Tomorrow we will have a chance to come together again, and we're going to talk about how these groups can work together for some of these common goals. We're going to set a common goal for each region, and things that we need to do to implement those goals. So I think we have another activity at this point, right, Victor? Do we have time? Do we have time to go through them all? If I give everybody, give them to, you want to? Okay. Okay. Tanya, I'm coming to you. Oh, Sanaz. Okay.
I will be really quick. So for our priorities, we bucketed into about 4 areas. First is access to pretty much everything: care, treatments, oxygen, diagnostics, and a lot of other things. Awareness as a whole, health equity, and then the last one is prioritization of funding and research. For the barriers, we have in 3 buckets. I'll just be really quick with these. So systems, we have fragmented care, different kind of federal versus state and province-based systems. Perception, so back to awareness, stigma, just believing that lungs are important, and then the patient voice still missing from some research.
Absolutely. I'm seeing some overlap already between these 2 sections. Vildana, I'm coming to your group. Okay.
Hello. First, I want to say that I was dreaming that one day we will be bigger than Latam, Sareal, and we succeeded very fast. So, towards priorities, we said patient organizations should be put as partners in healthcare system. Also, early diagnosis and early detection, fighting misinformation. Access to treatment and reimbursement, trial participants, funding, and researchers with the focus to rare diseases. And we define some of the barriers. When we talk about fighting misinformation, the barriers are, so we should educate more, do advocacy. We should empower patients and empower policymakers and media as well. And we keep talking that media sometimes would serve what we tell them if we have good relations. So it's a circle that we should tackle. When we talk about involve patient in trials, not only as participants, but also in co-designing of trials. Yeah, from the same beginning. Thank you. And I believe, is it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, to be understandable more, so to understand us more, and we should be perceived as the one who are objective and trustful. Thank you, and the one who sit at the table when advocate for our diseases. Yeah. Yes, doctors should prescribe patient organizations. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Migdalia.
Victor is going to read, but I am going to say something, Vildana. You are 23 and we are 30.
No competition here. But actually, yes, yeah. Okay, so we have a long list of priorities and challenges. So the 2 main priorities identified amongst 37 countries here, or no, 27, sorry. So better healthcare policy overall, and education campaigns and prevention. Those are our main priorities. But we also have better access to primary care, or better primary care, so to say, better data mining or data access, national registries, caregivers education, more genetic testing, testing and clinical trial access, education at school and community settings, and healthcare professional training. So those are the priorities. And then barriers, we have a lot of barriers. Surprise, right? The 2 main barriers that everyone has and every country has, it will be the access to care, diagnostics, and prevention, and inequitable access to healthcare. So social determinants. Other include lack of bad infrastructure, lack of data, lack of access to novel treatment, financial resources for healthcare, lack of financial resources for healthcare systems and patient organizations, no integral care or interoperability amongst different stakeholders, lack of specialists, lack of unified healthcare, lack of political will to do anything about that, lack of awareness at the social level, environmental barriers, eco-anxiety, as Marilyn says, difficulties on patient registration, and lack of access to latex-free environments.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to move over here to Asia. Who is your spokesperson?
Well, again, as we discussed earlier too, Asia Pacific represents a diverse kind of a background. And so we had, it was interesting to come to some common conclusions. The first important thing was the common priorities. One of the most important things that each patient organization felt that the funding to patient organizations in this part of the world is much less. The industry is not as supportive as they really placed when they came to the platform today. So one of the things that we felt that, yes, they've been so positive, so outgoing, and so supportive to most parts of the world. Asia Pacific doesn't. The patient groups really are facing a lot of resource crunch, and I think one of the most important areas, at least as the GAAPP organization, should raise the issue that yes, these patient groups need support. Then among other things, the barriers are, there is a lack of good public education, and there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation being circulated. And for example, there is vaccine hesitancy. There are many other similar issues of misinformation, disinformation. And so the patient groups would love to work in these areas. And then we also want a good collaboration with the medical fraternity, because with the good collaboration is important, because this is going to bring in a better patient care. And then the patient and the family needs to be engaged together. And we also need to bring in the healthcare policies, because that's another priority area where there is a variable in different countries because of their own socio-political issues. And so health care as a priority has to be brought into the governmental policies. Then the second was when we are looking for the strengths and successes, one of the, okay, yeah, okay, then.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so hearing lots and lots of commonalities, even among all the groups. But tonight, part of your homework is think about what you could do as a group, and come prepared tomorrow to discuss as a group your ideas that you have for a common goal, a common project, a common direction that you have. And we're going to come up with what your strengths are tomorrow. We're going to come up with what your common strengths are tomorrow as a group. And then you're going to set a primary goal statement. So that's your homework tonight. Think about your strengths as a group and what you bring to the table. And we're going to work on that tomorrow. I think it's first thing tomorrow in the morning. Okay, so thank you all so much for your cooperation. You've done great work. And we're going to continue to build on that. So let's see, I've lost Victor. I see him. Okay, so I think now we move to the skill building.
So the way we're going to do this skill building, we have one fast speed dating round activity between us and our party this evening. And we decided that we would do this across the 4 pillars of awareness, education, research, and advocacy. And so we're going to ask the European group to stay together, the LATAM group to stay together, and the Asia group to stay together. And then Africa and North America, you're going to come together as one group. So that's the 4 groups. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? And it's going to be, you're going to stay seated in your groups, and the 4 pillar leaders are going to do a real quick speed dating exercise. We want everybody to take out your phone, We're going to teach you in the next 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes, how to use AI or digital tools to create a targeted resource for your organization, for your country, in each of the 4 pillars. So you're going to walk out of this next session with an awareness tool that you created, an education tool that you created, an advocacy tool that you created, and a research tool that you created in 40 minutes. Do you think we can do it? We don't have internet. That's a problem. This is the problem with AI right here. The best laid plans. All right, I'm going to fill the gap for just a minute. So again, you guys are going to stay seated, except for these 2 groups. We're going to come together if my Africa group can move over. And when they say go, then we will start in the 4 corners and move. And I'll have a timer, and when I say time's up, then your next person will come to your group, okay? Does everyone kind of understand what we're doing and the purpose of this? It truly is a speed dating, skill building exercise.
Everyone slept so well after having a lovely night together. Festive. You may not recognize me in my regular clothes today without the costume on. But I'm so glad everyone is here today. We appreciate you getting up so bright and early to join us today. We have a lot to share with you from Speak Up for the last year and things that we have planned for the remainder of the year. So this is our agenda. It looks like a lot, mostly because it is. But the first things that we're going to do today is we're going to be looking back on the year, but moving forward together. So I'm going to talk a little bit about who we are, because some people in the room may not be aware of who Speak Up is, what we do, what our plans are, our objectives. We'll talk some about the coalition activations that we've had for 2025, and then I'll give Tanya a chance to talk a little bit about the UNGA meeting that she attended earlier, and then some of the events that we have planned for the rest of the year. So who are we? Who is Speak Up for COPD? It's a global coalition, and the goals are to advance the recognition of COPD as a public health priority. And that's really it. We want COPD to be a focus. We want it to get the attention that our patients deserve. And that's all we want. And we don't think that's too much to ask. So our approach is evidence-informed engagement, patient-centered advocacy, and policy influence at the global, regional, and national levels. And that's where you all come in. So I'm glad to see so many faces here this morning interested in Speak Up for COPD, because we really need you to speak up for COPD. So looking back at 2024, 2025, we had these were our main points of focus. Policy influence, we had a lot of input. Tanya was very present at the table with the WHO and the lung health resolution. Global visibility, we did presentations at ERS side events, WHA side events. This year we're going to have the GOLD conference that happens in Philadelphia in November. We'll have learning labs there, and we can talk more about that separately if you want to know more about what learning labs are. There were some UNGA side events, and in October we will be in Berlin at the World Health Summit doing a side event that will be Speak Up branded. So we're hoping to get a lot of people, a lot of visibility there at that event, people who may not have ever heard of the Speak Up for COPD coalition. This year, we have spent a lot of time and energy with an Ipsos survey, an Ipsos poll. And we polled 14 different countries, policymakers throughout those countries, and asked them basically, what do you know about COPD? And I think you would be surprised to learn that 2 years ago when we did this survey, the recognition of the term COPD was pitiful. Most policymakers did not know that COPD was associated with the lungs. I'm going to say that one more time. Policymakers didn't know that COPD was a lung disease. So we had a lot of work to do over the course of 2 years, but we're going to go through some of these results here in a few minutes. We expanded our partner network. We had new organizations come alongside us for this important work, and we've created assets, and we're developing toolkits to help people get the message out. And here are just some different, the framework of the activation. So you can see the policy platform, the communications, what we were doing for activation, and our global alignment. But we think the time is now. The time is now. The word is out. A lot of efforts are being made. On the fronts of the UN General Assembly, we have the integrated resolution, and those are important tools that you can use to go back to your countries and say, look, these important global alliances are saying that this should have our attention, and it should have our attention. So you have something that you can take with you and use that as leverage to get in the door and have those conversations. And some of our, let me start here. As we move into Q4, the Speak Up for COPD campaign continues to grow in reach, purpose, and global collaboration. And this is true in this gray box. What began as a call to raise awareness has become a vibrant, multi-partner movement powered by patient advocacy groups, data-driven insights, and shared commitment to change. And we have organizations, we have wonderful industry partners in the coalition. We also have fantastic patient advocacy group partners, and they are all eager to get the word out and share the message of the Speak Up for COPD campaign. Earlier this year, let me just see a show of hands. How many of you were in Amsterdam earlier this year for the Respiratory Summit? Yeah, several of us. So we started that work then. We were making mention of Speak Up for COPD. We wanted to kind of lay the groundwork for Speak Up for COPD, all leading up to this point today. I spoke earlier about the Ipsos Mori survey. We have regional support, the Gold and WHS events, and World COPD Day. And we have a wonderful plan for World COPD Day that I hope all of you in this room will take part of. See if you can find yourself in this picture here. It's a tiny little image. But the summit was really split into two key sections. On day one, we focused on developing country-specific and short and long-term roadmaps. And we talked about the lung health resolution. We had advocates that came in and helped us really sit down in our small groups and develop those long-term goals and those long-term plans. I have reached out to several of you since then to get feedback, to get updates, to see how we can help, to see how we can keep your momentum going. And I will continue to do that. I will continue to reach out to you to see how I can help you further your work. So the Ipsos Mori poll. This was really fascinating. We had 210 policymakers in 2022. This year we had 146. It was a little harder to get people this year. It was a little harder to get policymakers engaged. But the Ipsos team worked really, really hard to get that number as high as we could. We were pulling the same 14 countries in both years. And I want to show you some of the results. Some of the key findings were that COPD and understanding remain quite limited. We know that COPD is kind of a term that people don't recognize. They more often will recognize emphysema or bronchitis, but when we start talking about COPD, there's often a little bit of a gap between what they understand and what we need to help them understand. They tend to understand diabetes or heart disease first and foremost, but if we can come alongside that and say many of the people who we know live with COPD also have heart issues or also have issues with diabetes. So we're not talking about different groups of people, we're talking about the same people who also have this lung disease that we want to draw attention to. We understand that the policy, the COPD policy, varies quite a lot region to region. And so it's important for us to have a handle from you. It's important for us to have a handle on what those policies are and how they're changing, or if there are things that are in the pipeline that we need to be aware of from local or regional levels. We also understand that from the policymaker perspective, that stigma associated with COPD is very strong. And they would even say that they think that a lot of the limitations for policy and a lot of the limitations that they have to change things for healthcare is because of the stigma. So we have a lot of work still, I think, to do around the stigma. And then a proactive strategy is seen as essential to address COPD. I think policymakers would agree that COPD does represent a huge burden for their health systems, for the lives of the people that they lead. They understand that it's there, but they haven't put anything really in place to make those efforts, to make those changes. So I think of all the countries that we polled, none of them have a national action plan or anything similar to that for COPD. And so that's one thing that we can work to do. So awareness is up, but it still continues to lag behind other chronic conditions. So you can see in 2022, you see the COPD box there I have highlighted in red. In 2022, the 37% of policymakers knew a fair amount about COPD. And then up this year in 2025 to 59%. So that's quite a lot, right? I mean, that's a pretty good improvement. I think that's something that we should be proud of. It's still not anywhere close to obesity, diabetes, heart disease. So we have a long way to go to make up a lot of ground. So what were the policymaker impressions? I think as we see here, that most people think COPD is an economic burden, and it should be a higher public health priority. And you can see here on the pie chart, 33% strongly agree that COPD is a significant burden, and 43% agree that COPD should be a higher health priority. And yet, we still find people who are reluctant to have these discussions about what we can do to change, what can we do to motivate, what can we do to really make things different for our healthcare systems. And so today, you are here as we are releasing these results for the first time, these results from this Ipsos Mori poll. We have created social media tiles, we have created infographics, we've got a press release that should be going out this morning talking about these results. We have website updates, so if you were to go to the Speak Up for COPD website this morning, it would have different information on it than it did yesterday. So if you want to go there and take a look, you can see the beautiful infographic that's been created, and we're working on updating that with the new lung health resolution information from the UNGA meeting that's been happening this week. But you can see here we've created very striking graphics, and we want to be able to use those in social media, in newsletters, emails, and that type of thing to really begin to create brand awareness so that when people see this yellow and the black, they think Speak Up for COPD, and they know exactly what we're asking them to do. I want to come back to this one, I think. So some of the collective activations in the second half of 2025 were the UNGA meetings and the side events that happened this week, the GAAPP Summit that's happening now. We have ERS that'll be happening just immediately following this meeting, the WHS side event in November, the Learning Labs, and World COPD Day. Tanya, do you want to take a moment to talk a little bit about the UNGA meetings?
I do and I don't.
I know.
Good morning, everyone. Sleepless night, for sure. So yesterday, Unfortunately, the United States, as the primary organization that objected to the political declaration, did sort of stall the effort in a large degree. It evolved all night, as far as I can tell, from the back and forth of the people that are on the ground there. And the major issues that were held had nothing to do with health. Really not at all, but definitely not with COPD as our main focus of this conversation. The main issues have to do with taxation on SIN products, so money, finances, and the lack of desire to support those policies, and health equity with topics around abortion, gender equity, those types of things. So those are the two main sticking points that the United States put in writing and made the objection on the floor yesterday. My understanding as of this morning is that this really is just kind of posturing, which unfortunately has become more of what's happening from the United States leadership over the last weeks and months, but that in 2 weeks, the political declaration, as it is written, will still go forward for the formal General Assembly vote. So everything I'm hearing this morning is that what we have will still move forward, and the language that we have, I'll share later this morning, but it's very general about diagnosis, treatment, prevention, and long-term management of asthma and COPD. So establishing national policies, advancing it, I don't think our language will be touched at all. And what will happen in 2 weeks is that there will be a vote, and it will not be unanimous, but the majority of member states will sign on, and the declaration will move forward. So while I am embarrassed and ashamed of my own country, which is a hard place to be this morning. It doesn't change what we're here to do. And as I said to you yesterday, we have to put all of our nationalism aside and do what's right for the people we serve. Period.
So I wish that had gone better yesterday. I wish we had something different to report this morning. But as Tanya said, I think we can look forward to 2 weeks and still maintain that hope that will be passed. And that hope is there. So another thing that the Speak Up for COPD Coalition has done this year, I'm going to go back, if I can, to the regional support. It's been very important, not just to GAAPP, but it's important to the Speak Up for COPD Coalition to provide assistance to regional partners as they have applied for funding for certain projects. They have applied, it's a kind of a rigorous process that we have them go through to apply for this funding. But we have agreed this year to fund 3 separate programs in 3 regions of the world. So we have one that will be taking place in Mexico, one that will be taking place in Canada, and one in India. And we are very, very proud of these organizations. So yes, give them a round of applause because they really have, they've worked hard to get this funding, and we're very proud of them. Oh, look, it activated on its own. That's good. I didn't do that. We've talked a little bit about these. Okay, so World COPD Day. That is coming up in November. November the 19th is World COPD Day. And I want to talk a little bit about amplification and how important this is. So if you look at 2022, there was strong engagement from partners, from patient advocacy groups, and influencers all around the world. And we had 570 plus social media posts using that Speak Up for COPD hashtag in 2022. We had 4.9 thousand social media engagements and 22 patient advocacy groups that helped support that message. In 2024, we had 770,000 targeted impressions. We had 2.9 thousand targeted clicks to the Speak Up for COPD website. We had so much more engagement in 2024. But what I'm looking forward to is 2025. 2025 is going to be, like I said, it's a big year. This is our moment. People are talking about these lung health resolutions. People are still talking about lung health, air quality, all of those things, and it all affects, it's all driven to the same point. So we want everybody here to help us amplify this message this year on World COPD Day. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what that is, what we're going to be planning. And I'm going to use, because I am old, I'm going to use old language. So you remember Twitter, when Twitter was Twitter? Remember Twitter chats? Does anybody remember Twitter chats? Okay, we do, right? So we're going to have something that's similar to a Twitter chat, but we're not going to call it a Twitter chat. We're calling it a social chat, social COPD chat. And we're going to post these on LinkedIn and Facebook. We're going to do this in cycles because COPD is happening, COPD Day is happening, for 24 hours across the globe. We're going to have this in 3 separate time zones. And we're going to do this, throughout the day. We're going to post a series of questions. We will send you the questions ahead of time so that you can prepare your responses. Okay, does that sound good? You can have prepared responses. That way, when the question pops up on LinkedIn or on Facebook, you know exactly which response to put into that answer. And then you amplify that message, and you share it throughout your whole network. And that way, the Speak Up for COPD name and the message gets sent all around the globe. So we're going to do this, like I said, on November the 19th. We're asking for your help and to kind of help incentivize that and to help you with the promotions of that. We are going to have our communications grant for that time be related to your activity and your participation in this social chat. And that would be 200 euros, I think, for each organization that participates in the social chat. And I think we would love it if we could see your organization using that hashtag. Does that sound good? Is anybody interested? Okay. So after this meeting is over, if you are interested in participating in this social chat, I'd love to talk to you because I want to be able to connect with you. If you have questions about how this works, I want to be able to help you understand how it works. I don't want there to be any reason for you not to be able to participate. So come to me, find me. I will help you. We'll walk through this together. But I think this could be a really huge opportunity for us if we all come together and use this same language. And then moving forward into 2026, we haven't come together as a coalition yet to discuss exactly what our priorities are, but I wanted to give you some ideas of things that are possible for us. We can continue to create toolkits for policymakers, for advocates, for people who need assistance going in to speak to their policymakers, to write letters, to send emails, to make phone calls. We can continue to make those kinds of toolkits, whatever is needed to help the message become loud and clear. We're thinking we might be able to do a website refresh, go back into Speak Up for COPD, create some new content, give people a reason to come back and visit the site again and again. Country level campaigning, maybe there could be some local activations. We would love to be able to have more impact on the ground. We want to be able to share this Ipsos data that we now have in our hands because we know we are making a difference. We could see that difference when we saw from 37% of policymakers now to 59% of policymakers at least have heard of COPD and know a reasonable amount about it. We've made a difference. We can do more, but we need your help. And then we would love to be able to continue to expand the coalition. And I think that really the strength is in numbers. The strength is in how loud can we amplify our voices. And we really are in need of your help. And we appreciate you being here and appreciate your interest in the Speak Up for COPD work. So thank you very, very much for your time and your attention this morning. And we'll continue today.
I'm going to ask if there's any questions. Sorry, guys. I'm so frustrated. It's been so much hard work. And we had so much positive momentum coming out of the World Health Assembly with the resolutions that I think I was like, surely this is not going to roadblock. So it's been a really frustrating 24 hours. And it doesn't mean it's over. It just means, it's unprecedented that a nation stand like that and make those kinds of, posturing statements against what is scientific evidence of the best practice. All of the things in the declaration are standard evidence-based best practice. So that's the frustration you hear coming from me this morning and the emotion of this whole thing. Yeah, Ruth.
Why was everything bundled together? Because it sounds like the sticking points were very clear that this administration was going to object to. So why is everything bundled together?
Good question. That is the process. It's just a political declaration, and that's just the way it moves forward and so there was a zero draft that was released earlier this year. The history of the zero draft, we have no input into the zero draft. It comes out, and then you get to respond to it. It was terrible. It actually had one line for asthma and COPD, and it was all about access to inhalers and oral systemic steroids. That's what it said. Period. My head exploded in that moment. And we went to work behind the scenes, working with different contacts and member states and efforts to get it more aligned to the World Health Assembly resolution language that did focus on all stages of prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and management, and called for national policies. So those were our sticking points of our portion. And ours is literally 2 lines out of thousands in this document. So we go to work, and many in this room also go to work behind the scenes, having conversations with member states, getting the zero draft updated. It was better in the first draft. It was better in the second draft. The third draft, which is the draft that is now is the final draft and published, publicly available, is where we landed, and the more comprehensive for us. But the issue is that that's the way it goes. It's a single document, and it's a single vote. And again, historically, that's all been done unanimously. Countries stand, as part of the United Nations, countries stand in unison on something like this. In solidarity. But today or yesterday, the U.S. was so highly objective to the 2 areas that I mentioned, what they call sin taxes on sugary drinks, tobacco, the taxation and financing, and so against the health equity, gender equity piece that they vetoed. And so it does mean that it still moves forward. It just moves forward with a lack of unanimity to the vote in October. So I still think we'll have our portion of the declaration. I guess what I'm saying, come October, come World COPD Day, when we're all speaking up, when we're all doing what we do every day, but when the world is actually listening on a day that is, and is designated for this recognition, it's ever more important that we say, put all this political BS aside. Put people first, especially people that are the most vulnerable. And that's what we're talking about in this population. There's no other disease I know that ranks third in morbidity and mortality and somewhere in the, 30, 40, 50, 100th for funding. It doesn't happen. And yet, every single one of our countries, if you go and get the data, I promise you that's the case. What did you say yesterday, Mike and Jean, as far as it's third in the US for morbidity and mortality, but 178 for funding? Is that the stat that we're using in the US? So as far as what our government actually supports in research and funding for programs, 178th out of all diseases. For a disease that is killing 400 people an hour. I'm sorry, I don't cuss, and I want to yell every WTF. This is crazy. It's crazy. And so I hope that this morning that you see, number one, there's been such a tremendous amount of work by so many people in this room to push this forward in their own companies' agendas, in their own organizations' agendas. And we're not giving up. We're going to continue to speak up and may even scream up in the coming days, weeks, and months about how ludicrous it is to not put a line in the sand to do something different when it comes to COPD. So again, thank you for your continued support of this project. It is a flagship project for GAAPP. It's our largest project. It's the one that has the most resources and that we do spend a lot of time on. And even if it's not your primary disease area, I beg you to please, especially this year, let's make some noise on World COPD Day and beyond through the rest of the year, okay? Thank you, guys.
You have a little bit of time. We will start our main sessions of the summit at 9 a.m. So you have a little bit of time to go out, get you another coffee, stretch your legs a little, and be back in here at 9. Okay, thank you. Great job.
Good morning. They did already in saying to me, but yes, thank you. Good morning. Day 2 GAAPP Summit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. Thanks, everybody, for getting up and for a new day. Many of you were in the room earlier, so I'll just go ahead and out myself. Today is my birthday. I am... I laughed and said, some people are such narcissists that they'll go to such great extremes to have a birthday party. I mean, right? Fly all your favorite people from all over the world. No, this is not about me. But seriously, I am turning 53 today. And so starting my 54th time around the sun of this world. And I, every day, wake up in gratitude. It's the very first thing I do is to stop and thank God for the things that are most important in my life and for just breath in my lungs every day. And today was a hard day to do that, honestly. For those of you who weren't in the breakfast, overnight we learned that the United States blocked the political declaration, unanimous vote. And they did so based on some concerns around health equity and health financing, specifically tobacco taxation, sugary foods taxation, all the things that we in this room know are best health practices. And so this morning, as I awoke and gave gratitude, it was a hard thing to do, to be honest, because on one hand, it's the first morning that I wake up somewhat ashamed of my nationality. Yeah, and I've said this to several of you personally, but I need to say this publicly for me in this moment to give myself grace for today. Because I woke up at midnight and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. and trying to come to grips with the blessing of another year. As many of you know my story as a cancer survivor, the blessing of another year is something to be grateful for. Balanced with the disappointment of the events of the last 24 hours and embarrassment of my country and the decision to not support the UN political declaration. And then, as amazing as God is, he reminded me that who else would I want to be with on this day? That he orchestrated this day for me to be surrounded by the 200 people who are in this with me, who are in this with me at a level that even my own blood family can't quite get, because it's not their life's work. And this is my life's work. So, sorry to start with tears, but that's how I spent my morning. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Finally fell back asleep after 3, and then slept through the alarm. So that's always a good thing. But thank you for giving me the grace and space to be honest with you this morning about how blessed of a day this is to be with you on my birthday and to have GAAPP Summit fall on this day, but also how bittersweet and hard today is. Because again, just like I said yesterday, we have to shut out the rest of the world to some degree in this 36 hours. We have to put wars and conflicts and geopolitical tensions aside in order to carry our work forward. And so I had to take a dose of my own medicine this morning and really, do I believe that? Do I trust that? Will I lean into that today more than ever? So thank you for being here. Thank you for letting me have my birthday party on a grandiose scale. And thank you, more importantly, for being in the trenches with me every day of the work that we're doing to advocate on behalf of and I'm not going to ever stop saying that, 1 billion people on the planet that these 200 people in this room are fighting for every single day. So I'm honored to be a part of this community. Thank you. And to lead GAAPP. It really is just my life's calling in my work professional life. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I also realize I don't have the clicker, so I can't advance. Thanks. Okay. So, again, we would like just to reinforce, there's a few people in the room today that weren't in the room yesterday, and so we wanted to share once again, GAAPP has committed to a neutrality and political positioning statement. We stand with peace and every country's right to sovereignty and the right to live in peace and prosperity. That is what we stand for here today. And regardless of what's going on around us, our mission stays the same, and that is to improve patient lives everywhere, regardless of country, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender, or politics, right? So we're going to put all of that aside. It's outside of this room, okay? Yes, it impacts our work. Yes, it is a core part of our work, but it will not disrupt our work. It will not disrupt our work. That's the resolve that I stand with you here today. So again, we will keep moving forward in that. So we're going to start kind of in a different format of breakouts from where we started yesterday or where we left off yesterday. And I'm going to ask Stephanie to come up and give us a few details on how we advance that. And they want you to be on the stage because that's the only way the microphones pick up. Good morning to our online partners. I'll get it for you. Forgot to say that. Good morning, online community.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. You all look so beautiful sitting out here, so wide awake. You've all had your coffee. You've been for your morning walk. You're ready. Right. Okay, so we have a little bit of a small group activity that we're going to do this morning. If we could pull up the condition-focused Miro board. They're gonna, yeah. Okay, so this morning, we are going to break out into small groups, and I'll tell you what those groups are here in just a moment. But I want to give you an example of the work that I'm asking you to do today. So this morning, just for an example, these are just examples. This is not by any stretch of the imagination correct. These are just things that I made up. So let's say we were in the allergy focus group this morning. And this is for food and environment. We would be looking at 3 questions today. We have, what's standing in the way of your progress as a condition focus? What's standing in the way of your progress? The second question, where is momentum happening? There's work that's being done, and there's fantastic work that's being done. So where is that momentum already happening? And where can we get behind that? So what do we need more of to keep that momentum to continue? And then the last set of questions, what concrete actions or collaborations can we take forward from here? So I just took a few minutes and I sat down and I thought, if I were in that group, perhaps we would come up with these group notes. So you see, there's here, some of the things that I thought maybe there would be, what's standing in the way of our progress is there's limited public understanding between allergies and intolerances. Maybe. Maybe something else would be there are long wait times for allergy testing in many regions. Maybe that's another thing that's hindering us. So where is momentum happening? Maybe they would say we have resources for awareness and for awareness raising campaigns, or maybe we are collecting data from organizations to highlight the burden of allergies. Maybe those are things that are already happening and we have a lot of momentum and a lot of work is being done in that space. So where can we have concrete actions? They might say we need to advocate for legislation on cleaner food allergen labels, or build a repository of patient and caregiver stories. These might be some of the notes that come away from the discussion, right? So in the next column then, Kristen is doing a fabulous job back there. It's hard to drive these things. So some of the key takeaways we have then would be that awareness is low, that we have an access to testing barrier, and that the GAAPP MOs have an opportunity to amplify shared campaigns. So that might be our main takeaways. And then what are some actions that we can take as a condition-focused group? We might be able to share existing educational materials between organizations. The MOs may contribute to a simple survey. We may be able to translate or adapt GAAPP resources that would be effective for local or regional campaigns. These are just examples. So this is the example of the work that I want you to do when you get with your small groups in just a few minutes. Does that help to have examples like that so you can kind of see where we're headed? Okay. So right now, we have allergy and food environment, allergies for food and environment, and we're going to be over here on this side of the room, and Karen, that's you, I believe, that's going to lead that group. So will you stand up so everybody can see you? Okay, so if you're in allergies, you're going to be working with Karen today. Now if we can scroll up just a little. Okay, we have Alpha 1 as a group. That's going to be with me, and we will be over here at this far corner. Okay? The next is asthma, and that will be with Tanya. And I'll have you probably you can stay where you are probably. Yeah, think you can say where you are. And then we will have atopic dermatitis and chronic urticaria. And that is Vildana. Where is Vildana? There she is. So I'll have you here in this second section of tables. And then we have COPD and bronchiectasis, and that will be with Kristen, and she's at the back right now driving the computer, and Victor. And I'll have you at the back. Good, Victor, you're in the right spot. I didn't even tell you to be there. That's where you guys will be for COPD and bronchiectasis. And then we will have pulmonary hypertension. We'll be in this back corner back here with Stephanie Petty. Now let's see Stephanie. There she is. There's Stephanie Petty. All right, so if we could just take a moment, gather your things, and move to your section where your group leader is. Thank you so much, and I'll be making my rounds.
This is the first I've heard about it, so tell me what I'm doing.
So you'll just be facilitating? I know we were dermatitis and chronic urticaria.
Woo-hoo!
Oh. Everyone has 3 minutes. 3 minutes to do a report out.
Okay, talk fast.
Okay. Hi. I'm going to go start my time.
Okay. So first, I have to thank to all the members of this group because we have health economics experts, we have clinicians, we have researchers, of course, we are all patient advocates. So it was really a pleasure to work around these two topics, and we needed to answer 3 questions regarding atopic dermatitis and chronic urticaria. So it was very fruitful discussion, and we even came to a very good proposal, and I'm going to tell you at the end of my speech. So the first question was what's standing in the way of progress? So what we heard from yesterday and from today, we talk about misinformation, infodemia. We talk about lacking of education. Biomarkers are lacking in widely available biomarkers for predicting disease, treatment response, and also therapeutic barriers. Now we have atopic dermatitis and chronic urticaria. We know that we have a lot of improvements when we talk about atopic dermatitis, but when we talk about chronic urticaria, even though omalizumab made a great success, a lot of regions still, just treat chronic urticaria patients with antihistamines. So also high costs, so under treatment diagnosis. This is something that is very general to every therapeutic area. Also, what we heard here is lacking of standardized international guidelines. We just heard from China that they do not, let's say their physicians or policymakers do not follow some of the international guidelines. And also something what I find very, very important, and that we heard through several questions, is consistency in care. So we all know that primary care physicians do not communicate that well with the specialists. Or what happens when we go to specialists? Do we have does our primary care practitioner get feedback and similar? And when we come to the second question, which is where is
Vildana, maybe you go to concrete actions. You are 2.5 minutes in.
Oh my God. Okay. So concrete actions. I'm sorry. Just momentum is great. So right now we believe it's a time for dialogue. So this is one of the action point. We should sit together and start communication, because right now we have some of data that we can offer. But what we heard from here is that we should work around a WHO resolution. We go to the bullet points, to the guidelines, and say we can work on this. We can scale it to our region and get back to GAAPP with data, and then use it to advocate internationally. So this would be like action point that we can work around. What else? Did I miss something? No? Okay, so, and to develop tool to measure impact of disease. This is very important for quality of life. So we all know comorbidities, mental health, everything that is involved, not only for us as a patient, but for a whole family. So we believe we can develop something that we can measure.
There is a tool. We just have to use it.
Or use already developed one.
Yes.
PRID and GRID, yeah,
Yes.
that's something that we already mentioned. Yeah, thank you very much, and sorry.
Great. Nice job. Nice job.
Very nice. And the
3
data-
minutes goes fast, guys.
It does. 3 minutes is fast. But the data matters, right? Being able to collect the data, it matters. It really sings. Okay, I'm going to come over here to allergies. Who's going to be your spokesperson? Karen? Okay.
All right, Karen. 3 minutes.
Okay. Great. We had a really good discussion, and overall, spoiler alert, there's a lot of work to do, right? So what's standing in the way? General lack of awareness among patients, among healthcare providers, among policymakers. And that covers the gamut, whether you're talking about contact allergies, food allergies, environmental allergies, all of them are lacking awareness. So when we go to where is momentum happening, we do see some work in India that is ongoing, and they've got some momentum there, certainly through medical society. The U.S. has some momentum, but again, I want to spend my time with you all just updating what our thoughts are as far as concrete steps. So the concrete steps that we believe that we can make really begin with awareness. There in Argentina, there is an outcry about addressing the latex allergy issue, and how could we raise awareness there? They have one hospital that has latex gloves, and so there's some practical steps we can take. I think the awareness addressing for food allergies certainly is there, and even a plantain allergy, which Regina had shared with me. So regardless of the area of the country, it is affecting the patients we serve. And most importantly, even allergic rhinitis. Let's not forget that, right? So 400 to 500 million people across the globe suffer with allergic rhinitis. Why is that important? Allergic rhinitis is connected to mental health issues, depression, fatigue, lack of sleeping. These kinds of things patients don't even realize, and could motivate them to get treatment. So the second one is advocate for epinephrine access. Certainly something that we need to do, and we can come in line. There's other organizations that we can partner with, but for obvious reason, anaphylaxis kills, right?
Yeah.
It leads to death, so we need to really secure that. And then another item we talked about was food labeling, that once we get past the awareness, what can we do to really advance efforts on a regional basis, personalize it to each country as far as, a warning, what are the ingredients, and then teaching patients that even without a definitive blood diagnosis, that they could understand what to avoid with just some teaching. So I made it.
Yes.
There we go.
Excellent.
11 seconds
Good
left.
job.
Had 11 seconds left. So sorry. Okay. Asthma.
All right. Okay, so what's standing in our way? Lack of equity, lack of education, the recognition of the role of environment in asthma, and oftentimes a lack of empowerment or adherence, so that our responsibility in this as patients living with asthma. Momentum, we need to move from control to cure. We are thankful for the evolution of science and the understanding of phenotypes that has revolutionized our disease area, but we still need more. The patient advocacy unity of voice has been so powerful in asthma over the last 10 to 20 years, but again, we need to continue to do more. Environmental policy and prevention strategies have advanced, so there's a lot of momentum there. And then the understanding and recognition of comorbidities and the heart-lung connection. Like, we know now the lung is as equally as important as the heart, and so we need everyone else to know that and understand it. So our concrete actions: number one, take the resolutions and the political declaration, which will be adopted by a majority, and move that to national asthma plans that have very specific targets and engage all stakeholders. So making sure that's a multi-stakeholder national plan. Right now, in this group of 30 countries, only 20% have action plans. So we need to move that needle and having specific targets to that. Secondly, awareness messages, aligned awareness messages. Moments like World Asthma Day, ensuring good community engagement, and a common mantra of no one should die from asthma. These deaths are preventable. And then finally, we committed as a global patient community in asthma to have a unified ask of industry to continue the push from control to cure, because we're getting there. We're already talking about remission in asthma. Now, how do we move to a cure for asthma? And then secondly, demanding access to treatment, because 90% of the deaths due to asthma happen in Africa, in our underserved, low to middle income countries. We must stop this. This is inhumane. As a global community, we must rally around access to essential medicines for those that are at highest risk. That's us.
That's the time to beat right there. That was 2.5 minutes. Okay. All right, Alpha 1.
So for Alpha 1, we have a number of responses, which are the lack of knowledge in civic society. We're still struggling to get people to realize that the Alpha 1 is a genetic associated condition of COPD. We have non-diagnosis, late misdiagnosis, and still a lack of knowledge by doctors, even though we do have professionals around the world who have great expertise on Alpha-1 management and care. We have a lack of holistic view on the health, because Alpha-1 really is multisystemic. It's not even just heart, lungs and liver. It actually can go beyond that for very many people. A lack of access to treatment reimbursement is very different across different countries, and Alphas have been campaigning for more than 26 years on this, which is a long time. We also have disparate clinical protocols across countries. Of course, that is also related to lack of numbers detected in certain countries, so there isn't clinical expertise. And a lack of political will, I think, which we all have nowadays, for healthcare funding, for treatment and care in most of the diseases that are represented here. So what are our takeaways? Well, we must act on early symptoms. I think we need to do that for most of the diseases here. So this is a red flag then for any basic testing. Basic testing for Alpha-1 is just the level of Alpha-1 in blood. It's very economical. It can be done by any individual directly in a laboratory, by email, and obviously, if their levels are low, then it goes into the genetic testing. But nowadays, genetic testing isn't expensive. So these things logistically are much more readily available. If we keep relying on our healthcare system to that, we're not getting there. Young adult checkups to detect any early issues, and more united action needed across all our organizations. So what can we take? I think that we should campaign in general for young adult full evaluation, any disease, perhaps across the lung spectrum. We could do that and make it a necessary step for all governments to take in young persons' health, because there are many diseases and red flags that come up in those early adult years. We also have to prepare that proposal with scientific societies, clinical authorities, for government policymakers, and include the health economics argument. We want healthy individuals in our society, not people who end up with chronic diseases, which is very costly to the state. and then for all civic scientific organizations to harmonize our proposal to request the same. Otherwise, we've got too much fragmentation. We've got too many asks, and we have to change that.
Yep. Nice.
You just did it. Fantastic. Thank you. I'm coming back here to pulmonary hypertension.
Thank you. So pulmonary hypertension is different than alpha-1 because you just can't take a blood test and find out if you have PH. So you need an invasive procedure. You need to be on the operating table. And what we found out in the group is that this is very different from the different regions of the world. There is many places where they don't offer this procedure. So you can't even diagnose the PH properly. And if you cannot diagnose it properly, you don't know what kind of medication to use either. And that's another point. Medication is very costly. So in many places of the world, they cannot afford to use PH medication. So we had an example from Africa where they go out and find leaves to chew and stuff like this, which of course is not the same as proper medication. So this disease is often misdiagnosed. People think it's asthma instead of PH. There's also lack of specialists in many places of the world. There's lack of awareness and frankly also lack of interest from pharma companies to go to specific parts of the world and smaller countries. And also we have lack of registries. So what can we do? We need to collaborate more, maybe a collaboration between Global North and Global South, because things are pretty good in Europe, even though we also have big differences here from East and Western Europe. We need patient empowerment, we need advocacy, and we need to raise awareness for this disease.
Great. Nice job.
Okay. Someone from my group wants to do this? No? Okay.
Victor, your time is about to start. Don't make me call on you. All right.
So first, I'm going to talk about the key takeaways first. So what is standing in our ways? Obviously, as most of the diseases, access to diagnosis, holistic treatment, prevention, and early diagnosis. The stigma and increasing risk factors, the usual, right? We already know, and I think it's across all diseases. There is good momentum in research. However, we still have more funding on research and keep working on that momentum. And the one thing that we have now is we have better awareness of social determinants, especially with the campaigns we're doing, but we still have to keep pushing on that. What actions we can take together is keep working in alliances to achieve better health equity by promoting awareness and advocating for equitable access, sharing resources among countries, healthcare professional education, campaigns for primary care, for better screening respiratory symptoms. That's something that we can do together. So the 3 concrete actions, so we have 1 in policy and 2 in awareness. So our policy action will be to generate data to create stronger policy change for prevention and taxation of damaging substances. The data that we need for that is data on prevalence, disparities and unmet needs, environmental data, exacerbation data, more quality of life data in respiratory diseases in general, data on the number of spirometries per country or per center, utilization of, and we can utilize the current data that exists in documents like the country index or the country reports. Leverage that data, but we still have to do a little bit more of data mining from every sector. The first awareness campaign or awareness initiative that we will propose is one in dispelling stigma. So as usual, we say COPD is not a smoker disease, but we need to change habits and with positive messaging rather than finger pointing, and everything has to be evidence-based. The second awareness campaign or initiative that we propose is combating the normalization of breathlessness and treatable traits like biomass cooking, garbage burning, etc., especially in countries, in low middle income countries. And we have to invite to the table all the stakeholders from comorbid conditions like obesity, cardiovascular diseases, and we can use the SPICA for COPD assets for that partially. And again, everything has to be evidence-based, otherwise we will not get to the policy change.
Great, thank you.
Nice.
Is that okay? Something else from my team?
Job.
Did I miss anything? No? Okay.
That's great, thank you. So what I would love for you to do right now, just for just a second, I'd love to see hands raised of groups that feel like they kind of operate by themselves. Like, do you feel like, is there any group here that feels like they operate kind of on their own? Any group? Like you just feel like you're out there on your own, just kind of slogging every day, and like individual
Yeah.
groups that just feel like
Individual
you're on your
organizations, if you feel that as an individual organization, you're out there day in, day out, kind of doing this
on your
On your
own.
own. Yeah. Yeah. So I see some of our rare conditions, especially,
Rares.
and like, yeah.
I encourage you to look within this group where you're seated.
Yeah.
Look to your left, to your right, across the table. Get connected with somebody before you leave here today.
Yeah.
Because there are people here who are doing things in a similar way to what you're doing. They're fighting similar battles to what you're fighting. I encourage you to connect with them. That's what these events are for. Yes, we get to come together and we get to talk and laugh and discuss, but they're for you to get connected. So I encourage you, within these groups where you are seated, find at least one other group that you can connect with before you leave.
Yeah, and I'm encouraged that most of you are like, no, I feel supported and connected, and we can always do that better, right? I think these events are so pivotal. It's why we keep fighting and again allocating so much of the resource to events, because we know the importance of being in the same room, connecting, getting re-energized, and carrying our work forward. And so I agree with you, Stephanie. Like, do not leave here feeling like you're on an island or all alone. Make sure you're connected over WhatsApp or whatever way to keep someone that you can call 911. I need help, right? At least for us, it's 911.
And if you're not connecting with a group, if you don't see another group that you can connect with me.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Connect. Use the Knowledge Hub.
Yes. You're going to hear more about it for sure. Yes. Okay. Coming up here in just a minute, you're going to hear more about our new place for you to connect frequently, the Knowledge Hub. So it's your member-only platform that we will talk about. All right. So we are going to move back to your seats if you want to not disband from your community, because they are your community and you'll stay connected, but go back to your seats and we'll move into our next session. Lunch, but I am the timekeeper today, so. All right. So I do want to welcome our online virtual attendees who are joining us back. We had them join a little later today, given the breakouts. So welcome to those of you who are joining us from the various remote parts of the world that couldn't be here with us in person. We've had a great session by disease community of some of the things that we're facing, some of the momentum that we are building upon, and some of the concrete actions that we can carry forward. And as we said, we have a new and exciting resource that we spent a lot of time, energy, and money to develop, and it is called the Knowledge Hub. The Knowledge Hub is your member-only platform to connect, to share ideas, to collaborate on projects, to do continued learning. The Knowledge Hub is a place where you can share exactly what you've been doing in a specific disease area and get input in a sort of firewalled environment from your peers. So we heard you loud and clear. We need a place that we can connect with other GAAPP members to share our best ideas, to get input, to advance collaborative projects. And so that is the purpose of the Knowledge Hub. All of our capacity building, it will be there. So our best things on running a healthcare nonprofit, our best learnings on how to advance awareness, education, advocacy, and research. And you can search it by disease area, by topic, like how to raise more money. So there's many different things that you can do with the Knowledge Hub. And again, we're going to have the ability for you to interact and engage. Yesterday, you received your organization's login. And so in your email, or this morning, you've got your login this morning. It's a single login for your organization. So you can share that with your team. It doesn't have to be just a single person. We just wanted one common login per organization. So this is a very important tool that we're launching here at GAAPP Summit, and you will hear more about over and over again. Vildana, anything I've missed on Knowledge Hub, just quickly? I know they're going to hear a bit more later. Grab a microphone, please. They can't hear you. Yeah, if you do not get your login for Knowledge Hub today, let a staff know. Yeah. Or email at info@gaap.org. Okay, thanks, guys. All right, so again, we're going to move into our global policy session and activity on the World Health Assembly, skin and rare resolutions, and talk about where we go from here. So we're going to shift totally back to just a policy advocacy mindset for a few moments. So again, as I said yesterday, and I'll reinforce, never before in history have we had 3 landmark World Health Assembly resolutions, one in skin disease, one in lung disease, and one in rare disease. So these are your, what we would call golden tickets. It's your way to go to your government and say, this is what you signed on to. All countries signed on to these resolutions at the World Health Assembly in May of this year. And so each of the resolutions have key principles or tenets. And so you see in skin disease, that's a global action plan, investment into skin disease research, surveillance, and data, equitable access for all individuals living with skin diseases, and integrated service, looking at the whole person, including mental health. So all of those, if you're working in skin diseases like atopic dermatitis or chronic urticaria, there's your golden ticket. Those are your talking points. That's your framework. And we will work with you to develop how do we move that into national policies and ask that will make a difference. In lung disease, we ask specifically, and it's in the resolution, for national plans that have an integrated approach. What does that mean? From birth to grave, from in utero all the way through one's life course, lung health should be prioritized. There should be a national plan that looks at lung health equally as we do for heart and other conditions. We also have language around enhancing primary care, establishing national air quality standards, reducing occupational risk, implementing tobacco and vaping control, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment, and equitable access to medicines. So these are the key 7 tenets of the lung disease resolution. So I think everyone in this room would agree you can find at least 1 or 2 of these things that now you can tailor a specific ask back to your government in one of those areas. In rare disease, the resolution focuses on establishing rare disease as a global health priority and having a global action plan. It includes improved diagnostics and care, which we heard from some of our rare disease conversations earlier, accelerated innovation and research, and patient empowerment. So again, these are the key principles of each resolution. And what we're going to hear now are some of the best practices that are already happening across the world on these different topics and how to pull this through. So I said this earlier, yesterday was a difficult day. The United Nations General Assembly 80 met on the high-level meeting for non-communicable diseases. Only the fourth time there's been a meeting dedicated to this. We have one paragraph in this resolution, in this declaration, that focuses on lung health. There was nothing in there on skin, and there was a little bit of a mention on rare, but no dedicated language on rare, okay? But this is the language specifically that we advocated for, and I told you this morning, the first draft of this said access to inhalers and oral steroids. That's what it said. That's where we started. This is where we ended, so I'm very happy about this. Promote national policies for an integrated approach to lung health, encompassing both non-communicable and communicable diseases within primary health care, scaling up prevention, early diagnosis, treatment of asthma and COPD by improving measures such as access to effective treatment, strengthening diagnostic services, and establishing structured programs and services for long-term management of chronic respiratory diseases. That's a hell of a lot better than access to inhalers and OCS, right? So we made great progress, and we need to take a moment. Several of you have come up to me and said, don't feel shame. Be proud of how far we have come and how far we will go. This is not the end of the story, the fact that we didn't get unanimous adoption of this declaration yesterday. It's just a delay. In 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they will meet and they will vote, and the majority of member states, the vast majority, I'm talking at this point, it's like 80, 90%, will endorse this statement, right? So don't be focused on the negative, and I'm regurgitating what you've said to me this morning that has encouraged me. Don't be disappointed. Don't focus on the negative. Let's focus on the window of opportunity, the moment in time that we have now with these documents, okay? So we have a lot of resources to help you do that. We've got our Lung Health Time to Act resource that is downloadable and that we will have printed copies of at the World Health Summit that's happening in just 2 weeks. And then we have our Speak Up for COPD, World Health Assembly Lung Health Resolution download. We have the Health as an Investment downloads. And we have our care maps. Our asthma care map is under development. Our COPD care map is live. These are interactive policy tools that are at your fingertips and that can be found on the Knowledge Hub and on our website. We will be working similar to what has happened in rare disease on this one framework here of key milestones and what that means for our community. So this is what rare disease did that outlines kind of the major documents and then the framework for you as different national leaders to carry this forward. And we'll have a similar type of thing for lung and for skin disease as well. So that'll be forthcoming. Okay, so are we going to break before, Victor? I'm looking at you. Are we breaking? Yeah, we're moving into the members. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So we have some advocacy success stories, and I'm anxious to get to these because I want to hear from the people who are on the ground, doing the work, making a difference in their own countries. And it was hard to choose because all of you are doing this. But I want to highlight 4 different organizations that are doing great work in different regions. So here we go. Costa Rica is up first, but actually, I'm sorry, because of another commitment, I need to put Netherlands first, right? Are you on time? Okay. Victor, can you just make sure behind the scenes that we're going to the Netherlands next? I forgot that there was a time issue today. All right, so Costa Rica, I'm going to ask Nancy to join me on stage and to share the great work that is going on in Costa Rica. Let's go, Nancy. And we need to get her mic. And please stay on stage because the sound needs you on stage.
Muy buenos días a todos. Para nosotros hoy es un día muy importante, pues queremos compartir con cada uno de ustedes una propuesta en la cual hemos venido trabajando, una mesa de alto nivel que inició este año.
Sorry, just to remind everyone, translations, scan your QR code, and you should be able to get the translation on your phone if you are not Spanish speaking.
Bueno, pues volvemos. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Lady Brenes y mi compañera Nancy Rivas. Y estamos muy felices y orgullosas porque queremos presentarles a ustedes una propuesta en la cual hemos venido trabajando desde el 23 de abril de este año. Nació luego del Sarial y es una propuesta que nos ha venido a generar impacto, empatía y una política pública que tenemos en desarrollo. Así que queremos compartirla con todos ustedes. Pues parte de lo que tenemos, pues un poco de estadísticas para comentarles a ustedes. En enfermedades respiratorias pues tenemos bastantes y hemos venido trabajando en eso, pero hemos querido darle énfasis al EPOC. En nuestro país estamos trabajando en data, no tenemos pues una data clara. Tenemos información importantísima por los cuales tenemos pacientes que saturan nuestro servicio de salud y aún no tienen un diagnóstico temprano. Tenemos zonas indígenas en las que necesitamos llegar, tenemos pacientes que se nos están muriendo y pues de ahí es que queremos caminar hacia este proyecto de alto nivel con un diagnóstico temprano, con un acceso a espirometrías, un sueño que tengamos también medicamentos accesibles a estas personas y pues claro, para tener y poder generar todo este proyecto pues tenemos que tener aliados estratégicos dentro de los cuales hemos tenido la participación, en nuestro caso, de la Caja Costarricense de Seguro Social, del Ministerio de Salud, de la Cámara de Salud, tenemos la academia también, tenemos neumólogos y pues organización de pacientes y el apoyo de la Embajada Británica y queremos hacer mención a Latin Heart Leaders, a Migdalia, que ha sido nuestra mentora, que desde el momento uno nos ha brindado ese apoyo. Gracias, Migdalia, porque hemos podido avanzar en este proyecto. Y también a GAAPP, a Sarial. Y hemos tenido que legitimizar pues esta mesa. Hemos hecho un llamado, discúlpenme, un llamado a la acción, la cual nos permite tener un amplio respaldo, lo comentaba ahora, y hemos podido dar un seguimiento. es una participación activa, proactiva, en la cual nos hemos unido también con altos representantes. Tenemos a la OPS con nosotros también, que ha sido un aliado estratégico para poder caminar y avanzar en esto. Por acá mi compañera Nancy les va a comentar un poco más de lo que se trata, de lo que hemos venido trabajando.
Bueno, el apoyo de GAAPP para esta mesa de alto impacto en Costa Rica ha sido trascendental para nosotros. Esto demuestra que el liderazgo local en Costa Rica, junto con el liderazgo internacional y las alianzas estratégicas, pueden provocar cambios en un país, específicamente en un país tan pequeño como el nuestro, en Costa Rica. El lunes 8 de septiembre tuvimos una reunión con el Ministerio de Salud, que es el ente rector en Costa Rica de materia de salud, y ellos nos están guiando para ver cuál es el proceso necesario para llegar a establecer una mesa de enfermedades respiratorias no transmisibles y crear protocolos específicos para EPOC en Costa Rica. Entonces, eso para nosotros ha significado un alto impacto porque nunca en Costa Rica se había tomado la sociedad civil y específicamente la Asociación Costarricense de Hipertensión Pulmonar y Enfermedades Respiratorias de estar ahí presentes como sociedad civil y que nos tomen en cuenta. Eso para nosotros ha sido un gran avance y una emoción muy grande que estamos compartiendo aquí con todos ustedes.
Yes, yes.
Estamos avanzando a lo que es un plan nacional y esas van a ser básicamente las áreas que vamos a tratar. Y ya por cuestión de tiempo, Costa Rica inició un camino hacia un modelo innovador de atención respiratoria liderado por la sociedad civil con respaldo institucional y apoyo internacional. Invitamos a sumar esfuerzos para construir un plan nacional que haga historia en la región, porque un país más sano empieza con algo vital: respirar mejor. Y aquí queríamos compartir, que no sé si se vería el video, Víctor, porque lo más importante de nosotros es tener a los pacientes y que de la voz de los pacientes se escuche qué es lo que ellos necesitan. Y precisamente en la invitación de la mesa de alto nivel se escuchó la voz del paciente.
Perdón para el día y haga, pero creo que con lo que digo, por lo que yo a veces no puedo ni comer, a veces no puedo ni casi respirar, a veces quiero jugar un rato con mis nietos y ya no puedo. Entonces, en base a eso es que les pido, por favor, su ayuda y colaboración. Que Dios los bendiga.
That's awesome. Esos son nuestros pacientes, esa es la voz del paciente. Y ahí nos dijo una frase que según esta paciente lo dirigió a las autoridades y dijo: por mí ya no hay nada que hacer, pero por muchas personas más ustedes pueden hacerlo. Ese mensaje no lo dio solo a las autoridades de nuestro país, nos lo dio a cada uno de nosotros, a cada uno que estamos acá. Necesitamos seguir luchando, seguir generando educación, visibilidad, política pública. Ahora, escuchando a Tonya, no nos desmotivemos, veamos qué grupo tan fuerte y grande somos. Así que los invitamos a unirnos, a seguir adelante. Hay mucho trabajo por delante y juntos podemos lograr avanzar en un plan en cada país. Muchas gracias.
Costa Rica is doing amazing, amazing work. And again, the people say, oh, I don't know where to go. I don't know how to get started. That's where they were just a very short time ago. And with the help and support and just continuous engagement, like such great advancement in such a short period of time. So very happy. Thank you guys so much. All right, next we're going to Europe, and we're going to hear from Carolee around lung funds and the amazing work they're doing specifically on some of their national policies. Carolee? And I think your mic is there and the advancement is there.
Hello. Well,
probably the next slide will be there. My name is Karol Illy. I'm the Chief Executive of Longfonds. I will tell you a little bit more about Longfonds when this slide will be there. Oh, I have to go.
You do it. Yeah, there we go.
I'm very sorry.
Yes.
I'm very sorry. It's my fault. Okay. This is my name. I'm also a pediatrician. First of all, a little bit about Longfonds. Longfonds is both a patient organization and a health foundation. Our mission is everyone needs to be able to breathe freely. Our impact goals are, first of all, to prevent lung diseases from happening, and if lung diseases are there, then it's our goal to improve the quality of life of people with lung diseases. And we have basically 3 pillars within our organization. First of all, it's prevention, which in our case means a healthy air and a smoke-free, and also nowadays a vape-free generation. Second of all, support and advocacy for people with lung diseases, which means we inform and we give information to people with lung diseases, and we take care of their interests. And finally, we finance scientific research. We are a relatively large organization. I employ about 75 people in Longfonds. We have a budget about 15 million euros. So we have the possibility to really finance scientific research in order to prevent lung diseases from happening or treat lung diseases better. I will talk mainly in this particular talk about prevention, in this case about healthy air and the smoke-free generation. First of all, some 5 years ago, we were the initiators of the so-called Clean Air Agreement in the Netherlands. It is a collaboration between municipalities with provinces, with the Dutch government, where it aims to structurally improve the air quality across the Netherlands in order to improve health. In the Netherlands, we have about 350 municipalities, and of these 350, more than 100 have signed this agreement. It includes topics like mobility, which means traffic, industry, agriculture, and wood burning. We also engage, in this particular case, policymakers. And it is very important, at least that's how we found out, it's very important to frame certain topics. For instance, we are a country with about 18 million people, and of these 18 million people, we have about 12,000 premature deaths due to air pollution. This figure is important. We also have found out scientifically that 1 in 6 children of asthma have gotten that asthma as a result of air pollution. Those are frames that we get across not only with politicians but also at the media. One other frame, and we have found out a few years ago how important the frame is. We do not talk anymore about clean air, we talk about healthy air. And I would like to encourage you in all your other countries, we find out that in the current political situation, with the current rise of right-wing and ultra-right-wing political parties, talking about healthy air is getting across their minds much easier than talking about clean air, because if you could talk about clean air, you are a climate activist, etc. Healthy air, nobody is against healthy air. We also organized a knowledge debate with House of Representatives, with members of the House of Representatives. This is a picture of me with some of those members of the House of Representatives, where we informed them about air quality, about the necessity of making policy regarding air quality in the House of Representatives. And finally, it means that different motions were adopted in the House of Representatives according to our knowledge event that we organized just a few days prior to that meeting. And finally, media. This is probably something you are you know from your own practice, but the media, this is some kind of a balance. Media are basically only interested in negative news. We are a positive organization. We are an organization with hope. So this is always a balance, how to frame the negative things into positive things. So it's always a frame. We have every week, every Monday, we have a meeting of an hour with I'm the chief executive, but the team around me that is concerned with public relations and public affairs. Every week we have an hour to discuss what is this week, what can we do regarding media, what can we do regarding politics. It's so important. Regarding politics, we organized 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we had general elections in the Netherlands. By the way, in a month from now, we have again general elections, and this was the first time we made a voting aid for inhabitants of the Netherlands, where on the where here. This here are different, it's in Dutch of course, but these are different topics that are important for people with lung diseases, which means it's regarding air quality, smoking, but also healthcare, etc., etc. And here on the horizontal base are all the political parties. And of course, it's up to everybody to choose whatever they want to vote, whatever they want to vote. But if they can at least use this aid to use it for the general elections, what is for people with lung diseases, at least a sensible voting procedure. Then the smoke-free generation. This is, I don't know how unique, but I think it's relatively unique. We have made a collaboration with 3 important foundations. It's the Dutch Cancer Society, the Dutch Heart Foundation, and the Dutch Lung Foundation. The Dutch Lung Foundation is, although we have a budget of 15 million, we are poor. Relatively poor, because the Dutch Cancer Society has a budget of 150 million euros. And it means that the 3 of us, cancer, heart, and lungs, we are able to really, really make a difference because we have really good funds to use. And for instance, this sign you see here on the left-hand side, that is our brand. And if you are traveling through the Netherlands, you will see this sign everywhere, at institutions, at schools, at public places, everywhere you see these signs. There are now, fortunately, a growing number of smoke-free terraces. All the smoke-free terraces have this sign. It's our brand. And I mean, this is a very good and unique situation in the Netherlands. That's okay. Of course, our goal is to prevent everything regarding smoking and vaping, but that's another thing, and that's where I need your support and the collaboration with you. Of course, this is not a single Dutch issue, because, for instance, in the Netherlands, we were the first country in Europe where we had a complete ban on flavors for e-cigarettes. But the Netherlands is a very, very small country. From east to west, it's only 200 kilometers, and from north to south, 300 kilometers. So it's very, very easy to go to Germany or to Belgium and buy these flavors. So it's very important that we organize things together at EFA, at ELF, at GAAPP, at all the national institutions to make sure that this, for instance, this flavor ban, this complete flavor ban, is not only in the Netherlands, but across Europe, because then we are able to make a difference. Policymakers, I mean, in the politics, it's so incredibly important to have very good relationships with the politicians. Not only with the politicians that have your ideas, but maybe more so with the politicians that have basically not your ideas, because there you can make a difference, and there you can make sure that they understand why it is so important to go for the smoke-free generation, to go for air quality. I had, for instance, a meeting with the Euro Commissioner in Brussels, who was Hungarian. He was member of the party of Viktor Orban, so I thought, well, this will be a very, very hard time. It was not a very hard time, because he was completely on my side regarding vaping. So we could make agreements, we could talk about how to organize, for instance, this flavor ban, not only in the Netherlands, but across Europe. And then one of the final things, it is so incredibly important to use personal stories. We have, at Lungfonds, we have a huge amount of people with lung diseases, parents with kids with lung diseases, and we can use them with presentations for politicians, with talking with journalists, for media, etc. It is the personal stories are incredibly important. Different campaigns, of course, online, with apps, etc. So to finalize and to summarize, use facts and figures. It is incredibly important that when people go fact-checking, they need to find out that the facts are correct. So that's incredible. We find out how important that is. So evidence is very important. Engage and enforce public public opinion support. Build alliances and coalitions in your own country, but also across countries. Use advocates and personal stories. They make a difference. Use media, where timing is very important. And finally, build relationship with policymakers, with politicians, with the media, and connect with their priorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolee. Really powerful. And I think you see the juxtaposition of a small organization with extremely limited resources. I see Nancy shaking her head, yes. Versus an organization that has such a large staff, so many resources, and yet the commonalities of the ways that you're engaging policymakers, using media, telling those personal stories, like the common themes you see coming through, right? So I love this, that GAAPP is the community where we can see organizations like Lungfonds that really is leading the way as a national organization with huge resources and such strong leadership, and also the juxtaposition of the difference in a low to middle income country like Costa Rica. Thank you for both showing that. It was fabulous. All right. Yes, I think there is a question for you as well. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'm really impressed the type of the work and the magnitude of the work that you are showing that you have done. But I was just wondering that how you are making it to happen. Like it's a NGO, non-government organization, why a municipality or a province or an institute would sign to a petition or will come to an agreement with a non-governmental organization which does not benefit to that government institution. They are all independent, they are doing their services. So how you make them to connect with them and make an agreement with them, with you? That's a bit challenging.
It's not a very easy question to answer. what it means is that, I mean, this is not something we started last year or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
This is something, I mean, I am chief executive only since 2 years. Before that, I have been a full-time pediatrician in a hospital. So this is not something that I started. This is something that has built over 10 or 20 years, building relationships with government institutions, with political parties, with the media, and I take now benefit from that. But this is really something that has built
Very
over
long-term.
many years.
Yes, yes, and quite a different model whereby, too, there are government funds, right, that are supporting and actually towards a lot of these initiatives. So there is that long-term commitment and alignment. And yeah, I think there's one more question with Lilia at the back, and then we will move into our next presentation. There's another.
Sure, we appreciate very much the idea of collaboration of doctors with patients. But I think you must be prudent with the words. You say we use patients. I think we must change the dictionary, the vocabulary, and we work for the patients, and there are the patients who present. Not we don't use patients for our goals. No, I don't agree.
No. And I know Carolee's heart, and so I'm gonna respond to that. You don't have to defend yourself in that, because I do know that that terminology of using patient stories is one that is reflective of supporting the community that you serve. And yes, but words are important. And so how do we balance and make sure that we're telling those stories in authentic, real ways that honor the people that we serve and not, discount them in any way? So thank you. Thanks for that comment, Lilia. Great. All right. Thank you, Carolee. Anything? Yeah?
Just, I want to tell you that I will have to leave.
Yes.
Because we have a very also quite unique situation.
So they're the host country, of course, for ERS. So yes.
And we have, of course, you probably know that the Netherlands is a biking country. Everybody has a bike, sometimes more than 2 or 3. And we organized an event with so-called sniffer bikes, where we encourage children on elementary schools to use a sniffer device on their bikes, where the sniffer is sniffing the air quality in their neighborhood. Yes. And all these children, they cycle from their homes to the schools, sniffing the air quality in their neighborhood, talking about this situation in their schools with their teachers, and I have to leave now because this will be a press conference in the afternoon where people from the UK, they cycle from the UK to the Netherlands with the sniffer bikes, and they, together with me and some other doctors and some other patients in the Netherlands, we cycle through Amsterdam and have this press conference in the afternoon. So that's why I have to leave.
Yes, and thank you, Carolee. I really appreciate that he committed to being here this morning, given everything that's going on locally this afternoon. So thank you. Next up, we are going to hear from North America, and I'm going to invite Riley from Canada to come and share the great work that they're doing that has been amplifying the Speak Up for COPD actions. Riley?
Thank you so much for having me. I guess it's time for the medium-sized organizations to represent. So as Tanya said, I'm Riley Sanders, the Senior Manager of Public Affairs and Advocacy at the Lung Health Foundation. And I think even though we're talking about success stories here, I would like to sort of say this is sort of hopefully a success in progress story as we're just sort of starting our campaign. But with support from the Speak Up for COPD Foundation, as well as the inspiration from the Global COPD Index, what we're trying to do is sort of address some of the barriers that we've all been talking about today in COPD care. So I'm just going to go through a little bit of what we've got and how we've got here so far. So first of all, we were inspired by the Global COPD Index. And the COPD Index that was created globally was amazingly helpful in sort of looking at that comparative analysis and the need to develop more robust policies and strategies related to COPD and how there was so much commonality across different countries. However, Canada, like many of the countries here, is in a federated model, which means that our national government provides funding and research and some recommendations to the provinces, but our provinces are the ones who are actually deliberating on care and providing care to the COPD patients predominantly. So while this information was extremely helpful, it isn't really resonating with our decision makers at the provincial level. So this was a big area or a gap that we seek to address with our global work. So as you can see here, Canada is one of the lucky countries that does have universal access to healthcare, but we are still lacking behind in environment and disease burden, health system characteristics at the provincial level. And we were ranked 11th out of the 34 countries that were in the original Global COPD Index. But it was a really great beginning step for us and a great way to look at our issues. I apologize, my font looks like it's all gone all white, so apologies for that.
Too light on the screen, yeah.
And so what we look to do is create a pan-provincial Canadian COPD index that's based off of the global index, but can create some of those index opportunities. And like many people in this room, we have some really good foundation blocks. One of the things is we 2 years ago created a National Lung Health Alliance, which is made up of the different provincial lung organizations across Canada, as well as other national organizations like Asthma Canada, Lung Cancer Canada, and COPD Canada. And so we united really to advocate federally, but we recognize that most of our mandates is actually delivered and impacted at the provincial level. And these different organizations have different capacities and different bench strengths in local advocacy. So as a national organization trying to express our mandate both in Ontario, which is where we originally came from, and supporting other provinces, we had to figure out what our role is and how can we create impact. And one of the ways that we thought we can do this is by establishing those key messages, those first data points that can inspire local advocacy at the provincial level. So through this project, we hope that we can support future advocacy, advocate for more robust data collection and surveillance, shape those key messaging for provincial advocacy, and hopefully this is something that can be updated fairly easily or expanded on as more data is generated. When you don't have anything, it's really easy to just pick a place to start. So through this, as I said, we're looking to bring a key data set that will help gain insight into health systems performance and the health burden of COPD. Look at the economic burden of COPD. In Canada, at the national level, we use a modeling that was done in 2012, I believe, and the modeling for projection for economic burden for COPD is 2030. So we're almost there, and nobody really has any idea if we're in line, if we're not, what it looks like, or anything like that too. So if we can gain any insight into that and use that for advocacy, that's really important. Additionally, there's health policy gaps, health equity issues, and as we know, we need more data. Everyone has said that today. But while it's important to sort of look at the tangible outputs, which is this report, there's also a little bit more of the soft foundational building that really is needed when you do a project like this. And that's really building that consensus, bringing that stakeholder engagement, bringing people together, researchers, clinicians, people with lived experience, to make sure that they're all on board with what you're generating, with what the next steps are, and even so they can build relationships like what GAAPP does in this room. So we have established it, and based off of the global index criteria, we're looking at potential themes or pillars, and we're looking to collect data on prevalence, health system utilization, economic burden, access to care, environmental factors, and health policy factors. So those are the 6 factors or themes that we're looking to explore through this index. And we have just recently, in the last couple months, established our working group or our advisory. And we thought it was very important to make sure that we were being led by the best researchers in the field and that we were including a cross-disciplinary, inclusive advisory here. So we are very lucky to have 2 co-chairs. One is a respirologist and a CIHR-funded investigator on COPD epidemiology, as well as a respiratory therapist, PhD, is also our co-chair who has a PhD in rehabilitation sciences. So it was really important to sort of have that broad skill set. Additionally, when we chose our advisory, we wanted to make sure that we had representation from across Canada, that we had representation from every province, as well as a variety of different stakeholders. So we have nurse practitioners, respiratory therapists, people who work in rural and Indigenous health, making sure that we bring these people to the table for all their insights, not just so that we can have a representative output, but so that they can meet each other and we can make sure that we can build those connections for advocacy later. And now some early insights or mock-ups. I should warn you all that this is really just based off of some early data landscaping and translation that we've done. So the end product might look quite a bit different and the data might look quite a bit different too. But I wanted to sort of give you the vision of what we hope to achieve here. So in the first one, if we look at a very high level, we've chosen Western Ontario, which is BC, Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. When we look at prevalence, we are able to translate the COPD prevalence rates, which range from around 8 to 10%, or sometimes 11 or 12% in our territories. What does that translate to how many people actually live with COPD in each of these provinces? We also looked at what is the increased mortality rate with COPD versus without. So if you live with COPD, you are maybe 2 to 3 times higher chance of mortality than if without. And then we're also looking at smoking rates. We thought that these were some early publicly available landscapes that can give some glimpses into what the situation looks like. So you can see here the red are those provinces areas that are much higher than the average or median, and the green are those who are much lower here. So you can see there isn't very a clear winner or loser in this case, but we can look at individual insights. And then from this, we want to do a little bit more of an in-depth snapshot. And being from Ontario, I thought I would give Ontario as an example. So Ontario, we again have the prevalence data. We are okay. We're 4th highest when it comes to age standardized rates and numbers. But surprisingly, we're the lowest in newly diagnosed cases last year. Our mortality difference is we're 2.7 times more likely to die if you have COPD in Ontario than without. We also were able to find some very good information about environmental factors. So ozone, summer ozone, PM2.5. These are all shown to be linked to causation and exacerbation of COPD as well. And our smoking rates are relatively low. We also started to look at the kind of policy scanning that we have. So does Ontario have a COPD strategy? No, we don't. We have no strategy. We have no funding attached to anything. What we do have is we have clinical guidelines, and we have health quality standards, which are quite important for measuring some of that access to spirometry and access to pulmonary rehab. Additionally, one of the things that is very important, and I found is rather unique to Canada actually, is COPD support or respiratory support inside our primary care. So in Ontario, we're lucky to have a few different models of care that all provide access to CREs for primary care, family health teams, community health centers, which means that instead of just going to a respirologist to access your spirometry, sometimes your family health team connects you with a certified respiratory educator who can access your spirometry, create your action plans, make sure they're teaching you how to use your medication properly. So in Ontario, we're very blessed to have access to that, but that's not the case in all provinces. So this is just some early concepts, but we hope that we can create a more robust data set for each province, and that can sort of inform some of our advocacy asks for this. And as I said before, the output here is not just going to be a report. The output here has to be based on advocacy and bringing the right people in the room and building consensus and support for what we're trying to generate here. So right now we're in this initial phase where we're trying to create the report and create a data set that we believe is representative enough to create those insights and those best practices and those calls to actions. From there, we want to create a steering committee that will include our respiratory societies, our certified respiratory educators, our respiratory therapists, all of our provincial lung organizations, all of our groups together so that they can commit to turning those actions into those insights into actions. And we hope to do that by hosting a COPD summit next year, where we bring all the leading experts, people with lived experience into the room, review the report, review the insights, and get commitments to drive change. So we hope that these key messages can be built upon, understood, agreed upon, and then be used in provincial advocacy across Canada, so that we speak with one voice, all armed with the best data that's available at the same time, and that we can work together and build those strong relationships. And that really is the end of my presentation. But I just want to say a huge thanks for GAAPP for both the inspiration and the support as well.
Thank you, Riley. So, again, I was intentional about the kinds of organizations that we brought forward for these advocacy best practices, because I think that, again, this is a great example of kind of somewhere in the middle from the first two that we saw. And also the creative use of data, and of seeing something that GAAPP did was participating in advanced at the global level and bringing it down to a very meaningful, impactful regional level where your policies are changing. And so I love the way that this was a year ago, right? That we sat together and you're like, Tanya, could we do this for the different province of Canada and move this forward? I was like, I think we can, let's do it. And here we are a year later with it in process. And so this is why, again, I think it's so important to be a part of a global community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now we're going to hear one final advocacy presentation. And this is a bit different because it's how do we leverage technology to continue to advance data surveillance and policy. And so I'm going to invite Shane Fitch from L'Avexaire to come and share their experience. Great.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm very delighted to be here on an important day, Tanya's birthday, and a renewed fight against the barriers that threaten us. We all have them politically and otherwise, but on we march. So this campaign is Clean Air, Healthy Lives, and we've worked from Love about 15 years now, very much aligned with the World Health Assembly lung health resolutions, which also include our right to protect our health from pollution and environmental exposures. So with this initiative, we've been growing a global network of partners over the last 4 or 5 months since we joined the WHO in Colombia. And we kicked off with this campaign and building new relationships with civic organizations, scientific societies, global umbrella organizations, all working towards better health in society. So with the help of clinical experts, public health and air quality experts, we decided it could be very useful if we had some kind of digital resource where each citizen could evaluate their own lung health, because we know that everybody has the right to breathe clean air, but to exercise that right in advocacy is often quite a challenge. So if we could gather more data about the situations that they're living with, perhaps this data, as we know, facts and figures, could help us to identify problems and look for solutions, and let's be honest, take more action in communications and advocacy to develop plans within countries, within regions, within cities that can help people to combat pollution and combat the issues they face with their disease and live healthier lives. So how does it work? Well, it's a simple online questionnaire. It's in 3 languages at the moment. It's suitable for people with COPD and asthma. We're looking at how they're managing their disease as well, other respiratory conditions, rare conditions, and also for people who are now sadly faced with many risks, whether it be wildfire, pollution, or workplace. Also, we're providing people with a personalized report. So based on their results, they get by email their own report, which they can take to their doctor for a better conversation about their symptoms or risk factors. And we include a lung health guide so that they have practical steps for self-care. So the first insights we're getting from the number of people who've joined us in this last, I think it was 22nd of September, we had about 630 people. Is pretty concerning actually from the diagnosed and undiagnosed population, because we're nearly half and half, which actually is very good for us because it means we're spreading the word wider. We're not just working across our own organization networks, but we're reaching out to the general public, which is what we must do. These are the numbers then with the disease count, and we've got a significant number of COPD, asthma coming in, and the different respiratory pathologies, and as I said, the undiagnosed. So we also decided we'd put some of this data in a heat map and see what's happening with the symptoms and which symptoms are standing out. And in undiagnosed, we're beginning to see that there are often symptoms very similar to people who are diagnosed. Perhaps not the level of intensity, but they're definitely there. On this heat map, we can see that there's a high symptom burden in cough, secretions, and fatigue. So when we're looking for our red flags for people who need extra attention in their diagnostics or in their self-care management, these factors come very much into the first place in our minds. So we know that when we're struggling in countries with poor diagnostics for COPD, perhaps we should be using these symptoms as our gateway to better conversations and better acknowledgement of our policymakers on what we need to do about our healthcare. We also noted, very sadly, very poor control of COPD. So it's sadly moderate to severe to very severe. So we know that we must take action on these, and we can take action because we've created a relationship with the people who are participating in the database, and we can go on to provide more education, care support, and their integration in self-empowerment or actions which could help our policy in the future. On the dyspnea graph, again, we were a little bit shocked, really, about the dyspnea severity and the dyspnea in undiagnosed people. The percentage of people with COPD, again, this is very, very little control of their disease, so it sets a precedent for us to dig deeper and find out what we can do about these situations for people. And then on the global dashboard, one of the last questions, actually, so that people weren't preconditioned, was asking them if they lived in a place of high level of pollution. So the answers they gave to the prior questions came from their own experience, self-reported, but they didn't have that question until the very end, so we had less bias in the way they would respond to it. Again, what was concerning was levels of stress, smoke, anxiety, pollen, and from the diagnosed and undiagnosed, there isn't a great deal of difference, which is also concerning. And then we looked at the top 3 countries at the moment for reporting, so Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. There's a slight difference there. We can see that in Mexico, and it's not surprising from some of the cities like CD Federal, we know that the pollution is a serious issue. In Argentina, for example, in the undiagnosed, stress and anxiety are very, very high. And those questions for stress and anxiety were related to breathing issues. So they weren't separate from the concept of breathing, they were very much associated. Oops. It's not going forward. Does it? Right. So how can you join in an initiative like this? And as we're all trying to work together with shared goals to do something about these lung health resolutions, let's say in the next 2 to 4 years, we've developed the infrastructure so that we can share these resources with any of you through your communities. That could be your own civic organization or together with a scientific society. It can be through city council cooperation. There's huge networks of clean cities now which are beginning to take action on health, population health. For example, in Brazil, there's a big movement actually. And also, you can develop your own data sets, so you can see what's happening with people in your own country. It helps you to gather information and also to take action yourselves. In the background, we're supporting also with social media in different languages. There's interest, and we proposed to the Ugandan government, so we're going outside of the usual countries that we're operating in. And we're providing training and resources so that people can just carry on and manage this environment themselves. And together, we could actually pool some significant data, which could help us all in our global advocacy, as well as our national or local campaigns. So what's next? Well, we want to continue to gather the data. Thanks to the great relationships we're building with scientists, clinicians, and air quality, we want to cross-reference the data on air quality monitoring with the locations of the people who are participating. We would also like to add the physiological data because we know that there's also an impact that we need to measure in people's bodily functions, so that will report more information on what's happening about the air quality and what's happening in their disease, how is it progressing. And in the future, of course, what we would like to do is establish with a network of AI experts. We do have in-house our head of IT, who's an AI person, very fortunately, but trustworthy partners and companies where we could analyze a large repository of data on impact of environment, lung health, and see what kind of factors this could throw up. Could we actually help to predict and prevent disease progression? Can we take better care of people in protecting their health? So clean air, healthy lives, and breathing healthy air, I think, is a great way forward, is bringing a respiratory health to the heart of a global agenda. And we thank GAAPP for joining in supporting us at the very beginning of this journey, and more than the 50 organizations who are continually coming on board. So let's make our commitment together. Let's join one breath at a time and make something that's manageable for people to do, but could have a great impact for all of us and be a useful resource. So thank you very much, and on to the next.
Great. Thank you so much, Shane. Any questions for Shane? All right. Any questions for any of our advocacy experts?
That's the breathing.
Yes, it's the breathing that we all need to do for sure. Okay. All right. Thanks, Shane. So, what a morning we've already had, right? We have done kind of traveled the globe and seen what's working well in advocacy across various regions, across different size organizations, across various depths of resources and staff. And I hope that out of this session, you take maybe one or two ways and nuggets that you can take back and think about, how do we advance this? How do we move it forward? I chose the ones that I chose because, number one, they're open and receptive to collaboration. And every time that we've gone to them and said, hey, we'd like to do this, or can we partner doing this, or they've come to us, it's like, bring more in. And that really is at the heart of the values of GAAPP, of working in relationship like that. So please, if you liked something you've heard today, don't hesitate to reach out to the organizations, connect, and find ways to continue to advance it. So we're a little ahead of schedule. I haven't been able to say that this whole time, so I'm going to say it because I'm going to speak it into being for the rest of the day. But we're going to do a couple of things here before we go to lunch. Number one, we are going to take a group photo over by the banner. So we want everyone to go here before you do anything when I release you. And then we are going to move to our lunchtime, and that is in the restaurant. But we're also, before that, going to have our member organization expos for these important organizations. So again, if you will plan to spend about 30 minutes before you go to lunch, because lunch won't be open when we leave here, visiting the posters, okay? So we're kind of bridging both our morning break and lunch together, where you have time to visit the posters and hear about the great things that are happening all across the European region that is represented here, right? So anything else that I need to make mention of? Victor, are we good? Okay, so everybody move to this side of the room. We're going to take a great group photo, and then we will move into our poster session. Thank you guys for a great morning. Fight you for these. All right, this is how I'm going to survive the afternoon. So everyone that knows me well knows I have one major addiction in my life, one major addiction, and it is Coke Zero, Diet Coke. Over the years, it's kind of gone back and forth, but I don't function well without it. So, Xander, good to see you. All right, so we are headed into the last half of the last day. You made it. We all made it this far, yeah? So thank you guys I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. And thank you for sticking around. We do have some really exciting things at the very end. So don't sneak out. You will miss a very exciting, special moment if you're not here to the very end, okay? So just a little teaser, don't leave. All right, so I've said it before, I'll say it again. I get the privilege, the honor to stand up here with the flashy lights and the cameras and all that good stuff, and also have opportunities to stand on stages at United Nations and World Health Organization and other places like that. But I don't do this by myself. It's not a one-woman show. It never has been, and it never will be. And in large part, the work that you've seen over the last 2 days and the work that has happened over 2025 and will carry us into 2026 is led by the other people on this screen alongside me. So, and there's the support team that's behind us all. So I, again, want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm looking at them. I would not be upright if it was not for this group of people and the way that they support me day in, day out. I know you may find this hard to believe. I'm not an easy person to work for and with at times. I try really hard, but I'm not. I'm not always the best me. And so they love and support and come alongside me, even in those moments. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right. So 2026 is fast approaching. And so we wanted, as the GAAPP leadership team, to share with you kind of a sneak peek of the things that we're working on to complete the year and the things that are on tap for 2026. Now, I always have a little bit of an asterisk by this because a lot of it depends on what happens in the next 3 to 4 months and securing the funds and carrying out the work that we hope to do, okay? But all of this is the key things that we've been able to achieve up to this point in 2025 and what we're moving into in 2026. All right, so first up is the one who loves us all the most, Victor. Again, our grounding slide on the 4 pillars to get us started in the work that we do. But up first is Victor, so come on, Victor.
Thank you. Thank you, Tonya. We are also not very easy to work with, so the same goes to you. Thank you for suffering us every day, especially Kristen. Okay, so before we start, yesterday I showed you what was our 2024 like in awareness, and today I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible to explain what is coming on for the next year and the remaining of this year. So this is our survey. You have seen it from every pillar. So we have seen consistent support for all our awareness days. We have few surprises to highlight here. Tremendous support for conditions that we just started last year, like chronic cough, like EOE that you will see in the next slide. So we have the adoption of, this is very important, 61% of you requested to participate in our grants. 54% of the total members, not of these 61, the total members, 54 of you receive funding for the communication grants. The rest is like they didn't meet the criteria or you didn't do it on time, but it's very insignificant. So most of the people who apply for our communication grants get funded. So thank you very much for your consistency. So apply. World Youth Day is now happening. We will talk about them later. Then after that will be chronic cough. Then there will be COPD. And then it will start another year. So this is also part of our survey. So here we explore what are your favorite channels? What do you still use? How do you prefer to be contacted? So we hear you. You still like to receive our emails. But we've seen something that is growing year after year, which is the messaging apps. So this is something that we will have to work in to see how can we be more active or how can we reach out through those channels. Because this one, every year we do the pie is a little bit bigger and bigger and bigger. And so we will adapt to your needs and to the growing trends. Regarding social media, I think everyone knows this year was a shakeup for a few of the networks. X is in the flop era, as we say in my community. And we see other growing social medias like Threads that will take over, and obviously TikTok that it will just get bigger as long as it doesn't get banned again. So this is what we have done so far in this year. So we started with our Asthma Day campaign. We had a very creative idea. Thank you, Kristen and Andrea Jensen supporting me in creating the asthma access map. This map was created by us based on scientific evidence, on real scientific data, but it was complemented by your input. You guys submitted us, and I say, my country should be this color and this is the source for that. So we have now a map that is quite comprehensive of every country of the world and what is asthma access data. And that's still available, and you guys can use it and source it. Then we continue for our Eczema Day. No, sorry, before we moving on, we had the honor in Asthma Day to have a celebrity, Jaina Basonko from the Gambia, to be this is the second year that she's our celebrity advocate for asthma. She's an asthmatic person as well, and she works a lot in air pollution and all of that in her country, and she's always partnered with GAAPP to bring the voice to the media. Then we continue with Eczema Day, where we ask you to do real-life awareness, to record videos, to explain to someone who has never heard about eczema. What is eczema? What is the treatment of eczema? And we were a little bit nervous, right? We're always nervous when we do new things, right? And we were asked a little bit more of commitment of you, but the response was overwhelming. So many videos, so many of you, so professional as well. We were a little bit video shamed by your professionalism on that. So thank you everyone who participated. This year, Eczema campaign has become the most successful campaign ever at GAAPP, with more than 65 organizations participating in eczema. And not everyone works in eczema, so this is a great success. Thank you, everyone. Then we are now here. We are in Urticaria Day campaign. This is just now open. Please, everyone that work in any inflammatory condition, we encourage you to participate. And even if you don't, there is never, there is never not enough awareness, right? Awareness is something that you will never have enough. So please help us to support this condition that really needs to have the voice out, and support the research for urticaria that is so needed still. And then this just launched today. You see, like, our assets are all translated in several languages. So we launched the World Lung Day campaign, which is based in the social determinants of health, the document for the UN that we keep talking the whole day. Thank you, Migdalia, for supporting us on this one. So please go ahead and help us promote. Even if World Lung Day was yesterday, our campaigns last 1 month. We don't want to pressure you into having to publish everything on that same day. So please, you have the whole month. So, because our messaging is evergreen, right? Even if it's not World Lung Day anymore, the message, lungs don't discriminate, society does, that is evergreen. That applies for the whole year. So we encourage you to apply. It's in our website and social media. And if it's not, you can go to Stephanie Petty, and she will guide you too. Then we have 2 more surprises to come. This is our new baby from last year, Chronic Cough Day. So this year we have bringing it even further. We're trying to reach not just patients here, we're trying to reach general society. Look for those persons living with the condition that they may have the symptoms, but they don't know that they may have chronic cough. So we want to reach out to those people to think like, I may check with my doctor. Sounds familiar to me. So we are going to have a very creative campaign, pop art campaign. We're going to have a personalized website. So we went very big this year for chronic cough. So we hope you all join us when we launch it in few weeks. No weeks, few days. And then we will end the year with our Stephanie Williams campaign, the Speak Up for COPD campaign that she already explained to you this morning. Then one thing that we have done this year, and we are very proud of, we have brought new voices to the awareness world. It's not always the same people. It's not always the same influencers, the same advocates. We have tried to bring diverse voices from many places in the world. We have Obi here talking about the price of inhalers in Nigeria. We have advocates from the Middle East. We have advocates from Togo, from Brazil, talking about different conditions. So try to diversify the voices, so we really make the point that these conditions are not Western-centric, or they are not based in one country. This is a global problem. So why making awareness is important? So we have done a lot of things, right? These events like the Advocacy Summit, where sometimes the industry come to us and check on this document and give us feedback. So this is very important because your feedback is applied. And this is a great example from AstraZeneca, a document that we work during the Advocacy Summit in Amsterdam, that thanks to your input during that section, it has evolved and become something that is very patient-centric, something that is very understandable for everyone. So your feedback is important. They apply your feedback. It's not just a check mark anymore, right? When we give feedback, they really take it into consideration and bring it back to the office. This is another great example. I'm so sorry that Kayla is not here to see it, but this is another great advocacy effort on the Alpha-1 discussion guide, research discussion guide that we worked through the whole year to also make, thanks to our input, to the advisory board input, that we change it upside down like Ruth, 1,600 comments, right? So we have the same amount. We didn't let Ruth see it because it would be even more, but. And so this happened only 2 days ago. It looks like right. It looks like a year ago. This happened 2 days ago. Our first alpha-1 lung and liver connection workshop. We were very pleased with the reception. We thank you very much, the alpha-1 advocates in the room, for coming 1 day early for this. We have kidnapped you for a whole 3 days. So thank you very much for making it happen and to spend our time with us. The purpose of this initiative is to treat alpha-1 just like any disease holistically. We have organizations working in the lung, we have organizations working in the liver, other in the skin, but we only have one body. We are one body. We are not different organs working separate, right? So we decided like we need to work in holistically. At the end, is this patient will have several comorbidities from the same disease. So Stephanie Williams also helped me to make this happen. So thank you very much, Stephanie. And we hope that this program evolves into something that really not only bring more organizations to the arena, but also capacity build new organizations that are working in Alpha-1. We have new organizations from Colombia, from Brazil, from South Africa, from hopefully patient from Lebanon when I convinced Rabiha to create her organization. So we need to bring all these people to the table, not just because they don't have a formal organization or they are not well-resourced or they just started. So everyone should be part of this conversation, and that's also part of this program. So again, thank you very much for the ones of you who made it in the 24th. Then this is one, I have the best job in GAAPP, you guys, because I get to go to see all these people around the world, but these people stay at the office all the time. So we have 4 regional alliances. This is the first year that the 4 alliances actually met in person, and we are so proud of it.
That is a round of applause. Yes.
So you can see here all of our meetings. You see the Sarajevo meeting in the beautiful Sarajevo City Hall. We have our meeting in Lagos, our Asia Pacific community. And of course, the SAREAL team, the biggest in Costa Rica. So thank you very much again for the leaders of the Alliance for working so hard to bring and glue your communities together. And I think there is a lot of great work that can only be done regionally, and you guys are doing it and making it happen. So then we have another surprise. So yeah, that's for you. I thought you will see it. So one day, we have a story. WHO talked to Tanya and say, we want to see what your organizations are doing. And they say, but some of them, they don't have websites. And we was like, well, some of them, they cannot have websites. It's not something that every organization can do. It's not cheap. It's difficult to manage. You need specialized people. So then they say, just let's make it happen. Let's create. So we choose 10 organizations that apply for it, and we are going to do 10 websites for free to 10 of the member organizations that cannot afford to make their own website. Yeah. So this is one example of one of the first that are coming out of the oven, which is the Nepal Healthcare Organization. And this is some of the ones who are already working to make that happen. So this is a call also for you. If you need to make a website, you don't have the resources, you need help, you can come to us and we will make it happen. Yeah, Nancy, you are here as well. Okay, so yesterday I gave you the review of last year social media outreach impact. And now I'm going to give you even better numbers because this is what happened this year. Thanks, Stephanie Petty, for your hard work every day and for having to suffer me every day at 3 a.m. My inappropriate WhatsApp message at 3 a.m. So yesterday I told you we reached 5 million in 2024. So since then, we have grown to 12 million reached. So again, this is people who get to know about conditions. And this is not ads. This is just our work every day and you sharing and all of that. We have 300,000 video views.
We have grown to 36,000 followers amongst all the social medias that we have. Our engagement has grown 44%, which is very important for us because you have to put out content, but if people don't see it, don't interact, don't engage with it, nothing will happen, right? So this is, engagement is very, very important for us because that means the content is what the people need or the people want. Do you have a question? No problem. So again, we have all these very well-established social media networks, but then we have the ones that we are still growing into becoming fully realized social medias. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the call to action. Follow us, please. Follow, share, like, subscribe, everything that you have to do. We promise we are not very annoying. I have to say we are very conscious of how many posts we do per day. We are very ecologically when it comes to digital pollution. Yeah, we're not in your face. We just publish whatever is necessary. Same for the emails. We know that you have so many things coming from so many places, so we try to really just, put out what is really strictly necessary. So this is our website's views of course, we have a lot of engagement from many regions of the world, North America, South America, Europe, always on the top, including Russia and other countries. But we have seen an increased engagement in Asia Pacific and the north of Africa, which is always welcome as well. That means the regional work is working. So again, 2 million even counts. That means someone interacting with the timekeeper. So now is, whose turn is this? It's my favorite person. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And you'll notice that I am a Diet Coke addict. I brought it to the stage with me. Okay. All right, let's get started. I'm so excited to tell you about education and what we have coming in the coming year. First, I want to start with our survey results. Just 2 slides that I want to show you that tell us exactly what you're looking for in education moving forward. I don't think that these will surprise you, but when we asked you about what general topics you would find most helpful moving forward, this is what you told us. Advocacy #1. Does that surprise anyone? We have so much going on with advocacy. Now we need help to know what to do to further the cause, right? Development and fundraising, of course, volunteer and team management, disease awareness. Obviously, everything represented here is important, but I just wanted you to see what we'll do is respond to this by meeting your needs and making sure that our GAAPP academies and the other education that we're putting out then attends to these needs. Next up, I also just wanted to show you, this was a question I asked you about what kinds of educational materials that you need, meaning who is the audience that you are interested in reaching. And if you take a look at what kind of education you're looking for, it is patient education first. And so I wanted you to see that. You will see, I think, in the last 2 years that we've really increased our patient education. But if this is what it is that you need, we will do more of this and make sure that it is available in the languages in which you're interested, which I know is something that's important and that we're working on improving. So I'll spend a little time on this slide because this really is our plan for the coming year. This is what GAAPP education will look like for 2025 to 2026. I said it yesterday, I will say it again. Capacity building for all of you in this room is our first charge in education. And so it's here first. So of course we had patient education as a priority on that last slide, but you are the people most important to us. You are the reason we are here. So that is the first thing that makes it here. I will tell you in a second about the Knowledge Hub. I know we've talked about it so much, but honestly, we believe this has the power to change the work that you're doing and the way you interact with each other. You'll see continuation of the GAAPP Academy webinars. We've also designed a member organization curriculum. So what does that mean? We've basically gone through the life cycle of an organization. So everything from setting things up to learning how to do your communications and marketing to sustainability, all the things that you were interested in having education about. And then we have made the curriculum in each of those sections, under each of those headers. We've listed and linked to the GAAPP resources that are related to that so that you don't have to try to find them yourself. They'll be available in the curriculum, and that lives within the Knowledge Hub. Somebody should count how many times I say Knowledge Hub in this presentation, and then they get a Diet Coke, or maybe a Diet Coke costume. And then, of course, and where's Stephanie? Thank you so much, Stephanie, for all your work. She every month puts out education via social media for there she is, for member organizations, for patients, as well as for HCPs. So that is ready-made education on topics that we determine ahead of time that align with things that you've asked us for, that you can put out, you can retweet, it's all ready to go. So I hope you'll look for that if you don't already, and thank you, Stephanie. In disease education, we have so much going on. Coming soon, we will have, well, actually now we have an asthma chatbot that I think that Vildana showed you yesterday, the value of having that chatbot, and we'll continue to expand on those as well. We'll talk in a second about the Understanding Your Medications neighborhood. You see Karen has come up here. This is one of our babies this year. Karen and I actually gave birth to this, this neighborhood, and you will see it soon. And we also, no, stay here. We'll be dancing soon. And so then we'll have a COPD exacerbations hub and some exciting things happening in asthma as well. So stay tuned for those. Another thing that we've heard from you is that you're having a little trouble finding our resources. Has anybody here had trouble finding our resources? I see you nodding yes. What we're going to be doing in 2026 is updating our website to make sure that you can find what it is that you're looking for, that it's arranged in a way that is easy, not only for member organizations, but for any other stakeholder, including patients who come to our website. And as I said, we are well aware of the fact that we've met the translation bare minimum, right? That there are certain languages that always make it into the list, but we are well aware that we need to improve. We've heard your demand to expand that into many more languages, or else it's not useful to you. And so you'll see us expanding that in the coming year. And then our communities, another thing that's extremely important to us because I believe that this entire organization is fueled by the community. We had, of course, as you know, the AD and CU success programs. COPD was just started this year, and we are also starting bronchiectasis success. So if you are not involved in one of those, please reach out to us because I think it's a great avenue for engagement and to have a good time, right? That Stephanie was waving her jazz hands. We have fun. We learn a lot from each other, and it's an opportunity, I think, to further all of the things that we just talked about, all those key messages and moments that we talked about and activities. This is a gathering where you can do that. And another thing you'll see that we'll be doing is formalizing, I'll keep this as sort of like a drum roll, formalizing how we interact with our patient advocates in a way that makes it easier for your country's voices and your conditions' voices to be represented. Okay, so now we get to talk about the Knowledge Hub again. So we are debuting, as you know, the Knowledge Hub. You can reach it here at hub.gaap.org. There is also this QR code, but you can also go to our website, and on the website in the upper corner, the right corner, there is a button that will take you to the Knowledge Hub. So, is that correct? So she said when you click on member organization, there's a button that will take you to the Knowledge Hub. And the reason I did not know that is that this is happening in live time. Overnight, this actually happened. So our guys back in Indianapolis in the United States are programming this in their pajamas. So again, as I said, this will have 4 resource hubs. we'll talk in a second about the forum and the exchange, and of course the curriculum. But again, this is how you can find it. So could the support team in the back help me by starting this video? So I recorded a video that just does a very short 3-minute walkthrough for you of the Knowledge Hub. This is the main landing page. It will show you all the different components, and then the featured resource hubs is what we call them. Think of them as little libraries, okay? If you are interested in finding information about any of these conditions, respiratory, immunology or skin, capacity building, and there are other resources that don't fall under those headers, that is where you would go. So in this case, I went under skin and immunology. This is the library. So you can see the listing on this side on the right, 2/3. You can see we already have 6 pages of resources, and those are only resources that GAAPP has added. None of your resources are yet in here, but I want them to be. That would be just like Christmas for me. Now, I'll tell you more about how to add that in a second. But you can see how you can search on the left your preferred language. If you need a PowerPoint presentation, you can ask for that by type of disease, what kind of audience you want to reach. Now we go to the community side of things. And so these are your different options. You can see them, I hope you can see that on the drop-down. And so this is how you submit a resource. You can see it's not very much information. You don't have to put in tons of information about just 1 or 2 sentences. Tell us who you are, what language this is in. Give us the URL, because I want to send people back to where you live. I want to send people to your website so that they have access to all that you have to offer. And so, I'm not talking fast enough. So please do that. Another thing we can do here is to donate your time. So one of the things that I do well, and I enjoy doing because I'm not that fun, is I enjoy editing. So what I could do is say, I will offer an hour or 2 a month to anyone who needs it, who needs a newsletter edited, something along those lines. Anything that you have to offer that you're willing to volunteer to another member organization, you can do that there. And same for receiving it. I'm talking very, very slow. So this is what the forum looks like. And many of you have already been in it today, and I thank you very much for that, because this is so exciting for us. We have already gotten some feedback on things you'd like to see in the forum, things you'd like it to do differently. We heard you'd like it to upload pictures, things like that. We already overnighted those requests to the men in Indianapolis who were working on this to make sure that these things happen for you. So please keep telling us what kinds of things you'd like to see, but this is where we're hoping you'll come to interact as a nice home for a safe conversation. Because again, remember, this is only for member organizations. There's no one else in there but the GAAPP team and member organizations. So this is your spot. And again, just as a note, if you did not receive your logins, as a reminder, just email us at info@gaapp.org. And now I want to invite Karen up, my co-birther, to discuss a bit about, this is the wrong slide, our Understanding Your Medications neighborhood.
Thank you, Kristen. So this is certainly a labor of love, and our aim was to create a site for patients. And so this site, just like Knowledge Hub is entirely for you, this is a site that is meant to be patient-facing. So there are downloadables, there are, you could share this with patients, in your area via translations as necessary. But essentially, the theme is, if you start on that side of the slide there, that it's built as a neighborhood, knowing that there's many sections, right? And it's not meant to be necessarily read all at once. There's different ways, and you can go back, etc. The big 3 streets that we have in our neighborhood, one is airways. So the airway street has 2 sections. The upper airway, think nose, chronic sinusitis with nasal polyps, the likes, lower airway is the other street there. And think of COPD, asthma, and all of our lung diseases. The second area in the neighborhood is skin. And so we have urticaria, eczema, those types of disease entities all written for the patients. And then finally, we have food-related allergies. So certainly food allergies, which is really a first, as GAAPP is listening to you and what are your needs, as evidenced by our discussion this morning, but also eosinophilic esophagitis. So there are other entities, other diseases that patients are burdened with that we have addressed in that section. So you can see here, when you go to the website, there's these three buttons here, and then you can click on those, and then they will take you through that avenue for that section of the neighborhood. So these are just some examples. We've put clever names because Chris and I thought it would be a way to make this, user-friendly, something that the patients would feel comfortable looking at. So we have Atopic Avenue, we have Hive Heights in the skin area, and then also we have a section about medications. So we go through the most common medications for these, and fully realizing and acknowledging that availability for certain medications are different in certain areas. However, we wanted to make a encyclopedia, if you will, so that we know the patients know what's available. So we have created 12 patient flyers that speak to the medications. So those are embedded in the medication. You'll see an accordion down drop-down menu. And then we've created a separate section for infographics. So perhaps, I saw that one of our top, I think it was, one of the top education aspirations that you all say is a need is for healthcare providers. Well, these are great infographics and, something that they could have in their clinic. Or maybe these patient materials they want to hand out in their clinic. So that's what that's what this is for, right? And then finally over here, this is an example of the infographic. We do address the epinephrine in this infographic. So this is just the very beginning, and like any new neighborhood that's being built, we will need to, continue to tweak it a bit and plant additional seeds and all. So there is more to come. We do have plans for expansion, not only expanding the toolkit, but we will have patient videos coming in the next, say, 6 to 9 months that we will have available to patients as well. But again, this is a super great resource for patients. So you can push it out to healthcare providers, to other advocates, and we'd love to hear your feedback. Thank you.
That's very helpful. So just in closing, I just want to say that we have been holding some of these things, working on them for the past, 6-8 months, and it feels so good to finally be able to deliver these to you. And I really hope you find them helpful. I have to back up what Tanya said earlier. I consider it an absolute honor to get to do this work every day. And being here with all of you in this room always inspires me when I go back to my kitchen table, which is where I work in Washington, D.C., to do great work for all of you and your patients. So thank you so much.
Ruth is up.
And now my most favorite person, Ruth Talsinger.
Thank you. It's really exciting to be here. I'm just amazed by how big this group has become. I can't say enough. So one thing that Tanya said earlier, nothing about us without us. Our job in research is to elevate and optimize the patient voice in anything that generates data about patients. So, this is on our website. I will not go in detail, but basically we participate in research in many ways. And one thing that I hope that this year we can do together is really increase your engagement in your individual countries in adding the voice of your community to the research that we do. So this is what we've achieved in 2025. Last year, I presented objectives that are shown in blue, and moving on from recruiting for over 10 studies or participating in advisory boards for the industry that develops the treatments for our community, 15. We said more than 10. We set an objective of 8 conference presentations, including the ERS this year. We have 13 just this year, and we're not done yet. Contributing to 15 peer-reviewed publications, 25, and a lot of them are in high-impact publications that really get a lot of attention. Late-terms infographics, that's something that I'm going to show you on the next slide, but 4 of them are out there. There's a 5th coming from a paper. We're just waiting for it to be available online. But that is really important to explain to patients, what does the research mean to you? At the bottom, informing the members on research progress. I don't know if I'm annoying you with the research newsletters. We've been evolving it as we go forward. But one thing that we added to it is a late-term summary of publications about new medicines that are being developed and something either the GAAPP is involved in, but also things that are coming out that we think are exciting for you to know that there are some new treatments and some new science coming in the disease areas that we're working on. The research pillar website, that's something that Kristen already mentioned, but we're really trying to work with Kristen's team and with Stephanie's team on social media to improve the exposure of the work that we're doing at GAAPP in our member organizations. And then the community surveys, that's something you've seen my work in the summary of the member organization survey, but that is something we've done 8 this year, 8 different languages. So in a lot of the surveys that we've done, there was a drop-down menu to pick the language, and we got over 10,000 responses. Elevating the voice of patients is really important. So this is an example for the infographic. So this is a paper that we published on perception of biologics. It was an international survey. Some of you here in this room were involved in that. And at the bottom, you're seeing the metrics and the impact of the publication to the scientific community. How many people looked at it, and you see it's increasing with time. But patients' opinions on biologics is really, really important. So this is bringing the international perspective of patients and caregivers. And then on the right is the first infographic that we did. The picture here is AI generated based on quotes from patients. So that was the free text that I did in the workshop yesterday, but really analyzing what is it the patients talk about, what does it mean to them? And so this is now on our publication webpage. There will be the paper for the scientists, for the clinicians, for people who want the detail, and then for each one that we're involved in, there will be an infographic that explains what does this mean to you. And that is working in partnership with Kristen's team to really make it understandable in lay terms, because I'm a geek and I go for numbers, but we need to explain in ways the patients can understand and caregivers can understand what does the scientific publication mean. Shared decision-making tools. So the most developed one is the CAT, formerly known as COPD assessment test. We have a very active governance board, and this year we published an editorial in the Journal of the COPD Foundation that describes the renaming of the COPD assessment test to chronic airways assessment test. Why? Because it's used in asthma, it's used in bronchiectasis, it's used in a lot of diseases, and now the CAT has been validated in asthma, and therefore we officially renamed it CAAT, still CAT. The online score calculator, it's in a lot of your languages. The CAT's been translated to over 100 languages, and we have it as an online tool. The patients can use before they go to their appointment. It could be emailed to them. They can print it out, and you can also share a printout with your community. We've had a lot of translations, as I said, and we've had a lot of hits on our website that we're still developing. We have videos from Professor Helen Riddell, for example, about using it in the clinic. And we also have a patient video on the website to explain why is the cat helpful to you. The CERT, the COPD exacerbation recognition test, that is a tool the patients can use to have a conversation with their doctor on how to recognize a flare-up or an exacerbation. That is new. We licensed it from GSK in March this year. We have a governance board around the world, including Japan and India. We have our presentation here. We have a new webpage. We have, I think, about 90 different translations. And you could see that even though we launched the website around May, we have 588 downloads. Each of the languages that we posted has been downloaded. So we have a new user guide. It's a postcard for doctors and respiratory therapists and nurses to use, how to use the CERT with patients. I will talk about GOLD later. The iron complex, so this just happened a month ago. Tanya and I are members of the Innovative Respiratory Endpoints Network, which is led by AstraZeneca. And we have brought in the CompX asthma and infographic that we developed as a team with a lot of experts. And that is a clinical trials tool. It's not a tool to use in the clinics. It's not for patients, but it's a way to look at what matters to patients in a flare-up. So acute worsening events, not necessarily treated exacerbation. So that is the CompX, and there is a new webpage that's available now. It is for researchers. AirQ, we just brought in Tanya this month, so there's no webpage yet, but AirQ is a tool in asthma, and you'll hear a lot more about it. Lastly, GOLD. GOLD is definitely the biggest meeting around COPD in the world, and we have a learning lab with Professor Paul Jones will be there. And we will talk about CERT, about CAT for clinicians, and also about the COPD care map and early diagnosis tools. And this will be a great 2-day event that we're doing at GOLD. Survey, my favorite thing. Okay, so we asked you how interested you are in research. 60% of the respondents to the question are interested, but they also need support for human subject research training. Obviously, there are international guidelines about involving patients in research, and we want to make sure that you do that legally. If you recognize, assign a patient to a disease and keep databases, you need to understand what are the rules to protect patients. In terms of communication, I was surprised, but people like emails, and they like the GAAPP Research newsletter. It makes me very happy because we spend a lot of time on putting the newsletter together. So this is an example from our survey. As I mentioned, we did the survey. We asked you in Spanish and in English to give us some comments on what would make you interested or what would make you more involved in research. And basically simplifying the communication, make the participation more flexible through virtual interviews for focus groups, for example, or doing the surveys. People like having surveys. Sharing opportunity. We do have a recruitment webpage. We do put recruitment in our newsletters, but really to make it more engaged. So I can say if there's anything that we can improve on and talk about next year is your engagement in recruiting patients in your countries and really highlighting the impact. So I'm a scientist. We publish a lot of papers, but if it doesn't impact our community, it's not good enough. Patients need to understand what's happening in research. So my last point here is what are we going to do next year and how we're going to measure success. So in our world, it's key performance indicators, or how do we look at success as we did last year. We would like to continue with the global surveys because we're seeing what impact it has on funders as well as on our patient community, understanding what patients say and what caregivers say. Participating in the development of new treatments and new medications, for patients, so that is kind of more around the increasing the patient voice in research, contributing to publications and communications, help you as member organization become better at research in your countries. That is an objective that I hope next year we can highlight some of the projects that we've done in collaborative research. And then maximizing the value of shared decision-making. The CAT has been my passion over many, many years, and that is something that I hope that we will complete the validation of the CAT in bronchiectasis. So, and also work with regulators like the FDA to adopt it for asthma. In addition to COPD, the translations of the CERT really teaching people about how to recognize a flare-up that isn't the one that ends up in the hospital, and really evolve what we've done in IRIN with the Compex and AirQ. So these are my objectives for anybody that wants to be involved in research. I am a busy person, I don't always respond, but research@gaap.org is a way to communicate with GAAPP around interest in research. If it's something specific to the CAT has a mailbox. So Gold Learning Lab, if you're attending Gold, and really excited to answer questions if you have later. Thank you. And now, our most favorite person, Tanya.
All right. We are moving right through the 4 pillars. I, again, cannot say thanks enough to the team for the work that they lead and all the others. And we've belabored a lot of this, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time because I want to get to you and your questions, okay? So a lot of this you've seen, but 2025, we set out with our pillars, our pillar goals and objectives, and we were so successful in achieving these goals. World Health Organization, GARD, their executive steering committee, 3 WHA 78 resolutions, yay. The UNGA high-level meeting NCD political declaration, still a little asterisk, we'll see what happens, but I'm gonna be positive moving forward. The Speak Up for COPD Coalition and the RSV Alliance that GAAPP is leading, that you all have heard about and are participating and supporting. Thank you. We sit on the steering committee of the International Respiratory Coalition. That is 19 coalitions throughout Europe that ERS is leading the effort around, and that you are actively participating in those. I know there are some struggles in that, and I know that we want to do that in other regions of the world. And GAAPP is so excited about 2026 and how we can play a more active role in doing that in other regions. So stay tuned. We did hold the 2 events, the Respiratory and Skin Health Advocacy Summits. Sneak peek, next year we're going to get 1 giant advocacy summit. And then guidelines committees. And I am so excited because GAAPP has been able to forge formal partnerships with so many of the professional societies. World Allergy Organization, the American Academy and the Joint Council between the American Academy of Allergy and the American College, the EAACI, the Eastern European version of a subset of EAACI, the Euphoria, who Xander is here, and a new MOU has just been signed. We, ATS, ERS, we have so many formal partnerships with professional societies that have translated into being on guidelines committees over the last year, and looking forward to the next few years. So Gina Gold, actually Arzu Jorgencello, who just exited as the GINA Scientific Committee lead, due to being elected future president of the ERS. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So excited. She was going to be here this afternoon. Her flight is delayed, and so unfortunately she won't be able to join us, but she sends her love and appreciation to you as patient advocates. This is our moment. We've got the full support of the scientific committee and all the work we're doing across all pillars, but especially this advocacy pillar. So we've talked about these resolutions. I'm not going to revisit it, but years of work behind us in the rearview mirror to get these 3 resolutions across the finish line by you, not by just us, by you. And this sets the stage for years to come. I believe that these 3 documents will be the golden ticket for our advocacy efforts for at least the next decade. I don't say that lightly. Like, if we run with this in the way we should, you're going to get so sick of hearing about these resolutions. You're going to be like, Tanya, if you say resolution one more time, I might scream. But I really believe this. I mean, it's why we work so hard to get to this point and why we're going to keep pushing to move it forward. So I've already given the update. I'm not going to revisit that, but Speak Up. I do want to talk about Speak Up for just a minute. So the Speak Up for COPD campaign, we are in our 4th year, and it has been just so invaluable to see how that effort of bringing community together of both nonprofit and for-profit organizations to advance COPD as a public health priority. That's the entire goal of this program. And Stephanie Williams has done such a great job of leading it. And so you can see we've expanded the involvement of our member organizations and the impact that they're driving. You can see that we have developed a number of new assets, and we actually, at noon today, launched a global press release for our Ipsos Mori polling data, which is where we went out to policymakers across the world and said, how is this changing? Because 3 years ago, not very long ago, 3 years ago, 11% of policymakers said that COPD was a priority. 3rd leading cause of death. 11%. That's really disappointing and shameful. 3 years later, in large part because of this coalition and the work we've done and the community driving, we now are at 27%. 27%. So a 16% increase in policymaker prioritization of COPD in 3 years. Think where we will be in 10 years. If we continue this effort and really stay to the key messages of this as a public health priority. So again, so incredibly important about this. If you weren't at breakfast, we will send out a full package of all the data of the Ipsos Mori poll. And you will be asked to really speak up, scream up when it comes to World COPD Day later in November. All right, so these are the moments in time. You've seen this slide again a couple of times, so I'm not going to belabor it. But I do want to say this week is so vitally important for us. Between the event that we were a part of at the United Nations on COPD to today launching the Ipsos Mori polling data to you first. Thank you to the industry team here that allowed us to do that, to actually do this to you first, and then to the greater world and public. Tomorrow we have a side event where we'll focus on releasing it to the doctors and sharing this data with the ERS community. And then move forward 2 weeks, we've got a World Health Summit event where we will release more of this data and ask for national decision makers and ministers of health to step forward in their commitment to speaking up. And then, as Ruth said, the Gold Conference coming up in November in Philadelphia with our Learning Lab and all of the activity that's built into that. So yes, I do not apologize that COPD seems to take center stage in so much of the work we do, because people I love are knocking at death's door because of this disease. I am in a race against time for my own mom and dad to keep living with COPD. And I know that many of you have people just like that that are impacted. So we won't stop until this is truly recognized as it should be. All right, so what did you say about advocacy in the membership survey? Again, I'm not a numbers geek like Ruth, although I love her for it. But the data really speaks so clearly about what's important to you when it comes to advocacy and how far we've come. Because again, just a few years ago, most of you said, it's kind of like something we do, but we don't really like to do. We don't know how to do it. And so we've worked very diligently over the last few years to really hear that and to equip you to do that work better and to make it a little more enjoyable, all right? So the top advocacy priorities of the 81 responses, these are the things you want us to prioritize. Lung health, early diagnosis and screening, nicotine and tobacco control, policy and guideline development, research and innovation, healthcare rights and access, and skin disease policy. So that is based in the prioritization of the order of the total responses. And then when we look at how we're activating at regional respiratory health coalitions and alliances and cross-sector civil networks, what we see is that, again, across the world, you're plugging in and you are working with your community. None of this can be done by just one person. The old adage, there's no I in team. We're not going to make these major changes in the world if we work in isolation. And so that's why these coalitions are so important. And thank you for trudging through. And I know sometimes it is super frustrating to work in coalition. It's not easy work, but we can run so much farther together than we do alone. So please don't ever forget that. All right, does your organization engage with governmental policy makers? 65%, 2/3 of you say yes. Again, dramatically different than a couple of years ago when we first asked this. It was less than half. And then does your organization engage in HTA bodies? So these are the assessments, again, for determining should a product be reimbursed in your country. And 1/3, 36%, just over 1/3 said yes. So this is the next level, right? We're part of the legislative process. We're doing some of the basic advocacy work, but how do we make sure our voice is heard in what gets paid? Because what gets paid gets done in healthcare. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that they just did it because it's the right thing. But the truth is, what gets paid gets done, or what gets reimbursed. So we need to make sure that that is heightened, and you'll see more capacity building in that area coming from us. 88% of you said you're interested in our advocacy initiatives. So again, I can't say it enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We cannot do this alone. Our advocacy team this year, 3 people. 3 people. That's all of this work, 3 people in the advocacy team. So thank you, thank you, thank you for your support. Where do we go from here? Okay, so I use the same format. We want to do some specific advocacy surveys and see exactly what is needed, how we can support you. We want to continue to contribute to advisory boards that are policy focused, right? Coalitions that are policy focused. We're going to continue to present advocacy content at conferences. Now, this is challenging because these are not our normal congresses. These are things like the World Health Summit where it's mainly policymakers. These are organizations that we have historically not had relationships with. So one forum is the European Health Forum in Gastein. We presented there last year. We're hoping to do that again next year. So definitely at least 3 times where we're on major stages, not small conferences, major world stages, bringing these advocacy issues forward. And then, of course, increase social media engagement. Continue to bring the advocacy voice forward in publications. So we have an op-ed that dropped today on the release of the data from the Ipsos Mori poll, and we want to keep doing that through impulsing that through not only public forums, but also through peer-reviewed publications. And one of the areas that I haven't talked about at all is next generation propellants. And we are moving fast and furiously. The first next-gen propellants have just been approved and are moving into the market in the UK, and it's coming to the rest of the world. We don't have a choice. This will happen. Inhalers will transition to next generation propellants. So a lot of our work in the media and our attention will turn that direction in 2026. And then we have our monthly newsletter that goes out to each of you as members. We want to have a dedicated section there every single time, updating you on the key advocacy aims that you can engage in each and every month. Supporting you with your capacity development, continuing to work through our GAAPP academies, our knowledge hub, sharing those resources more and more broadly, and hosting that advocacy training summit. So stay tuned, because that will be in the first half of 2026. And then maximizing our value of our advocacy tools and national implementation of all of these different assets that you've seen. I've told you we will be developing the WHA implementation framework and specific targets for asthma and COPD of the lung resolution. Global Skin is working on the same, and we are helping and supporting that on the skin resolution, and the rare disease community has done the same. So again, by the time we get to January, we will have 3 distinctive frameworks with specific targets to continue advancing this work in advocacy. And then, of course, we'll continue to collaborate and work in coalition with the WHO, the IRC, and the RSV Alliance. So that's advocacy. Before we take a break, I want to bring it to you. You've heard a lot. So in this last hour and 15, we've kind of downloaded all the great things from each of the 4 pillars. And it was based on your feedback. It was based on what you said to us in the member survey, what you've said to us in our one-on-one conversations. But I want to hear if you've got additional questions, if there's something we can clarify before we start really going full force ahead. We've got 2 roaming mics here. So anybody have questions? I know that was a lot. Don't be shy. Any questions? The other thing I would say is, we know you're doing your daily in and out, the work that you do daily for your organizations. And so if there's something that you've seen or heard that you're like, I want to do that, I want to be a part of that, or I want my organization to have those kinds of tailored resources, like the medication hub or some of the education initiatives that Kristen spoke about, reach out to us. Like, that's what this is about, is sharing those things and adapting them and making them culturally competent to what's going to make a difference in your local market and for your community that you serve. Okay, Xander?
It's actually not a question, but I just want to share how breathtaking it is, everything that you succeeded the past year and the targets you set for yourself for the next year.
Thank you.
Very ambitious, and congratulations on everything. So it's not a question,
Xander.
but...
Thanks, Xander. So Xander represents Euphoria and is one of our key partners. We've got such great things, again, planned for the coming year. We're speaking at their conference, and just the embracement that we've felt from their community has been so great. So thank you. Yes, Mustafa.
Okay. Actually, I have 2 comments. One is for the Ruth. She has done fantastic work. But I was just thinking, maybe she agrees to it, that we are talking from the patient's perspectives.
Yes.
We are looking at what the patients are thinking and how they feel when they go to the doctor and what they should do when they go to the doctor. Yeah. There is another aspect that when the doctor is looking at them, to the patient, what he is feeling is the patient is too much annoying, he's asking too many questions, or he's getting very silly. What is his desire, what he wishes? I think that is also a perspective. I mean, that's part of patient perspective, actually. But how the doctor feels like to deal with him, how he would be happy to treat him, how he would be happy to receive him. Can we think of a survey like that? So one. So that means you have got something to say. Okay. And second, let me admit publicly that you have become my inspiration since you told me that it's 20 years on since you were a cancer survivor. And mashallah, you are doing fine. And I mean, the work you are doing in spite of this, that has inspired me a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And you're right. It is that partnership between doctor and patient. We don't ever want to undermine that in any way. We know that every single person deserves to have a trusting relationship with a provider that can help them to navigate all of their health conditions, right? And so thank you. There are many doctors in this room who lead patient advocacy organizations who see things from that perspective of a shared decision-making approach. So thank you to those of you who serve in that capacity. Is that one dead?
Absolutely right, and I think a lot of the tools that we're developing are also for providers. We did present a survey where we did the same survey for patients and providers, but you make a really good point. Where we try to empower patients is to have a card with very, very short questions that they need to ask, and to bring their data, like the grid for skin diseases or the CAT for lung diseases, to really make it easier for doctors that are really busy having that shared decision-making.
Yeah, I think, again, going back to, oftentimes I say, like, intent is there. I don't believe there's a single doctor who went into medicine and devoted their life to this that doesn't have the intent of serving their patients well, right? The constraints of the systems and the time and lack of reimbursement and all these things that have come into the picture. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a doctor in this environment throughout, with the demands, with the shrinking workforce shortages and all of these things. I mean, that's a tough job, right? So sometimes I feel like that we're like, doctors need to do more. Doctors need to do more. My heart breaks for doctors that are really trying to be good doctors in the current systems, because they're broken. They're sick care, not health care, in so many cases. So yeah, I think we need to continue to remember that, continue to ask them to do more and demand better, but do it with grace. All right. Anything else? Yes.
Because of your leadership and this GAAPP's advocacy and networking, you are able to bring all the industries in the dais, and they are happy to share all these details and your questions they have answered. But my perception and request to GAAPP is this kind of industry relationship with the advocacy groups in the national level and the regional level is still lacking, I think.
Yes.
So that should be some kind of advocacy and lobbying and network should be done by the GAAPP at the national level and the regional level. That is my request to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sankar. I think that's a really great point. I mean, again, we've been running very hard and fast at about 100 miles per hour, at least that's the terminology we say in the US, and changing all 4 tires at the same time over the last few years of building the team, getting the resources, working with our global contacts. But I hear you. I hear that that's one of the reasons why we developed the alliances, that structure of the alliances, and why we'll be hiring more resources and people to devote time to those regional alliances and to the national support. Because I do think we've got a clear picture of where we are globally and the way we can continue to do that. And I think now it does come to how do we support you at a more local, regional level. So thank you for that comment. I think it's a very timely and relevant. Yeah. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm asking this question from the point of view of kind of a research comms perspective.
Yes.
So every year, on average, there's about 2.5 million scientific articles published. That's around 14,000 a day. Now, infographics are a wonderful way of communicating that, but in this very noisy landscape, we also need to find other ways to get that message out there.
Yes.
So I wondered what other creative methods you were thinking through and plans in the pipeline.
Yeah, such a great question or point, right? Because I do think the way people are digesting information is so different. And the challenge is that peer-reviewed, evidence-based approaches are at a health literacy level that are oftentimes well beyond people's comprehension. And that even if you are an expert and educated in your particular field, you don't understand what's being said. So I think it is about infographics. I think it is about 1 to 2 minute video lay summaries of data. I think it is about synthesizing and summarizing almost like on a biweekly or monthly basis what's really important and timely, because otherwise it just becomes like background noise. And I know you guys are doing that, where you choose like what to post at what time, what message to bring forward at what time. So I think we'll be calling on you to say, okay, like we do in our research newsletter, these are the things that you need to know right now. How do we synthesize that vast, abyss of information into a format and in a way that people can really understand? So to me, it's plain language summaries, it's infographics, it's different channels and activating those channels in more real world ways. And for the medical community, I think it is a transformation of continuing medical education. That's not my goal, my number one focus or aim, but I think it's necessary. And we're working, I have a meeting here with companies like Medscape and Prime Continuing Medical Education on how we give input to that. So hopefully they'll listen, hopefully it will change over time, and we're definitely dedicated to bringing it in new formats.
And I just want to add to that, I think Tanya really hit the nail on the head when it comes to modalities. We want to be able to offer people something that speaks to them, right? And especially here at GAAPP, making sure then that we're offering it in the different languages. And I think something that most other organizations don't have is this community, right? So things can get lost, I think, in the fray because you're a single voice that is trying to make it heard. But I think one of the things about GAAPP is the fact that we are a collective voice, which makes us so much stronger than many other people who are trying to do similar work.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. Any other questions for the leadership team? All right, our doors are always open. There's no hiding. It's a small group. You can get in touch with us pretty much 24/7. Somebody's online and monitoring the communications, right? That's also the benefit of having team members that live all across the world. So don't ever feel like you're out there alone, like you can't reach out, like your question doesn't matter, it's too insignificant. I hope none of you ever come to that point, because that really is what we are here to do. We exist to serve you. That's our point. So please reach out. If we don't get back to you within our standard is 48 hours. So if you don't hear from us in 2 days, ping us again. I'm not kidding. That's our commitment to you. We want to be responsive to you as our members within 2 days, every single time. Okay? So, and that's including me, which I'm looking at someone that I did not respond to in 2 days and saying, I'm sorry, I commit to doing better. All right. Anything else before we move into our last poster session and then our concluding session for the day? Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you
Yes,
so
you're
much.
welcome. Muchas gracias. De nada. Okay, so these are the last groups that will be presenting in the hall. Get a refreshment and visit the posters, spend time looking at the great work that these 8 organizations are presenting. And then please be back in here. What time is it, guys? Okay, 3 o'clock on the nose. We are going to be back in this room and wrap up, and I'm going to get you out of here early, which that's crazy to say. But come back, because we have do not leave. You will miss the end fun thing if you leave. Don't leave. All right, thanks.
You know how fast 3 minutes goes. No, I just need 30 seconds, but now I'm serious because I'm so thrilled first with the idea, and we all align. So what to do? Our goal is early and proper diagnosis. How to do it? To develop diagnostic roadmap. How to develop it? It should be developed based on the survey on failures. So to test, assess what didn't work well, and we would include both patients and physicians. It's a huge project, so if there's a pharma representatives here, we already started fundraising. Yeah, okay. So probably if you, it need to include ministries of health, different stakeholders, but we believe to go from this perspective could be impactful. Okay, thank you.
Let me ask a question.
Yes, please.
What were the strengths that you brought together?
Well, we are patient advocates, and we know about diagnosis, and we know, and of course, patient journey. So this survey that will ask patient about their journey, and then to ask physicians, because we also know that we have great physicians who would say, if only I had that resources, I would do it differently. So we know the ecosystem. So that's the strength, yeah.
And you're playing to that strength.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
The living experience of very bad diagnostic processes. That's expertise.
It is. Expertise of the worst kind, right? Right. Okay, I'm moving to North America.
All right, great job, Europe. Nice. I don't need it because of this thing. I think she's got me on this one, yeah. Okay, so for North America, we found that our strengths are that we are resource-rich countries. We do have formal processes and systems in place, although they don't always operate as efficiently as they could or should. And we've got a strong patient advocacy community with a lot of experience and insight in working together with multi-sectoral partnerships and collaborations. So we work with the physician community, we work well with industry, we work, so all of that is really a key strength of ours. So what is our plan and our goal? We have decided to focus on a project that we're calling Changing Sick Care to Healthcare, Health as an Investment. And this is, we will develop, looking through peer-reviewed literature, we will develop a cost calculator to show that if we invested in prevention, early detection and diagnosis, access to treatment, and long-term management and education, what it would return to our governments, to our society. And that we will develop a calculator, we'll develop key messages, we will host a roundtable of government officials and payers to reinforce this message, and publish a white paper on the topic. So that is what we are committing to do.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, you're committing a lot.
Yeah.
Who's driving?
Well, GAAPP is driving.
Okay.
And leading. And I can say that because I can't. No. But we have to go find, I'll echo what Europe said, we've got to find the support and the money. We've been a part of some of these early conversations about health as an investment. And I think that now is where we tailor this. And people were saying, like, what do we do this at the disease level? I think we do it at our umbrella level of atopic and airways diseases. That's how we show that if you invest in this area as this umbrella of atopic and airways diseases, which impacts all of us in this room, that in fact it helps society as a whole, and we end up on the positive side of that calculator and story.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
And we're going to share it with the rest of you. You can follow North America's example, hopefully. It'll be a global tool, but we'll start with North America. Okay.
Okay. So
In Latin America, Migdalia, you want me to do it or you want to do it? Okay, not two. So as usually, we always write a lot of things. We talk a lot and we write a lot. So I'm going to try to synthesize as much as possible. So the strengths of the region is we have many available human resources. We have the same barriers in most of the countries. But now we have a better, more functional industry engagement with patient organizations, and LATAM is becoming a research hub as infrastructure improves in the region. The society is more empowered, and we have very successfully advocacy pilots and high-profile tables in Colombia that translate to other countries. But our biggest strength in the region is SAREAL. And I'm not self-promoting. That's something that came from them. And they believe this is the network that can push the needle forward to a better access to healthcare. Then, we're committing a lot of things. So you hold Migdalia accountable for that, not me. So one of the commitments is creating an observatory for data collection, because we don't have enough data to do meaningful policy advocacy and policy change. There is no data in the region on the burden and the impact on the pharmacoeconomics. Which is in itself a data point. The point that we don't have data, zero, right? So we need to make education about chronic respiratory diseases, but also including an environmental health, planet health, right? Food allergies, but not just with the population, but we have to go to school and community settings. We have to promote research in LATAM, since we have the strength that the infrastructure is growing, and we can conduct more research there, and that's a call for our pharma friends. Please do more research in Latin America. We're ready for it. We have to work into creating a more holistic and interoperable model of healthcare, and that's something that they want to do through those high-profile tables that they started in Colombia, and they translated to Costa Rica, and hopefully they translate to other regions. As you saw, Costa Rica is a project that Nancy and Maritza presented. We have to, as I say, we have to promote planet health as a way of preventing chronic respiratory diseases. And again, what we can do best is implementing pilots and successful projects, translating them to other countries, because the barriers are very common. So a lot of things, but you have to hold accountable Migdalia Denise for that.
Great. Thank you so much. Great job, Latam.
Yeah, I will go for our strength, and then Chiwike will go for the goal statement. We have the same strength as Victor. Our strength here is human resources. We have a very big population who are ready to do the work. We have also a growing digital health and infrastructure, and we have strong community health networks. Yeah, and our goal is one of it is the first African and Middle East Alliance meeting that we had recently. Is a very good one for us, for all the members in the region coming together to form alliance. So it's a very big goal for us in the future. Thank you. And Chiwike will help us with the statement.
Well, I think what we've just done is to realize our strengths. We also expected to discuss the weaknesses in line with what we have there. So within us, we said where our strength lies is also where our weaknesses, lies. Because the issue is that whereas we have a very large population that are ready to work, yesterday when Ugo spoke, he informed us how the countries in Africa and Middle East spending a whole lot of money training medical doctors, medical practitioners, and after training them, they leave the continent to Europe, to America, to go and provide services as a result of better incentives. So that is a weakness that we have. But let me leave that to go to our goals, because what you said is goals, statement, not activities. That's our own understanding. So our first goal is to reduce the burden of asthma, atopic disorders and allergies, and other respiratory conditions across Africa and Middle East by improving early diagnosis, access to effective treatment, patient education, public health interventions, while strengthening healthcare systems, promoting research, and fostering community awareness to ensure equitable, sustainable, and high-quality respiratory care for all populations. The second one is to empower communities across Africa and the Middle East with knowledge, awareness, and practical tools to prevent, recognize, and manage asthma, atopic disorders, allergies, and respiratory conditions, fostering healthier populations through education and engagement. And the last is about the mortality rate. So we say here, to reduce asthma, allergy, atopic, and other respiratory conditions, deaths by 50% in Africa and Middle East through early diagnosis, treatment access, and community education by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that as I was walking around and listening to all the discussions, I came back here and I was reading what Obi was writing. What did you write? No one.
No one should die from allergic, atopic, respiratory diseases. Thank you. That's our goal. That's one of our goals.
And so true. No one should die from those. Okay, Asia. Who's our spokesperson here? Kwan? Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So we had discussed a lot about our strengths and weaknesses, and then we find out that we have some common trends about the price of the medications. So because in Asians we have less population, and maybe the industries maybe can reduce the price for the medications. And also we have some very quick response to the guideline change for the policies in meditations in larger population countries. And in Asia, many countries, they have access to the social media. So we had a less outreach to the social media, and also had the forums for regional patient groups and about the pharmacies companies, and some patient groups, they can have some guidance, they can have their voice in the design of the clinical trial. So I think this is very meaningful. And we had set a goal statement, and I think it's a very ambitious goals. And when I read this goal, but I started to think how we can achieve this goal. So this slide, we should have this equitable care and empower voice guided by data and best practice standards to achieve universal healthcare by 2030 in Asian Pacific regions. And we have about 6 specific goals, like we can have universal access to diagnosis and treatment in the regions, and also have some campaign to promote the patient education for awareness and empowerment, and something like priorities in the patient advocacies and environmental impact measurements. And also we can, I think we think that we can have some collaboration with professional society to provide more quality training for healthcare providers, because we think this is crucial. some doctors, they do not know about the disease and they do not know how to treat. And if we can train the doctors, maybe they can provide better healthcare for the patients. And maybe we can have the regional collaborations in the regional to have some data collections to improve the diagnosis and treatment. And maybe the last one is the adaptations of the national treatment to fit each nation's situations. Okay.
Thank you. Look at that, just in time. You guys did great. I mean, these goals, some of them are quite lofty, but you know what? We can do this. We can do this together. And I loved walking and hearing all of you talking about the strengths of your group and coming together and really talking about the positives that you have going for you in your regions. So as you leave here today, I want you to think, we've done this now, and this was regional groups across conditions, right? Because we can amplify each other's messages. This doesn't have to be us working only in atopic dermatitis or only working in COPD. We really, really are stronger when our voices all come together. And we have so much more in common than we have that are different. So I encourage you, stay with these goals. Stay with these goals within your working groups and work towards them. Small steps, baby steps. Sometimes you have to crawl, but we can get there. And I'm so proud, so proud of the work that you've done. Give yourselves a round of applause.
All right. We are going to move into our last session, and I'm going to ask you to go back to a seat that you're comfortable and at a table for just a few moments as we do our wrap up. I'm going to come to you. I'm going to come to you. I'm going to come to you. Yes, yes. Okay, all right, great. Do you want to do the do you want to kind of talk through them, or you want me to talk them? Because, I mean, I'm going to do like a motivational kind of end thing, so if you want to. Okay, great. All right, excellent. All right, guys. Whew, let's take a deep breath. Everybody, seriously, with me for just a minute. I know it's been a long day. We've been in this room. It's a little warm. We're getting tired. So let's all just, for a minute, center on this moment and seriously, like, take a big, deep breath in. One more. Last one. You cannot talk and breathe as well at the same time. It is good to do that, right? We've been running hard for 2 days, so it's good just to take a pause and to breathe. We take it for granted. A lot of people don't, right? We should never take it for granted. So, in this last little wrap-up session, I asked our amazing, amazing friend, Laura from Nifty Fox, to come and give an overview of what we have been doing. Because listen to this. I mean, her talent, if you've not come up and seen this, you're about to see it on the big screen. Her talent is incredible. She had nothing but blank pages when she came into this yesterday. And she has listened and collected this in real time and not missed a beat. It's incredible. And the first time that we did this a few months ago with Laura, I was like, okay, you will be at every GAAPP event from this point forward, so just mark your calendars. You're going to be there. She is our personal illustrator of this. But I asked her because given kind of an outsider who doesn't know this space, I wanted her to feed back what she's heard from us and what we have committed to in the last 2 days, okay? So, it is yours. And we need, thank you, a round of applause for Laura. And then a mic, yeah.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm not going to stand on the stage because I fell off a stage very recently and I've got a bit of trauma about it. So I'm just going to stay on the ground if that's all right. I will share at the very end of today, at the very end of these slides, a QR code where you can go and download them instantly. But I just want to say 2 things. One, thank you. It's been a real privilege to be here in a group of very committed, loyal, incredibly talented people. So that's been a real honor to be your scribe today. And the second is I know I'm between you and cocktails, so I'll try and make this as quick as I can. And as informative as you can. My sell to you is if at any point today you were out getting a croissant or you fell asleep or you missed anything, I'm going to make sure you've got everything you need to know now.
If you fell asleep, shame on you.
Yeah, yeah. So the first thing we had was our incredible welcome, and there are 2 things here that I really want to point out with you. And the first is in our top left here, which is that there's 1 billion people experiencing allergies or airway conditions. That is a massive number that we need to stand up for. And also another thing is understanding that we need to share our passion and create a safe space here for all voices from all nations. And that was incredibly important for us. We talk a lot about the survey throughout, so I'm not going to go through that too much at this point. We then heard from our incredible members, so Sariel, Allergia, and EFA. And again, some of the commonalities that were coming across all of these is it's about awareness, it's about good training, and it is about research, especially on how we can convert that into that economic argument as well as that emotional argument for what we do. And actually, the fact that these campaigns are incredibly well publicised across multiple different platforms and media is also a key message that's come out of today, too. I'm just going to give everybody a second to grab that picture. You make me feel like Beyonce. Thank you so much. We then had some more member stories. So we talked to our Community and Family Foundation in Ghana. And I think what was particularly interesting here was the importance of key slogans to help awareness. Now, the challenge we have in Ghana is the stigma and different definitions of why you might have asthma or a respiratory condition. So it's actually about how we can dismantle that idea of it being a curse and actually create these different use of media to get this health education out there. And then in Nepal, it was incredible how there was a national approach to addressing the issues of CRD. And actually, I loved this comment from our speaker, which is, we must unite to fight this cause globally, which was incredibly important. Still with me, team? Excellent. And I haven't fallen off a stage. I'm so relieved. Then we had our industry panel. And I think the biggest part of this discussion was the thing right at the top, which says trust over transaction. And that underpinned every single interaction on that stage. So we talked about the importance of involving patients early, having that patient voice embedded the whole way through the research process, right from conception through to delivery and implementation. And also the fact that our industry do fund projects, but you need to show that long-term sustainable approach. Even though you might have that funding for a year, it's about showing that cost-benefit analysis across a full project life cycle. I thought this impact pyramid was a really great tool by thinking about how can I demonstrate that we've delivered on time and to a lot of people, and then the extra icing on the cake being how can we demonstrate that external commitment and then outcomes. So it's thinking about building impact in from your planning stage to demonstrate that later. Then this is your incredible work, so I won't take any credit for this. Each of your shared priorities and barriers. I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the screen here around your common threads that you all talked about. So you all talked about priorities being around access and equity, around prevention, around early diagnosis, influencing policy, awareness raising, and funding. But some of those barriers were also common across all regions. So misinformation, misdiagnosis, access to care, challenge with resources, a lack of data, as well as stigma, and again, awareness still being a drum that we need to keep hitting. We then had our breakfast this morning after your wonderful evening out last night. I saw some great Coke bottles as I came back into the hotel, so I appreciated that. So we talked about some of the great highlights from Speak Up so far, and actually our main goal at the top being advancing the recognition of COPD as a public health priority with our 3 coffee strands: policy influence, evidence-informed, and patient-centred. We then talked about the highlights so far, as well as the survey. And again, these challenges of awareness being limited, COPD awareness varies, and the prioritisation of policymakers varying, as well as stigma limiting visibility. And we need a more proactive strategy in order to get COPD on the map. I won't talk about what happened yesterday because we've processed that and we're going to move forward. But what I will say is there's incredible regional support there. So we've got 3 funded programs across 3 regions. It's important for us to amplify the vision, amplify COPD, World COPD Day. That's the 19th of November. Remember that, put it in your calendar. And also thinking about what happens next. So thinking about how do we disseminate data and expand our collaborations? How do we ensure we have that country-level campaigning and making sure our website is doing that heavy lifting for us as well? You then talked about your common challenges and also your common momentum points. And some of the things that came out here were a lack of knowledge and awareness, again, for doctors, patients, as well as the public, a poor access to treatments and diagnosis, as well as then the challenge that we're not being treated as whole people. We're being treated as one condition rather than a whole person that's experiencing this, and perhaps even comorbidities going on there too. Again, stigma. There's the fact that there is no standard policy, protocol, or promotion of chronic respiratory diseases, and that early research isn't happening early enough. And also, again, high cost of treatment, lack of funding, a lack of political will, and non or late diagnosis. But then more encouragingly, this slide. So this is where your common momentum is. This is where you're doing incredible work already. So you talked here about that therapeutic innovation, and the recognition of this heart and lung connection is finally getting through to people, that you have this industry buy-in, you have the WHO resolution, dialogue is clearly happening more than it was 3 years ago. You also have policy and treatment guidelines, and patient voice is being centred at the heart of everything that's going on. And again, there's so much campaigning and activism in this room. Our member stories give us that demonstration already, and awareness is going up. And then you have no excuse to not do any of these actions because I've made them so pretty for you. I've taken them out of your Miro board and made them something you can stick on your desk, stick up in your kitchen and look at. I won't go through them here because you wrote them down earlier, but that is there for you to go out there and do something with. We then had our policy session where you threw an awful lot at me in a very short space of time, so thank you for that. We had the UNGA statement, which is the longest sentence in the history of sentences, by the way, but I'm so glad you got everything in there. We also then heard from our friends in Costa Rica, Europe, Canada, and our Love Times Air, our digital tool, the Check Air tool. Again, 3 key things that came out for me here. Strategic alliances drive change. In all 4 of these stories, it's about who did we collaborate with to ensure the reach and scale of the thing that we are doing. Second, messaging is crucial, not only to raise awareness, but also to get through to people who might not be on the same political playing field as us. So we talked with the Longfons company about actually how can we swap the idea of clean air to healthy air, because healthy air isn't something you can argue against morally. So it's thinking about the words you're using in your messaging. We also talked then for Canada, the importance here, the third point around data, and how can we make that global data relevant at a regional level. And finally, the importance of enabling and empowering people to find out about their health, and the incredible Check Air tool demonstrated that as well. We then had our wonderful update panel where I had the terrifying job of drawing people, which if you're not happy with how old or young I've made you, please do come and talk to me. But again, art imitates life, Victor, so, and as one of your favourite people, I wanted to do you justice. But some of the key things, you've been doing so much over the last year, and there is so much to be proud of here. And we started with Victor, so look at how many incredible initiatives you've had, the disease awareness days, your discussion guide. You've got nearly 13 million impressions on social media, new voices driving change, and actually something you said, Victor, which I love, which is there is never not enough awareness. So what we're doing here can only keep snowballing. Kristen then talked us through the survey and the incredible work that you've been doing, so the importance of capacity building in advocacy, fundraising, and also management, as well as keeping that patient education first. And then we talked about what's going on for the next year, and I got to draw a chatbot, which I'm really proud of. I think that's one of my favourite things I've drawn over the last 2 days. So we talked about the capacity and community building, disease education using the medication neighbourhood, our chatbot and the hub, our web updates, and actually thinking about how do we build community. But just to plug your hub again, please visit the hub. It hasn't been said enough today. And then Ruth talked about the incredible work with the research, and that's so important to have that phrase, nothing about us without us, and the incredible work on elevating the patient voice, and all of these 2025 goals being totally smashed in the best way. And thinking about, again, how do we make patients at the heart of research? How do we communicate it in a way that people can understand and use in their local context? And also, how do we use those shared decision-making tools too? And then Tonya left us on what we've done incredible work with advocacy and all of that huge long list there, and also the big plans for 2026 too. But the two key things that stuck out for me here, which was 3 years ago, only 11% of policymakers thought that COPD was a priority, and that's raised now to 27%. That's a massive, massive achievement. I have got that right, haven't I? Thank you. And also that actually, how can we use a resolutions as our golden ticket to change? And again, just from Tonya's point of view, we must not stop. Although this is all success, we must not stop. And the events of yesterday just proved that. Then this is what you've just done. So you've done your primary goal statements. I thought you were all going to write one sentence, and you didn't. You wrote about 15 for each. But again, some of the shared goals across the shared goals for me, data collection. Again, data collection is crucial in order to drive those policy arguments and advocate for change. Second up is the economics, proving that cost-benefit analysis of investment, health as an investment, and you can see my little piggy bank there. But also thinking about how that improves productivity and the health of our planet more generally. And finally, education, both as an awareness piece, also a training piece for our healthcare professionals, as well as our patients too. And finally, folks, that is where you can get all of these images right now. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
It is incredible. I can't draw a stick figure. I'm so bad at drawing, and this is just so incredible. Did she nail it? Did she nail it? And she presented it in 15, 20 minutes. 2 days worth of blood, sweat, tears, and work, and years in a 20-minute just incredible. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as a bonus, she handed me a piece of paper with 4 free AI tools that help you to do visual metaphors from text, AI animation software, data visualization in seconds, and interactive data visualization that will help us to do our job better, all for free. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And Kristen will be sending out those tools so that you'll have access to them after. All right, we're here. We're to the very last summary of the day. But before that, we have some special people to recognize. I was going to do this last night, and I didn't feel like the venue would have done it justice. And so while it was a fun venue and a great evening and casual, I felt like this deserved a time and a spot on the stage. And so we are instituting something a little bit new this year with GAAPP Summit, and that is some recognition awards. Because I could give every single one of you an award for the amazing work you're doing, but across the 4 pillars and across the regions, there have been some real standouts that we felt needed to have a moment on the stage to recognize. So Our first is our Outreach Award for 2025, and that is going to our organization from Ghana. So Florence, Victor. Come on, Florence, come on up. Victor, if you want to say anything just about in general why you selected her. This is yours. You can take that there.
So I have, obviously, every single member is doing a great job in awareness. I think my pillar is the one that I have to work harder because you guys are doing such a great job, and from the moment that you joined GAAPP. However, as I say when I introduced her presentation, the Community and Aid Foundation of Ghana, they have, as you saw in her presentation, they have been doing so much with so little, going to rural areas, walking with cardboards, doing the thing that we do with thousands of dollars, they do it with nothing. So I want to recognize their hard work, their volunteering, the sharing your stories, and so the awareness award was to
Congratulations.
Florence.
Come on, Victor, get in the picture. Great. All right, thanks. All right, hand it off to Kristen. She's going to join me on the stage for the next one. For our Education Award, I asked Kristen, the leaders of each pillar helped me to select these. And so our Education Award goes to
Yi Lee from CU Dreamland.
And say maybe a word or two.
Honestly, as a person with CU in remission, thankfully, and as an educator, I am in awe of the breadth and depth of education that you are able to do for people with skin conditions in China. It's very similar to what Victor said, going into cities, going into rural communities, going wherever it is needed. And I have great respect for you, and I'm just in awe of the work you do, even though you're an Alabama fan.
Even though he's an Alabama fan.
So,
Thank you, and roll high.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Ruth. So in our research mission pillar area, Ruth made our selection, and she chose the Asthma Allergy Foundation of America. So I'm going to ask Sanaz to come on behalf of APA and her team there.
Yeah, recruitment for clinical trials and surveys is not easy, and Hannah Jaffe and Sanaz have been extremely helpful and supportive.
Thank you.
So
I will
thank
pass
you.
the message to Hannah.
This will go on Hannah's desk. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. That's great. All right. And then last but not least is my Advocacy Award before we get into our regional awards. And for advocacy, I am going to ask Claudia from Chile. Claudia? She's Victor, I'm going to need you to translate. So, if there is one person who embodies a patient who says, I will not be silenced. I will help myself get access to the treatment I need, and I will help the community that I serve get access to the treatment I need. This woman single-handedly did that for her entire community and country in Chile. So proud of you. So she definitely gets this award. Come in here between Victor and I. Come, Victor. Migdalia, will you come? Because I know you were. Migdalia was a huge part of this effort as well. And, it's saving her life, but it's saving so many more. And so I couldn't think of a better person to give this award to. Yes.
Esto fue una sorpresa. Quiero agradecerles a todos. A mí me emociona mucho porque es un trabajo de 8 años y agradecer por todo el ánimo, la confianza y estoy feliz. Muchas gracias.
She's very thankful to everyone. She has been working 8 years to make biologics a reality in Chile, and thank you everyone, and of course thanks Migdalia and GAAPP for accompanying her.
Congratulations. All right. Thank you. All right, so now we are going to stay Migdalia, because you'll have your region too, so you'll stay. So we're gonna do our regional alliance winners, recognition for organizations that have done outstanding work in their region and in their national country. And we are gonna start with Europe. And so I'm gonna ask Vildana to come to the stage. And actually, Vildana doesn't know this, but she is our award winner. So, Vildana's organization, many of you may not know, Vildana works tirelessly in her own organization, the AAA organization in Bosnia, in addition to working with GAAPP. And at AAA, they have been able to host that beautiful, huge event that you saw for the entire region, for the healthcare providers to be trained and educated from the patient perspective. She also has worked tirelessly to engage the Ministry of Health and had the Minister of Health present at the event that we hosted there in Sarajevo. And so Vildana oftentimes, again, gets the praise of the work that she's doing for GAAPP, but I wanted to praise her for the work she's doing in Bosnia. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Next up, I'm going to ask Migdalia to come back to the stage. So, Migdalia. For the Sariel Alliance, this was hard. Again, this is our biggest group, so to choose one organization was not easy to do. Thanks, yeah. And so, but in really thinking about it, reflecting on who every time shows up in such a meaningful way, makes such a difference, and again, with so few resources, it is our Costa Rican organization. So Nancy and Maurice, if you could please come. Come, you too. So again, they host a huge patient day. They do such great work with their government, a government that is not easy to work with. They found a way to bring them to the table, to make them listen. And so we have to recognize this amazing work in Costa Rica. And they're a beautiful host. If you ever get a chance to go, it's such a lovely country. Congratulations. So proud of you guys. So proud of you. Thank you. Oh, oops, my microphone's here we go. Let's stand together and take a photo real quick. All right. That's for you. Yes. Great examples.
For a small country like ours, being recognized the work and with the limited funds that we haven't, and the hard work we do every day, especially Maritza, that she is a patient with pulmonary hypertension, and she works early in the morning, very early at 2 o'clock in a.m., attending patients that call her to ask for advice. So this is a dream come true. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, de verdad que no esperábamos esto. Y pues a seguir adelante, y en la mañana se los dije, todos los que estamos acá tenemos un propósito, sigamos adelante, hay mucho que hacer.
Yes. So, all right, Ugo, if you could please come forward for the AMEA region. And the African Middle East region, again, it's the region that is growing, just getting off its feet, but such an incredibly loving, warm, passionate group of people. And I hope you've had the chance to spend some time and build with them over the last couple of days. And so I am very excited to award GAAPP of Nigeria. Come on, all of you, the whole team, come on. He brought a crew, so Obi works for the organization, Kaleshi works for the organization, and then Ugo, of course, as the board member. But I am so thankful for the work that you guys do. Again, grassroots with so few resources and efforts, and impacted by a personal story that if you haven't had a chance to hear it, you should. Because this is a family that was forever changed, and that turned their pain into positive work so that others wouldn't have to experience that loss. So, to GAAPP, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. Congratulations. Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, I would just like to say one thing about our work on asthma. You know, these as you're looking at him, he was twins, but the other one was lost to asthma. Yeah. And that's why if you see him working for or against asthma, you may not understand it, but his twin brother died from asthma. And our father died from asthma. So that's why we have committed our life to do everything. As far as respiratory diseases are concerned, we said no one should die of asthma or any respiratory disease again. And that's what we stand for. Thank you so much for all your collaborations and partnership. Thank you, GAAPP.
Thank you, thank you. That's so true. Okay, 2 more awards to go on the region. I'm gonna get through this. All right, I'm gonna ask next, I'm gonna represent North America. Even with my struggle today, I am still the North American lead. And I am gonna invite to the stage a partnering organization that has, again, been exhibited such patience in working with GAAPP, such commitment to carrying a dream forward. And somebody that has given me grace and space over this year and never given up. And that is Jeff Beach with Asthma Canada. So come forward, Jeff. If you remember, last year, we committed to doing AsthmaBot for GAAPP, and we committed doing AsthmaBot for Asthma Canada. It has not been easy. We have had to change vendors. We have had to go through countless revisions of legal documents as a regulatory framework has continued to evolve on the use of these tools. And this man has been so committed to seeing it through. And so I had to recognize you guys for the work that you're doing in education and for your commitment to GAAPP in this project. So, yeah. All right, second to this. All right. Great work. Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you so much, Tanya. And my team will be so proud. I wish they were here because I've had to keep them patient as well.
Yes.
But we're just so excited to be part of this wonderful association. We get so much out of it, and we were really thrilled to be the partner that you've been working with on the chatbot. It is a complex project, but I think for those of you that saw Vildana's demo yesterday of it, you'll see how exciting this is and how this is going to benefit all of our member organizations. So on behalf of everyone with Asthma Canada, thank you for recognizing that, and thank you for being an amazing partner.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Okay. Last but certainly not least is our Asia Pacific. And so, Kwan, if you will come to the stage, please. So our winner for the Asia Pacific region is actually Ekoku. And Kwan and Lon had to leave early. And so I'm just so disappointed that she's not here. I was like, what? You can't leave early. And I tried to convince her, and she was like, I have to go. So anyway, but for those of you who have been in the space of asthma and COPD, there is no global program that it demonstrates and exhibits, again, in a very challenging situation, the effort in Vietnam to ensure at every level, not just at the best of the best hospitals, but throughout the entire country, that patients are early diagnosed, treated, and managed effectively. There is no better example of that than Ekoku in Vietnam. And so for that, they are our award winner for Asia Pacific. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Lon has given her life's work to this. Again, I mean, she truly is such a giant in the field. So I hate that she's not here. But yeah, you want to say anything on her behalf?
So I would like to say thank you for GAAPP and everyone here. So if you do not know about IQQ, it's a term for asthma and COPD outpatient care units. And Dr. Lan, she works, I think, more than about 25 years to get from the asthma care from the very high level, from the central hospital, up down to the communities healthcare, up to the primary care level. And so it takes a lot of years. So I think that's, at first we should start very small, but we need to have continuous works, and with continuous works and passions, and we can achieve the things that I think we might not expect at the beginning. So thank you, all of you, and really, really happy to be a part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great, thank you. All right, I made it through that with just a few tears. Okay. So as I was thinking about the close and perhaps having like a guest international speaker or something like that, I started to go down that path. I interviewed 4 different people, and none of it stuck. It just didn't. None of it felt like the right thing to do at this moment in time. So I don't know if she's in the room. Mary Ruth? Is she in the room? Oh, where is she? Okay, yes, in the corner there. So last year, Mary Ruth said, hey girl, if this whole GAAPP thing doesn't work out, you might want to think about being a motivational speaker. And I laughed at her because it's something that I never really thought about. the giftedness of that, or the opportunity of that. And especially because 20 years ago, I had no voice. No voice. For those of you who were here last year, you heard my story. 6 months, I had zero voice because of cancer. And I didn't know that I would ever hold a microphone again or speak or have that opportunity. And so when she said that, and it came back to me as I interviewed these 4 people, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm just going to do this. I'm gonna be that person to close this out, and hopefully to provide just a little ounce of inspiration here at the end of a very full 2 days. So most of you know, many of you may know, if you follow on social or anything, my 2025 has been very interesting. Very. Number one, I have had so many positive, uplifting, personal moments. I'm the mother of 5, and 3 of them are giving birth in this calendar year. 3 of the 5. So 3 new babies in our family this year. Yeah. I'll be a grandmother of 5 by the time we roll into 2026. I have to keep telling myself that because that's crazy. I also had a daughter who married. I had many different things that happened this year. I'm in my 30th year of marriage to my husband, Brian. A lot of great milestones this year, but also some really tough moments. We've walked through a very hard period of multiple hospitalizations with my parents from COPD. We walked through a lung cancer diagnosis with my dad just 2 weeks ago, and a complete right lung lobectomy. It's been a hard year, and a year of a lot of transitions, changes, ups and downs, of decisions that I didn't want to make, but I knew I had to make for the betterment of my family, for the betterment of the organization. There's tough times in moments like this where, honestly, you just question, like, what am I doing? And where am I going? And how do I keep doing it? How do I keep going, right? So, in June, I found myself in Amsterdam for the IRC. And for our industry partners in the room, you know, that's not my favorite 2 days of the year. It just isn't, I'm gonna be honest. And I had 4 days alone, like 4 days. Either I could turn around and go back to the US and spend all that time in flight, or I could sit still in Amsterdam for 4 days. So I decided to go to a monastery in the apple orchards of Utrecht, a very old, very primitive monastery, I must say, and conduct a 4-day silent retreat. I don't know if you've ever done a silent retreat, but I talk a lot, as you've seen in the last 2 days. So to be silent for 2 days, much less 4 days, was pretty hard to do. It really was. But something happened to me on day 3. On day 3, I was a little annoyed. Actually, very annoyed. Number one, apparently it's a thing that you're not supposed to have coffee before 10 a.m. I didn't know this. And for those of you who know me, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. coffee is a must to function. So by day 3, I was feeling the horrible headache of no coffee before 10 a.m. And I had a little interaction with the lady of the house about coffee. And again, there were moments where you could speak if you were in need of something or whatever. And I spoke and I said I needed coffee. And she's like, no coffee in the house before 10 a.m. Sorry. I was like, okay, this is not going to be good. I'm going to lose it here. This is my breaking point. and so I started to leave. I literally started to walk out the door and not turn back. In that moment where I went to my room and I started packing things up from my very hard wireframe bed that I had been sleeping on, little sleep. I, as not audibly, but as clearly as I've ever heard, was stay. Go back and apologize to that lady of the house for your level of insensitivity to her world, to the things that she's facing. Because I didn't understand why a cup of coffee was such a big deal. And I'm going to tell you, that was not easy for me. I actually wrestled with it for about 3 or 4 hours. 3 or 4 hours. I walked back to my bed. I was like, am I going to leave? Am I going to stay? I walked out to the apple orchards. Am I going to leave? Am I going to stay? What the hell am I doing here? Actually, is kind of what I was asking. But at the end of that struggle and wrestle, I went back to her. I wrote her a note apologizing because we weren't supposed to talk. And I was impressed to give her 10 times what it would take to provide coffee for that house, that monastery, for a month. And I did. And I didn't want to. I'm going to be honest. I didn't want to. But I did. So I left it, and I went about my day in the apple orchards, praying, reading, meditating, and biting my tongue. Biting my tongue a lot. Without coffee. And it was in that day that I went to the library, because there was a library at the monastery, and after I'd done this, and I found a book. Because you see, I'd gone into this experience with 2 questions. I'm 53 years old. And in a lot of cases, it feels like that's the downhill side of life. And this is just being really honest with you. My kids are grown. They don't need me in the same way. My career has been amazing. But look at what's happening, even in spite of me. It's a groundswell that is not about me. And so I asked these 2 questions. What can I expect in the second half of life? And what can I do to make it not just bearable or okay, but great? Because I want to finish strong. I don't want to finish frustrated. I don't want to finish just hanging on. I want to finish great. So I went to the library, and when you know, this book just happened to fall into my hands. It's a book from Arthur Brooks called From Strength to Strength. Finding Success, Happiness, and Deep Purpose in the Second Half of Life. And Arthur Brooks writes a column for The Atlantic, which is a huge paper in the US, on happiness every day. And he has done an immense depth of survey work and research work into what makes people happy. How do you live a long, happy life? And some of those lessons are in this book. But the thing that impressed me the most is that he talked about 2 levels of intelligence. The first is what we acquire in the first 30 to 40 years of our life, called fluid intelligence. And this is complex problem solving, our working memory, it's creativity and innovation. But the truth is, over time, and as we age, this declines. A lot of other things decline too, but this declines, our fluid intelligence. He also speaks in the book about a second type of intelligence called crystallized intelligence. And this is the Dalai Lama, who Arthur Brooks studies with on a daily basis. And what this type of intelligence is slightly different. It's more of what we would consider wisdom. And it is accumulated knowledge and experience. It is wisdom and judgment, the ability to teach and share with others. And this actually increases with age. The older we get, the more our crystallized intelligence develops and improves. So this is kind of the chart that Arthur suggests in the book, that throughout our infancy, childhood, young adulthood, we're building in both fluid intelligence and crystallized intelligence. And then that fluid intelligence begins to decline in middle adulthood and late adulthood. And I'm experiencing this firsthand because my parents are declining. My mother-in-law has advanced dementia, as many of you know. And so this is exactly what I'm living and seeing as a caregiver every day. And so Arthur goes on to say, there is an opportunity, a moment in time in your life that you have to decide, am I going to stay on the decline of fluid intelligence and just ride it out? Or am I going to make the leap to crystallized intelligence? Because there's no decline really of that until the very end. Till you take your last breath, you have an opportunity to share that wisdom, to teach someone what you know about your life experiences and the difference that you can make. And so he suggests that you make that conscious decision. Yes? No translation. Oh, no. Okay, Victor. Okay, so would you like to at least maybe just give... We have exhausted wordly. Okay, I'm sorry. So I'll try to, I'm going to wrap it up. So, because I'm coming to the end, and I'm so sorry. But the choice to jump from here to here and either go down or go up, that's the choice you have, right, as you age and as we come into this moment in time. And the truth is, you know, I sat there that day and for the next full day of silence, really wondering, how do I do this? I have had a phenomenal life. Lots of hard things, but lots of very happy, positive things. How do I do this? And then it came to me, I do it by 3 things. So how do I go on to share that wisdom? What am I going to do to actually live in that crystallized intelligence? And this is what came to me, this picture. And I hadn't looked at this slide in at least weeks before this. How are we going to do this? How are we going to achieve these goals of no one dies from asthma, from COPD, when these seem such huge, vast goals? How can we reduce the burden of atopic dermatitis or chronic urticaria, or for goodness sake, aspergillosis that no one even knows how to say? How can we do that? And it came to me really, it's about 3 things. So first, it's about gratitude. It's about daily stopping to remind myself the good things that I have in my life, the great people that I have in my life. Not just my family, not just my friends outside of work, but this family, this group of friends that makes such a big to-do about a day that, honestly, my birthday is kind of, it's another one. Glad I'm here. It's just it's so refreshing to be truly grateful for the people in your life, but also for the moments, the present moments. Being fully present in a moment to feel everything that you feel. And that afternoon in that apple orchard, I'm telling you, I was feeling all the feels and extremely grateful that I could do so. Because if my story had ended differently, I would not have been there and I would not be here realizing the blessing and the opportunity of jumping to crystallized intelligence and the sharing of wisdom. So the second thing is purpose. And again, when I was thinking about purpose, Of course, I'm thinking about my family. Of course, I'm thinking about my grandchildren and the legacy that that will leave. But I'm thinking about this as my purpose. I know the events of the last 8, 9 years of my life, I could not have orchestrated. I would not have chosen, but they led me to exactly this purpose of GAAPP. And to seeing the vision from 7 people around one table 9 years ago to 170 in this room today. And to the millions and millions that we will impact collectively. So that is that purpose. For me, that is about moving and shifting my mindset from personal achievement, which really did drive me the first half of my life, to collective achievement, to what we can do together instead of what I can do alone. And so that was really the purpose of teaching others and sharing with others and learning in a lot of ways what to say yes to and what to say no to. And continuing to have a true north in my work, in my personal life, in my faith, in my family, all of those things. And then it really did come down to my faith. And again, anybody who knows me knows that this is central. This is core to me. It is absolutely the air I breathe. When someone asks me, who is God to me? What is he like? He is the air that I breathe. He is everything in the silent moments of the loneliness of the travel, in the tough moments of loss, like yesterday with Unga. I go back to my room, I sit alone with him, and I cry out. And I used to think that was a weakness. And I used to hide that. And because of my faith, and because of how much he loves me and has taught me to love myself and other people, I now know that is where the strength is. That is from strength to strength. Being a real person who shows up in real moments, in a real way, to change someone's life. That is from strength to strength. So, as I was thinking about where we stand in time and the work we've done here over the last 2 days and where we'll go from here, I came to a few conclusions. Number one, GAAPP has had phenomenal success in the last 15 years. This organization is 15 years. This is our 15th annual general meeting, but only our 6th summit like this. But phenomenal success. I am so honored and humbled to serve as the leader of such a passionate group of patient advocates. I do not take that for granted. But next, I was reminded of the thing that truly this fight is not just about evidence-based medicine and science. It's not about policy. It's about service. It's about pouring ourselves into other people and trusting that as we pour out in that way every day into other people's lives and making them better, that comes back to you tenfold, right? So we have big dreams. We definitely have put lines in the sand over the last 2 days about huge dreams. And what I have come to learn is that the bigger the dream, the greater the blessing. The bigger the dream, the greater the blessing. So thank you for being that blessing for me today, on a tough day, in a lot of ways. Hopefully I can be that blessing to you, if not today, on another day. But ultimately, this is, when we walk out of here, I hope you all trust this is our moment in time. We have the golden tickets. We have the ability and the skills and the stories to move this forward. The question is, will we seize it? Will we seize it? And so with that, I'm going to finish with a video and then a gift for each of you. So the video, please. You know, the truth is, we may never win a gold medal, right? You may never have that kind of moment in time, but this is our moment in time. And none of us can do this alone. Each of us has a role to play. You are all a key to success. So I wish I could be like Oprah and say, you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, like we did earlier. But the truth is, I hope you know that to me, what you do every day is worth more than a gold medal. Because each of you are going to get a gold bag. And it says, may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. So this is your gold medal, and it has a keychain in it because that's the closest I could get to a car. We have a GAAPP budget. So no, personally, I just wanted you guys to have a token of something from me that shows you I love you, I thank you, I bless you, and thank you for being a blessing to me. Congratulations. Let's do it.